Chapter 1097. The power of heaven and earth within Gu Fei's body was isolated from the void. No one could spy on what was happening in Gu Fei's room, not even the mysterious experts of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Unending, the broken black stone man had actually cut out a holy egg. Gu Fei had never imagined that this would be the result. The life pulse of the black stone man had actually come from a holy egg. When the holy egg was cut out of the black stone man, it immediately devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. In just an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy was completely devoured. The small spirit gathering formation in the room immediately collapsed, and the runes engraved on the ground cracked. The spirit gathering formation in that room has been destroyed. What is that guy doing inside? In a secret room of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the two mysterious women were paying close attention to any abnormalities in Gu Fei's room. They sensed it the moment the spirit gathering formation collapsed. To be able to break the spirit gathering formation, this person's cultivation should be higher than the demigod realm, one of the mysterious women said, her eyes flickering. I didn't think that I would encounter something fun as soon as I arrived here, the woman muttered to herself. Sister, don't tell me you want to make a move, the other woman said. It must be known that the current situation in the eastern county city was different from usual. Moreover, they had yet to figure out this person's strength and background. If they rashly provoked such a person, they would most likely be in big trouble. I know what I'm doing. The woman sneered. The fact that this person was able to cause the divine mirror to fail made her curious. This young cultivator was too mysterious. In the world of cultivation, appearance did not mean anything. Often, a young man with red lips and white teeth was, in fact, an old antique who had cultivated for countless years. Gu Fei's appearance had not changed much from hundreds of years ago. He was still a young cultivator, and no one knew that he was an invincible martial emperor. If Gu Fei were to advance a step further, he would be able to cultivate to become a mighty martial artist and condense the indestructible martial body. At that time, he would even be able to fight against a semi-sage. At this time, Gu Fei did not know that he was being watched. He was still immersed in shock. He took out more than 10 pieces of fire element immortal crystals, but the huge amount of fire element essence chi contained in the fire element immortal crystals were all devoured by the holy egg in an instant, and the immortal crystals turned into dust. After devouring the fire elemental essence of over a dozen fire element immortal crystals, the scarlet holy egg floating in the air changed slightly. The great Tao patterns on the holy egg became clearer. This holy egg had been sealed for who knew how long. Now that it had broken free, it began to frantically devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The life aura coming from the holy egg grew stronger and stronger. Very good. Gu Fei was overjoyed. This holy egg should be the egg of a primordial fire elemental divine beast. If it absorbed enough fire elemental essence, perhaps the life inside the holy egg could come to this world. The descendant of a primordial fire elemental divine beast, and it was the second-generation bloodline. The purity of its bloodline was close to that of its ancestor. As long as it could grow up, it would definitely be the strongest existence in the world. Gu Fei had plenty of fire elemental essence. It should be known that when he was in the ancient world, he had entered the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon and obtained a fire phoenix divine pearl and a true dragon divine pearl. The fire phoenix divine pearl contained endless fire elemental essence, and it was the purest fire elemental essence in the world. It was suitable for this holy egg, and he might be able to nurture a fire elemental divine beast. The fire phoenix divine pearl obtained in the ancient world was being kept by Gu Fei in the mountain and river cauldron. Other than an extreme sacred artifact like the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing else that could store the fire phoenix divine pearl. The fire elemental essence emitted from the fire phoenix divine pearl could burn everything, even immortal divine metal. When Gu Fei thought of this, he did not hesitate and directly stored the fire phoenix divine pearl, which was frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual chi, into the mountain and river cauldron. In a corner of the mountain and river cauldron, there was a raging fire. Inside the extreme sacred artifact, the mountain and river cauldron, was a boundless void. Where the fire phoenix divine pearl was, there was a boundless fire, and the fire caused the void to distort and change shape. The fire phoenix divine pearl also contained the essence of a fire phoenix, and there was a weak aura of life. The pearl seemed to be a living thing. Such a divine fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. No one could really get close to it, not even Gu Fei. It could directly burn almighty and half-sages to death. Apart from sages, no one could resist such a divine fire. As for the holy egg that Gu Fei had cut out from the blackstone golem, its life pulse became more and more active as it approached the ball of fire. Without any suspense, when the sacred egg entered the divine fire, it began to frantically devour the extremely pure fire elemental essence around it. The scarlet sacred egg was like a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the fire elemental essence. The endless fire elemental essence became the sacred egg's nourishment. Gu Fei could clearly sense that a life was being nurtured in the sacred egg. Is this the legendary divine beast cultivation plan? Gu Fei was looking forward to it. After the sacred egg devoured enough fire elemental essence, the life inside might be born. Some powerful cultivators kept beasts as pets. Even the primordial Emperor Xian had a 9-headed beast king to pull his carriage. The extravagance was not something an ordinary Emperor Xian could compare to. However, the sacred egg that Gu Fei had obtained was not a beast but a divine beast. It might even be the egg of the legendary 9-sky phoenix. The life inside the sacred egg was extremely tenacious. Perhaps because it had the bloodline of the Khanate primogenitor, it had not truly died even after being sealed in the Black Stone Man for so many years. It was not difficult to imagine that in the near future, a divine beast might appear in this world. After putting the scarlet sacred egg into the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei withdrew the inner heaven and earth power that enveloped the entire room. The inner heaven and earth power was different from the outer heaven and earth power. The area enveloped by the inner heaven and earth power was equivalent to isolating this void from the rest of the world. After Gu Fei withdrew the inner heaven and earth power, the divine mirror in the secret chamber of the hidden moon pavilion started to display an image. The two women in the secret chamber immediately perked up when they saw the image on the divine mirror. However, what they saw was a pile of black stone chips scattered in front of Gu Fei, as well as a small spirit gathering array pattern that had already collapsed on the ground. This guy, one of the mysterious women, couldn't help but feel annoyed when she saw the scene in Gu Fei's room. It should be known that it was not an easy task to set up such a room that looked like a small cave. It also required a lot of time to engrave a new small spirit gathering array. Even if the hidden moon pavilion had its own array master, it would not be able to repair such a spirit gathering array in a short time. In the heaven realm, many people were proficient in immortal Dao arrays. However, no one could rely on array masters to become an expert. To martial cultivators, array masters were a very useless cultivation method. All the major forces had nurtured many array masters. In the current heaven realm, it was likely that there would not be another array master like He Tian. The ancient array masters in the ancient times were very powerful. They could set up heaven-defying divine arrays. Even the powerful true demons could be killed by the power of array masters. Now, there was probably no such person in the entire heaven realm. Gu Fei saw that the array master in the room had been destroyed, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He had a lot of top-grade immortal crystals and even dragon crystals that contained earth dragon chi. Wherever the fire phoenix divine bead and the true dragon divine bead were, these two things would constantly condense. The top-grade fire attribute immortal crystals were condensed where the fire phoenix divine bead was. In the midst of the monstrous fire, there were countless fire attribute immortal crystals floating. In the vast and mighty dragon chi area, countless dragon crystals were shining like stars. This kind of top-grade immortal crystal was worth God knows how many first-grade immortal crystals it was. If something was damaged, it would have to be compensated. There was nothing much to say. The two mysterious women from the hidden moon pavilion were already thinking about how to make Gu Fei bleed a lot. After obtaining a holy egg, Gu Fei's mood was incomparably good. He was still sitting cross-legged on the purple lotus, closing his eyes to rest. He was looking forward to the auction 10 days later. One had to know that among the things being auctioned, there was an almost intact black stone man. Gu Fei faintly felt that such a black stone man was probably used by some unimaginable peerless figures to seal something during the primordial era. If a broken blackstone golem could produce a holy egg, then what kind of heaven-defying item could the other blackstone golem that was almost in perfect condition produce? Gu Fei did not lack immortal crystals. He was definitely a super-rich person in the immortal world. No one could compare to him. Any item on him was almost priceless. Even the combined divine treasures of the 5 Emperor Xian and the 4 divine emperors in the heaven realm could not compare to the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hands that had not been successfully refined. Immortal divine iron was exclusive to the supreme sage. Even a half-sage would find it difficult to find a fist-sized piece. Such an item could only be found by chance. Gu Fei stayed in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The people of the Hidden Moon Pavilion made Gu Fei compensate with a large amount of immortal crystals. Then they changed a room for Gu Fei. Immortal crystals were nothing to Gu Fei. He had a lot of them. In the next few days, Gu Fei noticed that there were more and more cultivators going in and out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. There was no lack of experts among them. Gu Fei even saw an emperor entering the 9th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. A celestial realm emperor could only live in the 9th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. This really surprised Gu Fei. One had to know that such an emperor could already run amok in the heaven realm. Such a person could only live in the 9th floor. Could the 13th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion be used to entertain sages? There seemed to be no sages in the heaven realm. Chapter 1098. A few days before the start of the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, an Emperor Realm cultivator actually appeared at the Hidden Moon Pavilion, which surprised Gu Fei. Although East County City was located at the border between the Middle Earth and the Eastern Earth, it wasn't a very famous city. Normally, even immortals were rare, let alone Emperor Realm cultivators. Gu Fei noticed that the number of cultivators in the city had increased. Needless to say, these people were all here for the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction. The Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction was held once every 6 months and once every 10 years. This time it was the 10-year event. Some people who hadn't been seen for a long time would also jump out at this time. Many cultivators began to set up stalls on the streets of East County City, selling all kinds of treasures. Some rare spirit medicines and divine materials could even be seen at these stalls. There were only 5 days left until the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial auction. Gu Fei found that the people who were watching him were very patient. Gu Fei hadn't stepped out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion in the past few days, but the people outside didn't show any signs of leaving. There were still people spying on him. Who are these people? Gu Fei didn't know that the old Daoist who had sold him the broken Blackstone man had already been killed. Could it be that the people of the primordial Emperor Xian were watching him? Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. If that was the case, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Gu Fei had killed the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor, so there was an irreconcilable enmity between him and the Emperor Xian. He had to be careful and even changed his appearance. He knew that even He Tian Shaoqing and the others wouldn't be able to recognize him. On a dark and windy night, Gu Fei silently snuck out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. He wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. He wanted to figure out who was the one who was targeting him. A tall and thin cultivator with a sallow complexion was pacing back and forth outside the Hidden Moon Pavilion. After nightfall, this cultivator didn't leave. Instead, he walked into a tavern in the distance and found a seat where he could see the entrance of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. This cultivator had completely concealed his aura, making him look no different from a mortal. This tavern was also run by a mortal, so it wasn't big or eye-catching. In East County City, more than 80% of the residents were mortals. Cultivators only made up a small portion of the city's population, so only 10% of the city's population were cultivators. However, it was the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial grand meeting. Therefore, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. Cultivators from all over the city had almost filled up all the inns in the city. This was a grand meeting and many people did not want to miss it. People like this middle-aged cultivator were a dime a dozen in East County City, so they weren't eye-catching. There were other cultivators chatting in the tavern about the upcoming auction. Have you heard? Experts from all the major sects in the Central Plains will be participating in this auction. It's not just the Great Sea of Middle-earth, even South Mountains, Westly and White Snow Plain have sent people. I heard that there will be a holy relic in this auction. What? Holy relic? How many years has it been since something exclusive to a sage appeared? No wonder people from all the big regions are attracted here. I just met a few monks from the northern desert at the city gate. A few cultivators were whispering to each other. Although their voices weren't loud, many cultivators around them pricked up their ears to listen. This kind of news moved many people on the spot. The northern region had a snow plain and a desert. It was the coldest region in the heaven realm. There was a heavenly snow palace there, but there was also a boundless desert. In the depths of the desert, there was a Buddhist land of bliss created by a supreme Buddhist figure. That was the ancestral court of the Buddhist sect in the heaven realm. Legend has it that the true body of Buddha was hidden in the depths of the desert. However, other than the virtuous monks of the Buddhist sect, no outsider had ever entered the depths of the northern desert. Some people said that the ancestral court of the Buddhist sect was guarded by a Buddhist saint. The Buddhist sect in the heaven realm was much more mysterious than the Buddhist sect in the mortal world. The heavenly snow palace was even more mysterious than the Buddhist sect in the northern desert. No one had ever seen such a palace, and no one knew who the master of the heavenly snow palace was. However, the disciples of the heavenly snow palace appeared in the heaven realm from time to time. They were all female disciples. The heavenly snow palace was a force made up of female cultivators. No one dared to look down on such a force. There was once a great sect that kidnapped a female disciple of the heavenly snow palace. The people of the heavenly snow palace attacked that sect on the same day. The strong cultivators of the heavenly snow palace made a move and froze everything within 30,000 miles. From the leader of the great sect to the ordinary disciples, no one escaped. This move shocked all the big regions in the heaven realm. From then on, no one dared to provoke the people of the heavenly snow palace. No one dared to have the guts to flirt with the fairies of the heavenly snow palace. A monk from the northern desert? A fairy from the heavenly snow palace? An unprepossessing young cultivator was drinking by himself in a corner of the tavern. He was listening to the conversations of the cultivators in the tavern. This place was full of crooks and honest people. It was the most well-informed place. I wonder what's the difference between the Buddhist sect in the heaven realm and the Buddhist sect in the human realm. This unprepossessing young cultivator was Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. This time he changed his appearance so that those who were watching him couldn't recognize him. Then he swaggered into the tavern and purposely walked past the tall, skinny, middle-aged cultivator who was tailing him. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even spare him a glance. Gu Fei secretly laughed. This small fry dared to watch him. He really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't sense any immortal energy from the branch of the primordial Emperor Xian on this middle-aged cultivator. This person shouldn't be one of the primordial Emperor Xian's people. The path of immortal cultivation was created by the Dao ancestor. This guy was very careful. He was testing to see if there was anyone following him. However, with Gu Fei's cultivation, how could he be discovered by this guy? The person finally walked out of the alley. He seemed to be relieved and didn't make any further attempts to test Yi Shiwen. Instead, he went straight to another street in Eastern County City. Even though it was late at night, there were still people walking on the street. Moreover, most of these people were cultivators. Some of them had even just entered the city. The tall and skinny cultivator walked into a small tavern on the street. 3 void-controlling realm cultivators and a demigod. This is the kind of guy. Gu Fei sensed that after the person entered the tavern, he met up with the 4 cultivators waiting in the room. "How is it?" Someone in the room whispered. "That person still hasn't left the Hidden Moon Pavilion." Someone answered. "Big brother, what should we do? If that person doesn't leave the Hidden Moon Pavilion, we won't have a chance to make a move. It seems that the big fish won't be easy to catch. Since the big fish won't come out, we'll wait until the auction is over and the big fish leaves Eastern County City." The demigod realm cultivator said. He had no intention of giving up. "That's the only way." The other cultivators nodded. They didn't have the guts to directly attack the Hidden Moon Pavilion. They couldn't afford to offend the power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion. "You won't have the chance." Chapter 1099. Gu Fei arrived at the door of the guest room. The 5 cultivators inside turned pale with fright. The other party had actually arrived at the door without a sound, yet none of them had sensed it. This made them feel fearful. "Who is it?" The demigod realm cultivator asked in a deep voice. He was not that afraid because fighting was prohibited in the Eastern County City. No one was willing to offend the profound Heaven Holy Land. Even if the person outside had a higher cultivation than them, he would not be able to cause any trouble in the Eastern County City. This was because the one overseeing the Eastern County City was the profound Heaven Holy Land's Shen King. "Humph. I am the big fish in your mouths," Gu Fei said coldly. Someone actually targeted him. This person was simply courting death. The cultivation of the 5 cultivators in the room was not high. Gu Fei could kill them with a single finger. Moreover, even if he killed these people, no one would know that he was the one who did it. Gu Fei could freely control his body. He could move his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones at will. He had the ability to change his appearance at will, turning into a face that no one had ever seen before. Therefore, even though fighting was prohibited in the eastern county city, Gu Fei had no qualms about it. What do you want? The voice of the leader in the room was filled with killing intent. The demigod realm cultivator in the room clearly wanted to kill Gu Fei. The current Gu Fei had already retracted the powerful aura of the Heaven Realm Martial Emperor. In the eyes of others, he was just a demigod realm cultivator. I don't want anything. Leave everything on you and scram out of the eastern county city. Gu Fei said indifferently. Although there was a door between him and the 5 cultivators, Gu Fei's martial Dao Heavenly Eye allowed him to observe every single action of every single person in the room. What? The 5 cultivators in the room revealed angry expressions. This guy was simply courting death. He actually dared to rob them. One must know that they were the ones robbing others. These people specialized in robbing cultivators. You're asking us to kill you. The voice of the demigod in the lead was extremely cold. He no longer concealed his killing intent. Even if the other party's cultivation level was higher than his, he was still just a demigod. 5 people working together couldn't even deal with a demigod? The half-deity in the lead was very confident. The fellow that he viewed as a big fish had actually come to rob his head. This was really too much. Hee, it's hard to say who will kill who. Gu Fei said with a smile. Humph. In the room, the person in the lead snorted coldly, then opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black smoke. The 4 cultivators beside him immediately retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They were actually somewhat afraid. The black gas that the demigod realm bandit spat out seemed to have a life of its own. It condensed in the air and didn't disperse. It turned into countless hair-like black lines that silently pierced forward. The black threads formed by the black gas silently passed through the door, leaving countless tiny holes on the door. Black demon threads? Gu Fei's eyesight was very sharp. He could not help but be a little surprised when he recognized the black threads that almost couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The black demon threads that were condensed from the black demon chi of the earth were not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. This was a Taoist technique. In the human world, the once prosperous Taoxian sect had this Taoist technique. Gu Fei was a member of the Taoxian sect, so he naturally knew very well. This Taoist technique was very vicious and sinister. As long as a black demon thread hit a person's body, that person wouldn't die for a while. The black demon chi would corrode the flesh and bones. Those who were hit by the black demon thread would watch as their body slowly melted. In the end, their entire body would turn into a puddle of yellow smelly water. Therefore, when the demigod realm bandit in the room used this Taoist technique, everyone in the room immediately retreated. They were afraid of being contaminated by the black demon chi. Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly stretched out his hand and pressed forward. The countless black demon threads that pierced through the room immediately collapsed in the air and disappeared. With his emperor martial body, even if he was hit by the black demon threads, it would not be able to harm a single hair on his body. However, Gu Fei did not want to be contaminated by these things. The black demon chi of the earth was a filthy gas that sank into the depths of the earth. It could contaminate people's treasures. Even the flying sword of a sword immortal would lose a lot of its spiritual energy if it was entangled by the black demon threads, turning it into a piece of scrap metal. Bang! After breaking through the black demon threads, Gu Fei directly took a step forward. The area in front of him immediately turned into dust with a soft sound and scattered down from the air. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly walked into the room. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the room, a divine sword shining with a green light immediately pierced towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold sword chi was vast and mighty. Ding! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and gently flicked the tip of the green divine sword. The flying sword immediately broke into pieces. Countless fragments, like green cold stars, flew towards the short and fat cultivator who had sent the flying sword. Roar! The cultivator let out a furious roar and a green light surged out from his body. His entire body was immediately enveloped by a green copper bell. There were countless runes looming on the surface of the green copper bell. However, the green divine sword broke into pieces. The cold stars formed by the fragments pierced through the air and directly penetrated the protective copper bell of the cultivator. The cultivator's body immediately splattered with blood. Poof! 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 The copper bell broke into pieces. The body of the short and fat cultivator was pierced into a sieve by the fragments of his own flying sword. His whole body was dripping with blood. One of the fragments even pierced through the cultivator's head, crushing his Niwen palace. Even his primordial spirit was shattered, causing his soul to scatter. The other cultivators in the room who were about to make a move were stunned by the scene in front of them. This person casually killed a cultivator of the void-controlling realm. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This kind of strength made people's hearts palpitate. You are definitely not a cultivator of the demigod realm. Among the 5 bandits, the leading bandit of the demigod realm was a big man with a ferocious face. Gu Fei coldly glanced at everyone in the room and then said calmly, "I have given you a chance just now. It's just that you didn't cherish it. You can rest in peace." He did not reveal any murderous aura, but in the eyes of the remaining 4 bandits, this harmless young cultivator in front of them was definitely more terrible than a god of death. "Let's go." Almost at the same time, the remaining 4 bandits immediately retreated. They wanted to smash through the wall and rush out. Only by attracting the attention of the cultivators in the city could they have a way out. Fighting was prohibited in Eastern County City. As long as they rushed out of this room, the people of the profound Heaven Holy Land would appear. At that time, even if this person wanted to kill them, it would be like a dream. It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei didn't move at all, but the 4 cultivators, including the burly man in the demigod realm, felt as though they had collided with an invisible wall and were sent flying back. Bang! The big man in the lead threw out a huge cauldron filled with black qi, trying to break the power that sealed the room. However, it was of no use. The huge cauldron spewed out black qi that corroded the void. Could contaminate flying swords and dharma treasures. When ordinary flying swords came into contact with this black qi, they would immediately lose a lot of their spirituality. The other cultivators also made their moves. No one would hold back at this time. 3 dharma treasures rushed out from the bodies of the 3 bandits. An azura umbrella floated above the tall and thin cultivator's head. Rays of divine light fell down and protected the cultivator. Bang! Gu Fei did not show mercy. He directly punched the azura umbrella, shattering it. The tall and thin cultivator under the umbrella immediately became shorter and his head exploded from Gu Fei's punch. What? Even a dharma treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was shattered with one punch. What kind of person was this? He was a freak. This person's physical body was extremely strong, comparable to a divine weapon. Clang! A metallic clang resounded. A divine saber emitted a resplendent saber light and chopped down at Gu Fei's head. The void seemed to be split in half by this saber. Good saber. Gu Fei stretched out his hand again and caught the divine saber with his bare hand. The endless saber light was completely blocked by his hand. How is this possible? The leading demigod realm burly man was really shocked this time. This divine saber was a divine weapon refined by a paragon realm cultivator after he robbed a disciple of a great sect. To be able to block a divine saber refined by a paragon realm cultivator with his bare hand, could this person be a paragon realm cultivator? The demigod realm was the paragon realm. It was an existence that was only one step away from becoming an immortal. The divine weapon refined by such a person would definitely be extraordinary and powerful. This paragon Saint Saber had killed countless people in the burly man's hands. Even many demigods of the same realm had died under this divine saber. Swish! Gu Fei waved his hand and a dazzling saber light rushed out from his hand. This saber light was many times stronger than the saber light from the burly man. The void was truly split in half under the saber light. The demigod realm burly man was also split in half. Even his primordial spirit was minced. This was the most thorough way to die. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost if he wanted to. Great hero, please spare our lives. Seeing that their leader was dead, the remaining 2 cultivators were scared out of their wits. They completely gave up resisting and knelt down in front of Gu Fei, begging with tears and snot. Humph! Gu Fei casually pointed with 2 fingers, directly smashing their Niwen palace and dispersing their primordial spirits. Such people would only harm others if they were left alive. After killing the two, Gu Fei then withdrew his inner world that enveloped the entire room. No one knew what happened in the room. Chapter 1100. The murder in the inn did not cause any commotion, not even a ripple. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people did not take any action. The death of a few cultivators in an inconspicuous inn was just a small matter. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people would not make a big fuss over such a matter. After Gu Fei left the inn, he did not return to the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Instead, he walked around the city. There were people coming and going on the streets, and there were actually immortals among them. Of course, the immortals in the city would not expose their identities. They all withdrew their immortal auras. However, who is Gu Fei? He cultivated the martial Dao heavenly eye and could see through these immortals deliberately hiding their identities with one glance. Not only did immortals appear, but Gu Fei also sensed fiend qi. Great fiends with great accomplishments in cultivation had arrived as well. Suddenly, a commotion came from the front of the street. Then the cultivators on the street quickly walked forward as if something had happened. Gu Fei followed the crowd and soon arrived at a stall. The stall was already tightly surrounded by cultivators, but he did not approach it. Some cultivators were pointing at the stall and some were whispering to each other. This is really heaven-defying. Why would such a divine item appear here? That person's eyes are really good. He could actually see that there is a divine item hidden in this black lump. That person seems to be the successor of a Middle-earth profound Feng Shui clan. The cultivators discussed in low voices. A man and a woman stood in the center. The man was handsome and the woman was more beautiful than a flower. They looked like a perfect couple. Successor of profound Feng Shui clan? Gu Fei could not help feeling interested. After all, in the mortal realm, there was such a group of mysterious people in the imperial court. They specialized in finding dragons and sealing acupoints for the emperor. This was also a branch of the Daoist sections. They were good at observing the situation of heaven and earth and seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity. However, orthodox cultivators looked down on such geomancy masters, thinking that it was unorthodox. Could it be that those unorthodox geomancy masters actually had a very high status in the heavenly realm? The man was holding a piece of black iron in his left hand and a small silver knife in his right hand. He was carefully cutting off the layer of black iron. The black iron block was half the size of a human head, and the young man had already opened a skylight on it, from which a cyan glow shone out. Inside the black lump, there was actually a powerful wood elemental essence energy. This pure wood elemental essence energy was filled with vitality. This was life energy. At this moment, the stall owner was already so regretful that he wanted to die. He had thought that it was just an ordinary piece of godly metal, but who would have known that there was a godly item hidden within it? The surface of the divine object was merely wrapped in a layer of ordinary black godly iron of varying thickness. The young man was carefully shaving off the outer layer of godly iron. The divine object inside was gradually revealed to everyone. It was a divine crystal the size of an adult's fist. The moment the divine crystal was completely exposed, a wave of wood elemental essence spread out in all directions. Could it be a wood elemental divine crystal produced by a 10,000-year-old divine tree? It's impossible for a 10,000-year-old divine tree to produce such a large crystal core. I'm afraid it's a crystal core produced by a divine tree king. When the divine object wrapped in the black godly iron was completely revealed, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone was amazed. If such a divine object were to be auctioned, it would definitely be sold for a heaven-grade item. This is the first time I, Duanmu Hong, have made a move and I didn't fail. The young man looked at the divine crystal in his hand and revealed a satisfied expression. Senior brother, keep a low profile. The woman beside Duanmu Hong quickly whispered in his ear. He was so high profile and even said his name. Could it be that senior brother did it on purpose? As expected, he's the descendant of the Duanmu family. When did such a rising star appear in the Duanmu family? Everyone was discussing. The Middle-earth Feng Shui family was a special existence in the heavenly realm. They had been in the heavenly realm for countless years and had experienced several great eras. Some great sects had completely disappeared in the long river of history, but the Duanmu family had always existed. Not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. The aura of this man and woman was a bit strange. They were not ordinary cultivators. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such an aura. This man and woman already had the cultivation of the immortal realm, but they didn't have the aura of the immortal Dao or the divine aura of the divine Dao. They were neither devils nor Buddhas. Feng Shui metaphysics seemed to be a different path. It had the shadow of the immortal Dao, but it didn't have the foundation of the immortal Dao. No wonder it was regarded as a heretical path by orthodox cultivators in the mortal realm. This man and woman seemed to be connected with the earth. With every step they took, an extremely weak fluctuation of earth qi would be emitted from under their feet. Gu Fei knew that these two immortal realm feng shui masters would be able to draw the earth essence qi at will when fighting with others. If it was combined with a feng shui formation, they might be able to change the terrain of the earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Such an existence was definitely not weaker than ordinary immortals. The surrounding cultivators were in a heated discussion. Could it be that Duanmu Hong could see through the divine metal? Otherwise, how would he know that there was a divine crystal in the divine metal? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but frown. This Duanmu Hong couldn't possibly be able to see through the strangeness of the Blackstone Golem, could he? One had to know that such a feng shui master cultivated the feng shui divine eye and was proficient in qi observation. It would be bad if someone saw through the secret of the Blackstone Golem. Duanmu Hong put away the divine crystal in his hand and left with the young woman. Gu Fei stood at the side and watched as Duanmu Hong and the young woman disappeared from the street. The crowd was still discussing and some people were even a little excited. They started to wander around the street to see if they could be so lucky as to obtain a divine item. Duanmu Hong had the feng shui divine eye and could see the qi of the heavens. He definitely didn't obtain that divine item by luck. Even Gu Fei didn't have such an ability. If one wanted to pick up a bargain, one must have the strength. Even the Duanmu family from the heaven realm had come. Could it be that there was really a divine item being auctioned in this auction? That was a divine item, not an ordinary divine weapon. It was too difficult to become a saint. Even if one comprehended an incomplete great Tao, it was still incomparably difficult. In the past millions of years, there hadn't been a saint in the heaven realm. It seemed that it was very difficult to produce a saint in this world. That is, suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure disappear at the corner of the street. His heart trembled because he sensed a familiar aura, and his expression changed greatly. Can't be that person, right? Gu Fei hurried over, but the figure had already disappeared. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't sense that person's aura. This person's cultivation was too terrifying, definitely above his own. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. If such a person really appeared in the eastern county city, there would be a good show to watch. Such a person acted unscrupulously and probably no one in the world could subdue him. He was just one person. Even if those people came, he had nothing to fear. At most, he could hide in the inner world. If hiding in the inner world didn't work, he could just hide in the hell realm. Gu Fei had already refined the hell realm bead and could mobilize a part of the hell realm's power for his own use. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to kill almighties. If he planned carefully, the current Gu Fei could trap and kill almighties. Gu Fei was no longer in the mood to stroll around. He then returned to the Hidden Moon Pavilion and waited for the arrival of the auction. He didn't plan to go out anymore. He returned to his room. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. How could that person be like that? After all, that was a guy who climbed out of a coffin. When the Sky Tower appeared in the Sky Market in the eastern wasteland of the human realm, the power of the Sky Tower was stimulated by the power of everyone, and the celestial path was accidentally opened. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to open the celestial path, there should be many people who entered the heaven realm that day. Even the evil little monk Fan Xiao entered the heaven realm. Who knew how many almighties who were secretly watching from the side entered the heaven realm without anyone knowing? Could it be that after that person entered the heaven realm, he was reborn and returned in defiance of the heavens? Thinking of that person's various performances, Gu Fei's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. That guy was definitely a ruthless character. Even Old Tortoise had some misgivings about him. Gu Fei found it difficult to calm down. He had to be careful. This was the heaven realm and there were too many people who were stronger than him. He didn't want to die without knowing how he died. There was definitely a terrifying person secretly watching this once-in-a-decade auction. Even if he won the auction, he would most likely get into trouble because of his wealth. Killing people and robbing them was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be grudges. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be fights. This was something unavoidable. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. Over the next few days, people would occasionally make a move outside Eastern County City. The auction had not started yet, but everyone could no longer wait. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people only cared about the inside of the city and did not care about the outside. Even if the sky collapsed outside, the Eastern County City's city lord would not make a move, much less care about it. The once-in-a-decade auction of the Hidden Moon Pavilion started on time. It was a night with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. All the distinguished guests staying in the Hidden Moon Pavilion were invited to the Great Hall on the first floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The originally spacious Great Hall was now filled with people. When Gu Fei arrived at the Great Hall, he was arranged to sit in the last row. He was shocked to discover that there was a peak almighty among the people sitting at the very front. That was an emperor-level existence. He was definitely a lord of a region. No one dared to sit near that emperor-level existence. Everyone retreated. There were many empty seats around that emperor-level existence. Chapter 1101. An emperor-level character had appeared at the auction. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. Such a character was a mighty lord, yet he had personally come. Could it be that the rumors were true? Someone had already spread the word that a sacred object would appear at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial auction. The experts of the heavenly realm could not sit still. Gu Fei had already changed his appearance so no one could recognize him. When the auction was about to begin, Gu Fei saw the figure of the primordial Emperor Xian. The Eastern County City was located at the border of the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. The Eastern Territory was the territory of the primordial Emperor Xian. It would be strange if the Emperor Xian did not appear. The arrival of the primordial Emperor Xian caused a commotion. It must be known that the recent actions of the Emperor Xian had shaken the entire heavenly realm. This was the Emperor Xian who had already stepped into the sage realm. He was a semi-sage. Moreover, he had destroyed the mysterious dark sect of the Eastern Territory. He was in the limelight and was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei saw the primordial Emperor Xian appear, but he still sat quietly at the back. Several hundred people had already gathered in the large hall. Moreover, there were still quite a number of people entering the large hall one after another. The people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion seemed to know that the auction this time around was unprecedentedly grand. Hence, the space in the large hall had been enlarged by several times. This kind of technique that could enlarge or shrink a part of the void was not an amazing technique. Even an immortal realm expert could use it. In the end, the huge hall was filled with thousands of people. Gu Fei sensed the aura of the demon race. A great demon had appeared at the auction. The primordial Emperor Xian and the emperor-level expert sat at the front. No one dared to approach them. The aura of these two was too powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to resist it. A trace of the emperor's aura was enough to cause thousands of people's expressions to change. Moreover, there was also the primordial Emperor Xian, a semi-sage. The auction had begun. This auction was destined to be extraordinary. There were definitely many people watching from the shadows. The truly ruthless characters had yet to show themselves. The first item to be auctioned was a godly saber, which pulsed with the aura of an emperor. It was an emperor weapon forged by an emperor in the Deva realm. The first item to be auctioned was an emperor blade. This caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. One must know that although there were many emperor weapons in the heaven realm, there were very few that were willing to take them out to be auctioned. The price of an emperor divine weapon was definitely a heaven rank item. The starting price was 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals wasn't a price anyone could afford. One must know that this was already the total output of a small immortal crystal vein. Some small immortal crystal veins could not even reach this output. 5,100,000 gene. After a moment of silence, someone spoke. An emperor divine weapon was definitely worth this price. At any time, there would be no shortage of cultivators with large amounts of immortal crystals. Gu Fei followed the voice and discovered that the person who made the bid was actually the descendant of the Feng Shui family of the Central Earth that he had seen on the streets of the Eastern County City. Beside Duanmu Hong sat his junior sister, who was more beautiful than a flower. The Duanmu family was rich and overbearing. They were feng shui masters and cultivated in the art of feng shui. Their specialty was to observe the terrain and point out dragon veins. This family had already excavated countless earth veins in the central earth. To this family, immortal crystals were just a number. 5,200,000. Someone shouted out a bid. It was a person who had used a spell to conceal his true appearance. His surroundings were hazy and no one could see him clearly. It was as if he was standing in a fog, faintly discernible. Gu Fei used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look and was also shocked, because even he couldn't see through the layer of mist around that person. This person had a secret treasure on him. 6 million. Then someone else called out. Emperor divine weapons were very tempting. Many people wanted to own one. Everyone present didn't lack immortal crystals. Some of them were even rich. Humph. Duanmu Hong snorted coldly. He looked at that person coldly and stopped bidding. 6 million gene of first-grade immortal crystals had already exceeded his bottom line. Although the Emperor Divine Saber was good, Duanmu Hong had his eyes on another item. If he won this Divine Saber, he wouldn't have any immortal crystals left to bid for the other item. 6,100,000. That mysterious person who seemed to be shrouded in mist called out again. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he didn't care about the amount of immortal crystals. It made people feel a strong pressure. No one made another sound. The person who called out 6 million gene of first-grade immortal crystals also fell silent. For a long time no one made another bid. The Emperor Divine Saber was bought by the mysterious person with 6,100,000 gene of first-grade immortal crystals. The Emperor Divine Saber was the weapon of a celestial being realm emperor. Those above the celestial being realm had no interest in it. Only celestial being realm emperors or those below the celestial being realm would be tempted by the Emperor Divine Saber. 6,100,000 immortal crystals. Not everyone could afford it. Even the descendants of some of the great sects might not be able to afford it. The first item didn't cause any intense bidding. However, when the people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion revealed the second auction item, everyone's expressions changed. No one thought that it would be something like this. Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. How is that possible? What a pure Fire Phoenix essence chi. It seems to be the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. There were many knowledgeable people in the crowd. There were also old monsters who had lived for countless years. Someone could see the origin of the second item. Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. On the display stage in front of him, there was a blood-colored strange jade. The strange jade was more than 3 feet tall. Inside it there was a plant that looked like a flying phoenix. It was a crimson divine grass that was shrouded in a ball of fire essence. Powerful fire essence chi came out of the strange jade, causing the whole strange jade to be surrounded by fire chi. The temperature of the whole hall rose rapidly. Everyone felt a burst of heat. There's no sign of life. Could it be a withered divine grass? What's going on? Very quickly someone realized that something was wrong. The divine grass that was sealed inside the strange jade did not emit any signs of life. Seemed to be dead. So that's how it is. No wonder they were willing to auction it. It's a withered Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. What a pity. The most precious thing about the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass was its life essence. However, this divine grass had lost all of its life essence. The medicinal effect of this Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass was less than 1/10,000th of its original power. Even so, this Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass that was sealed inside the strange jade still had unimaginable medicinal effects. If it was a living Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass, then it would be priceless because it was an immortal divine grass. This immortal divine grass still contained a vast amount of Fire Phoenix chi. It was as if there was a divine flame burning inside the strange jade. Even though it was sealed inside, it still emitted a strong heat. But for some unknown reason, this stalk of immortal godly herb had already lost its life essence. Perhaps someone had already refined all of its essence. An immortal divine grass that was stained with Fire Phoenix's blood essence when the phoenix was reborn? Ever since Gu Fei refined the soul memory of Li Xuandao, his knowledge had become extraordinary. He thought of the origin of the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. The conditions for the formation of such an immortal divine grass were too harsh. The phoenix was an innate divine beast. Someone who could threaten the phoenix's life and force it to use the phoenix's regeneration technique to be reborn could be counted on one's fingers even in the prehistoric era. During the prehistoric era there was a fire phoenix immortal grass. Could it be this one? 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Someone couldn't wait to bid. This fire phoenix immortal grass that had lost its life essence had a starting price of 9 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. It was almost half the price of the Emperor Divine Weapon. 11 million. 13 million. People kept bidding. Although it was just a fire phoenix immortal grass that had lost its life essence, it was still enough to make people jealous. After all, it was an immortal divine grass. It would be great if Yenner was here. Gu Fei thought of Yenner, who was still in seclusion in his inner world. Yenner wanted to use the power of the heaven-defying divine pill to break through to the almighty realm. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. There was no sign of her coming out of seclusion. Some big shots couldn't sit still and started bidding. Soon, the price of the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass had been raised to 10 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Even the Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the Great Emperor level expert were bidding. 25 million. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately quietened down. No one dared to compete with the Primordial Era Emperor Xian, except for the other Great Emperor level expert. This was a competition between Great Emperor level experts. The Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction was very unique. All the participants and those who were qualified to enter the auction would gather together in one hall. There was no such thing as a VIP room. 30 million. The Great Emperor level expert also directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. In the eyes of such a person, immortal crystals were nothing. 40 million. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian seemed to value the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass that had lost its life essence very much. He was expressionless as he bid calmly. This time he directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Primordial Era, how about we divide this divine grass equally? The Great Emperor level expert said. Humph. I never divide anything equally with others. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian said coldly. He didn't seem to care about the Great Emperor level expert at all and didn't give him any face. Good. The Great Emperor level expert's face showed a trace of anger. 50 million. Since the other party didn't want face, there was nothing more to say. As soon as the Great Emperor's words came out, there was a sudden uproar. 25 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Wouldn't so many immortal crystals be piled up into a mountain? Chapter 1102. A stalk of immortal fire phoenix grass was sealed in a strange jade. It was surrounded by fire energy like a fire spirit. Although it had lost its most precious life essence, it still contained a vast amount of fire elemental essence. This was a withered stalk of immortal herb. Although it was a withered stalk of immortal herb, it still moved everyone. Even the Primordial Emperor Xian and another emperor were tempted and wanted it. If it was a living stalk of immortal herb, no one would take it out for auction. 50 million. The emperor shouted the price of 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. The entire auction site went silent. One could even hear a needle falling on the ground. 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. What kind of concept was that? Even if they excavated a large vein of immortal crystals, they wouldn't have 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. Such a sky-high price would make some major forces feel heartache. However, the emperor didn't even frown when he shouted the price. 60 million. The Primordial Emperor Xian didn't show any weakness. He added another 10 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. Only the Primordial Emperor Xian had such wealth. He had the second ancestral vein in the Eastern Earth, so he didn't lack immortal crystals. Damn it! The emperor hesitated. He knew that Immortal Emperor Yuangu was rich and imposing. The second ancestral vein of the Eastern lands contained boundless essence energy of the earth. The amount of immortal crystals that could be condensed under the ground would definitely be terrifying. 70 million. The emperor didn't want to give up just like that. He pondered for a while and immediately increased the price. Even if it was a withered stalk of immortal herb, it was still priceless. 80 million. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't even think about it. He increased the price by another 10 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. He didn't seem to care, but the emperor felt an invisible pressure. Very well. The emperor thought about it and didn't say anything in the end. 80 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals had already exceeded his bottom line. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. No one dared to cause trouble at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, and no one dared to rob the auction items. The power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not simple. Even a person like the primordial era Emperor Xian had to follow the rules of this place. He was not willing to offend this power. The sky-high price of 80 million caddies of Grade 1 immortal crystals stunned everyone. No one made another bid. The entire place was silent, no one spoke. Yuangu Emperor Xian's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This immortal divine herb that was sealed in the mysterious jade was now his. Such a divine herb would be of great use to him. 80 million for a caddy. Right when Emperor Xian thought that he would be able to obtain the undying divine herb, a voice suddenly resounded. Everyone was shocked. At this time, who would dare to step forward and challenge the primordial Emperor Xian? Fighting with primordial Emperor Xian for the immortal divine medicine, was this person tired of living? This was a provocation to the primordial era Emperor Xian. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They wanted to know who had the guts to provoke the primordial era Emperor Xian, who had been in the limelight recently. After seeing the person, everyone was surprised. It turned out to be an ordinary-looking young cultivator. Judging from the aura of this young cultivator, he was actually a small cultivator in the demigod realm. There were not many small cultivators like this in the auction. Most of the people who participated in this auction were immortals. There were also a lot of celestial realm experts present. The primordial era Emperor Xian's eyes shot out rays of light as he glanced at the young cultivator. A demigod dared to provoke him. Could it be that someone was behind this? The primordial era Emperor Xian knew that he had a few powerful enemies. These guys would not be willing to see him obtain the undying divine medicine. The essence of the undying divine medicine had been completely drained, so its medicinal efficacy was no longer the same as before. It was no longer useful to an existence at the demigod realm. The reason why the primordial era Emperor Xian wanted this divine medicine was actually for another purpose. 85 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian was determined to get this divine medicine, so he increased the price once again. However, this time he increased the price by 5 million, unlike the previous increase of 10 million. 85 million and 10 million. The unprepossessing young cultivator also increased the price. Moreover, he only increased the price by 10,000 kilograms. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. This person was slapping the primordial era Emperor Xian in the face. What was the background of this person? He actually dared to openly challenge the primordial era Emperor Xian. The primordial era Emperor Xian's expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. This small cultivator was clearly going against him. Could it be that someone was really behind this? Otherwise, how could a puny demigod realm cultivator dare to go against him? The primordial era Emperor Xian would never have imagined that the person going against him was actually Gu Fei. Gu Fei had changed his appearance and restrained his aura. Even a character like the primordial era Emperor Xian would find it difficult to see through him. 90 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian's voice resounded once again. He occupied the second ancestral vein of the Eastern Earth and possessed an endless amount of immortal crystals. In the entire heavenly realm, there were definitely not many people who were wealthier than him. Even if those old enemies of his joined forces, they would not be able to compete with him. 9,000, 10,000. Gu Fei did not hesitate to increase the price by another 10,000 kilograms. He had already noticed that the primordial era Emperor Xian was determined to obtain this withered undying fire phoenix grass. Damn it! When the primordial era Emperor Xian saw that Gu Fei only increased the price by 5,000 kilograms each time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If this was any other place, he would have already killed this small cultivator. However, this was the Hidden Moon Pavilion, and the power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not to be trifled with. It was said that there were experts guarding the place, which made the primordial era Emperor Xian apprehensive. After all, the mysterious dark sect alone had already caused him to lose many of his subordinates. It was not a good time to make another powerful enemy. 95 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian's tone contained a hint of anger. Being provoked by a small cultivator in front of so many people made him feel like he was going to go crazy. 9500. Just as Gu Fei was about to bid again, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura suddenly shrouding him. Bam! The chair he was sitting on immediately shattered. His entire body felt like it had been smashed by an ancient sacred mountain, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. This guy. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The primordial era Emperor Xian had made a move against him. The primordial era Emperor Xian had not made a sound, but he had dealt a ruthless blow to Gu Fei. Everyone was naturally aware of this, but no one dared to stand up and say anything. How awe-inspiring, another emperor said disdainfully. The primordial era Emperor Xian did not seem to have done anything. He was attacking in the dark, but how could the primordial era's attack be hidden from an emperor-level character? Boom. At this time, an emperor's aura surged out from the 12th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Everyone's heart shook, and even the primordial era Emperor Xian's expression changed. This emperor's aura disappeared as soon as it appeared. No emperor appeared, but it was clear that this was a warning to the primordial era Emperor Xian that there was an emperor-level character guarding the Hidden Moon Pavilion. A half-step saint is indeed terrifying. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a large empty space around him and no one dared to stand near him. His face was deathly pale as he had been seriously injured. However, a strange look appeared in the primordial era Emperor Xian's eyes. This person had not died, which was beyond his expectations. His attack could even kill a peak celestial being realm expert. This person is not simple. The primordial era Emperor Xian had already made a move, so it was impossible for him to make another move. The experts of the Hidden Moon Pavilion had already shown their strength, and if he were to make another move he would offend them. Normally the primordial era Emperor Xian wouldn't have any scruples. But now the mysterious dark sect had already caused him a lot of trouble. However, the primordial era Emperor Xian's goal had been achieved. Gu Fei couldn't speak for a while and no one else bid. The immortal divine medicine that had been sealed in the strange jade fell into the hands of the primordial era Emperor Xian. The primordial era Emperor Xian left after obtaining the immortal divine medicine. He had given up on the legendary sage item, so he didn't bid anymore. Everyone was surprised that the primordial era Emperor Xian had actually come for this immortal divine medicine. However, this immortal divine medicine had already lost all of its life essence. Although this withered immortal divine medicine was still a priceless item, it couldn't be called an immortal divine medicine anymore. After the primordial era Emperor Xian left, the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to provoke the primordial era Emperor Xian. A dark, skinny old man approached Gu Fei and took out a purple gourd from his waist. He pulled out the stopper of the gourd and poured out a purple gold elixir before handing it over to Gu Fei. A fragrance immediately spread out, making people feel relaxed and happy. This was an immortal elixir that was only the size of a finger. There were veined patterns on it, and a purple gold divine light flowed around it. The mysterious heaven purple gold elixir? An expert from the mysterious heaven Holy Land. Everyone couldn't help but be moved when they saw the elixir in the old man's hand. This was a kind of healing elixir refined by the mysterious heaven Holy Land. Legend had it that it could even heal spirit injuries. Many thanks. Gu Fei took the golden purple gold elixir. This kind of elixir was not something an ordinary person could refine. He naturally knew his stuff. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Brat, you're not bad. The old man took a deep look at Gu Fei and walked forward. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. The emperor stood up when he saw the old man walking over. Qishan, old ghost, I didn't expect you to climb out of the coffin. Elder Long walked over and chatted with the emperor for a while. Then he sat down and the auction continued. Qishan Emperor, isn't that Emperor Xian? Emperor Xian was the only Emperor Xian among the Emperor Xian god emperors in the heaven realm. He didn't have any influence and only had a few disciples. Qishan in the heaven realm was where Emperor Xian's palace was located. Elder Long, I didn't expect it to be Elder Long. That's the junior brother of the mysterious heaven sage to be. Someone also recognized Elder Long's background. Qishan Xian Emperor Xiantian Long Daoist. When Gu Fei heard the whispers of the people around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was really unexpected that these two emperor-level figures had such great origins. Chapter 1103. The auction continued. Apart from the Fire Phoenix Immortal grass that was sealed in a piece of wondrous jade, the other auction items were also very good. There was 10,000-year cold iron, 1,000-year young ginseng king, and even a small piece of 9 heavens divine jade. Although it was only the size of half a fist, it was sold for a heaven-grade item. It was no wonder that the decennial auction of the Hidden Moon Pavilion attracted so many people. Even thearchs of the Almighty Realm had jumped out. After Gu Fei consumed the mysterious sky-purple golden elixir that Daoist Long had given him, his physical body had suffered serious injuries, but he had actually recovered rapidly. Such a divine elixir was indeed extraordinary. In just 15 minutes, Gu Fei had completely recovered. Celestial Blue, I didn't expect someone to auction such a divine item. At this time there was a commotion. A fairy in white from the Hidden Moon Pavilion took out a stone the size of an adult's fist. It was not an ordinary stone but a blue stone. The blue stone was densely covered with natural veined patterns. That's a natural Tao pattern formed by the world. There's the aura of the great Tao around it. Is it really a celestial blue? This is a supreme divine material exclusive to sages. After seeing such a stone, everyone couldn't help but be moved. A natural Tao pattern that nurtured broken fragments of the world's great Tao. Could it be that this celestial blue is the sacred item that someone has brought to auction? Some people couldn't help but think of the rumors before the auction. This celestial blue was a peerless divine material that could be compared to a sacred item. Even Daoist Long and the Mountain Xian Thearch's eyes lit up when they saw this stone. Even Thearchs would be moved. Celestial blue? Gu Fei was also shocked. It should be known that this celestial blue was a celestial stone born from the 9 heavens. It contained fragments of the world's great Tao and gave birth to Tao patterns. This was an item exclusive to sages. It was an immortal divine material. During the primordial era, there had been a divine weapon made from celestial blue. Although this celestial blue was only the size of a fist, it contained fragments of the great Tao that could help people comprehend the great Tao. It was enough to make a divine weapon. Immortal materials. Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted. The celestial blue stone contained the aura of the Tao and was hard to find. Even in the primordial era, it was extremely difficult to find such a fist-sized celestial blue stone. However, with the presence of 2 emperor-level characters, Gu Fei was very clear that he would never be able to obtain this piece of celestial blue stone. The starting price of the celestial blue stone was also very shocking. It was actually 10,000 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. 10,000 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. Even a huge mine would not be able to dig up 500 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. Supreme-grade immortal crystals were very rare. They were immortal items that could only be nurtured by the spiritual energy source of the Earth's spiritual veins. Even if it was a large spiritual vein, the spiritual energy source would not condense many supreme-grade immortal crystals. When a spirit vein was dug to the end, it meant that the spirit vein was completely destroyed. Very few people would dig out the source of a spirit vein. Therefore, the production of supreme-grade immortal crystals was very low. 10,000 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals, if exchanged for first-grade immortal crystals, would be a number that would make the great sect's hearts ache. It was not something that just anyone could take out. However, many of the people who came to participate in this auction came from the various major powers of the heaven realm. Their financial resources were absolutely powerful. 20 million. While everyone was still in shock, someone began to bid and suddenly doubled the price. It could be seen that someone was determined to get this celestial blue stone. 20 million gene of top-grade immortal crystals completely suppressed the majority of the people. The voices in the auction hall suddenly weakened. Some people could already see that this was a competition between the major powers of the heaven realm. It would be incomparably intense. An immortal material could definitely make everyone go crazy. 30 million. Someone continued to bid. The voice came from a group of people wearing purple dragon robes. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a 9-dragon crown and surrounded by dragon aura shouted out such a price. There's no mistake, that's someone from the Zhou imperial family. In the west of the heaven realm was an endless area. There were 9 great imperial families there, known as the 9 imperial families of Shili. Each family was incomparably powerful. They were the masters of the Xili land. Since ancient times, the Xili land had never had a change of master. The 9 imperial families of Xili had always stood tall in the heaven realm. Even in the dark times when the world was in turmoil, they still stood tall for thousands of years. Some people said that the 9 imperial families of Xili were the descendants of the 9 supreme gods of ancient times. 40 million. The emperor of the Zhou imperial family shouted 30 million. His voice was still lingering in the hall when someone immediately called out a price. No one wanted to miss this chance. An immortal material could only be found by chance. Hey, isn't that Li Wudao from the Li family of the heaven realm? Why is he here too? Someone recognized the middle-aged Daoist who called out a price. The Li family of the heaven realm was said to be the descendants of the supreme Daoist ancestor. They were the supreme saints of the immortal Dao. Their surname was Li. 50 million. Another person called out a price. Many people from the major powers came. All of them wanted to obtain an immortal material. This was an item exclusive to saints. The price of the celestial bluestone rose rapidly. Very soon, it reached the price of 50 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. 50 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was enough to make ordinary cultivators dumbfounded. This kind of heaven realm had already exceeded everyone's expectations. However, there were still people bidding. An immortal material could only be found by chance. If one missed it, it would be very difficult to see another one in the future. These are all rich people. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he was used to seeing priceless materials, he was still stunned by these people. An immortal material like this was actually worth so many supreme-grade immortal crystals. This was something Gu Fei had never thought of. Was an immortal material really so rare and precious? All the major powers were fighting for it without caring about the price. However, when the price reached 150 million, people from the major powers of the heaven realm began to hesitate. This auction attracted people from all over the heaven realm. A few people from the major powers jumped out to participate in the bidding of the immortal material, the celestial bluestone. The divine monk from desolate north bid 160 million. The fairy from snowy heavenly palace, who seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, bid 180 million. In the end, even Daoist Long and mountain mystic sovereign couldn't sit still. When the price of the celestial bluestone rose to 200 million, only a few major factions were still competing. When the price rose to 250 million, the mountain mystic Tharch didn't say anything anymore. He couldn't afford this kind of supreme-grade immortal crystals anymore. Daoist Long was the junior brother of Mysterious Sky Half-Sage, but he still hesitated when bidding. Mysterious Sky Holy Land controlled a few ancestral veins in Middle Earth, but 200 to 300 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was equivalent to the entire production of an ancestral vein. A fist-sized celestial bluestone was actually worth an ancestral earth vein? 300 million. After a brief discussion, the Jiuli royal family called out such a price. This was definitely a sky-high price. It was equivalent to using an ancestral earth vein to exchange for this celestial bluestone. The crowd was completely silent. The Jiuli imperial family had bid 150 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. No one wasn't moved. Even Daoist Long didn't make a bid now. The divine monk from desolate north was also silent. The fairy from snowy heavenly palace didn't say anything. Li Wudao from the heaven realm's Li clan also backed down. The Jiuli royal family was truly rich. The 9 royal families of Jiuli had stood tall in West Earth for countless years. Their foundation was absolutely terrifying. In the entire heaven realm, there really wasn't any power that could win against the Jiuli royal family. Although the Heaven Realm's Li clan claimed to be the descendant of the supreme Dao ancestor, they couldn't compete with the wealth of the Jiuli royal family. Exchanging an ancestral vein for a celestial bluestone was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do. 300 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Only by excavating an ancestral earth vein could one afford this amount. Truly crazy. Gu Fei was also a little dumbfounded. The value of an ancestral earth vein was unimaginable. An immortal material was actually worth an ancestral earth vein. Gu Fei recalled that he had refined an iron mountain made of 9 heaven star iron. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Just casually throwing out a piece of 9 heaven star iron could be exchanged for an ancestral earth vein. Celestial bluestone and 9 heaven star iron were items exclusive to saints. Only saints could refine them. Gu Fei's 9 heaven star sword was an anomaly. He had used the mountain and river cauldron as well as the fire phoenix divine pearl and the true dragon divine pearl to refine the 9 heaven star sword. He wasn't a saint, but he could refine a divine material exclusive to saints. Gu Fei could be considered unprecedented. No one bid anymore. That fist-sized celestial bluestone had fallen into the hands of the Zhou imperial family. This was a big matter. Most likely before long the entire heaven realm would know that the Zhou imperial family had obtained an immortal divine material. Some people vaguely guessed something. The 9 Li royal family was willing to pay any price for the immortal material. Could it be that someone in the 9 Li royal family had already proven their Dao? Otherwise, why would the 9 Li royal family use the same amount of supreme-grade immortal crystals as an ancestral earth vein to bid for this immortal material? The value of a fist-sized immortal material was definitely not comparable to an ancestral earth vein. If that was really the case, then the entire heaven realm would probably be shaken. If a saint were to appear in the heaven realm where saints were extinct, it would be a major event that would change the history of the heaven realm. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. His only purpose for coming to the auction was to obtain the Black Stone Man. After another dozen or so rare treasures were auctioned off, the black stone golem that Gu Fei had his eyes on finally appeared. It was a stone golem with no allure at all. Other than Gu Fei and a few monarchs, the stone man's appearance disappointed everyone else. The moment Gu Fei saw the stone man, his eyes lit up. Chapter 1104. The Black Stone Man finally appeared. When Gu Fei saw the 1-foot-tall stone man, he immediately perked up. Even immortal materials could not tempt him, but this black stone man made him nervous. The reason why he stayed to participate in this auction was because of the Black Stone Man. The Black Stone Man only appeared halfway through the auction, but it made Gu Fei wait for a long time. Did someone notice something strange about this Black Stone Man? However, when Gu Fei saw the disappointed looks on the faces of the people around him, he was relieved. Most people were not interested in this Black Stone Man. This was an unattractive Black Stone Man. There was not a trace of immortal chi on it. In fact, there was no spiritual chi at all. It was like an ordinary item. What's going on? Why did the Hidden Moon Pavilion bring out such an item to auction? I heard that this is a Black Stone Man dug out from a primordial ruin. When the Black Stone Man was born, something ominous happened and many people died. Something like that actually happened. Everyone whispered to each other. All sorts of information about the Black Stone Man quickly spread among the crowd. Simple and unadorned. Gu Fei felt a little strange. This Black Stone Man, which was almost in perfect condition, did not look strange at all. However, it could be seen that this was an extremely ancient item. Unlike the broken Black Stone Man that Gu Fei had cut out from the fire element holy egg, this Black Stone Man did not emit any strange aura at all. What's going on? Gu Fei thought about it. Could it be that the Black Stone Man's seal is still in perfect condition? Could there be something heaven-defying sealed inside? Daoist Long and the mountain Zhou Xian the Arch, who were sitting at the front, frowned. They stared at the Black Stone Man for a long time and finally shook their heads. Even in almighty realm the Arch could not see anything, let alone others. The divine monk from the desert north, the fairy from the snow heavenly palace, Li Wudao from the heavenly realm, the Zhou royal family and other experts could not see anything from the Black Stone Man. This can't be a golem, right? The divine monk of Mo Bay stared at the Black Stone Man for a while, then suddenly put his palms together and said, "I can't see through it." Li Wudao also shook his head. He opened his immortal divine eye and his eyes flickered with divine light. But even so he couldn't see through the Black Stone Golem. Looks like an ancient god-demon statue. An old man whose hair and teeth were about to fall off said with a trembling voice. What? The people from the various factions couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. The primordial era was an era where innate deities and innate gods and demons roamed freely. That period of time was the beginning of the world and it was regarded as the early primordial era. If this Black Stone Man was really a primordial demon god, then it would be hard to imagine how long this stone man had existed. Even the emperors at the almighty realm couldn't see through the stone man. That in itself was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Everyone looked at the stone man differently. 10 million. Someone started to bid. The starting price of this Blackstone man was 5 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. It was someone from the Jili imperial family bidding. They directly doubled the price and wanted to get this Blackstone man. The Jili sovereign family's appetite is a bit too big. Daoist long glanced at the middle-aged men in purple dragon robes and dragon crowns and said coldly. The Jili sovereign family had just won the immortal material celestial bluestone, and now they wanted to bid for this mysterious Blackstone man as well? 15 million. Daoist long also said. This Blackstone man was very mysterious, and it might really be something from the early primordial era. He didn't want to miss it and wanted to bid for it. 20 million. Li Wudao glanced at Daoist long and also bid. The Heavenly Worlds Li clan was said to be the descendant of the supreme Dao ancestor. They had an unimaginable foundation. Some people said that the Heavenly Worlds Li clan had an extreme sacred weapon, and that the supreme Dao ancestor's weapon was in the Li clan. This was a formless and powerful deterrence. No one dared to provoke a clan that had an extreme sacred weapon. Once the weapon was taken out, nothing could stop it. Even a saint who hadn't cultivated his Dao to the perfect level couldn't block an attack from an extreme sacred weapon. An extreme sacred weapon was a supreme weapon refined by an extreme Dao saint. The weapon had a weapon soul and contained the complete Dao of heaven and earth. If one could completely awaken the extreme sacred weapon and launch an attack, it would be equivalent to an extreme Dao saint attacking with all his strength. It would have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Some people wanted to bid, but after hearing Li Wudao's bid, they all retreated. Li Wudao offered 20 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals. This price caused some people to feel heartache. It was just a black stone statue. Was it really worth 20 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals? The Jili sovereign family discussed it and shook their heads. 10 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals to buy something they didn't know had any value. It really wasn't worth it. The Mo Bay divine monk didn't bid, and the fairies from the Snowfield heavenly palace were silent. Daoist long looked at the stone man and shook his head. The Xianxia emperor was even more straightforward. He didn't make a single bid. Even these big shots weren't willing to risk tens of millions of kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. If they bought something worthless, it would be a huge loss. Li Wudao's 10 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals caused all the major powers to retreat. No one made a bid for a long time, as if the dust had settled. 25 million. Just when everyone thought that the black stone man was already in Li Wudao's bag, a voice suddenly rang out. It was 5 million kilograms more than Li Wudao. Oh! Everyone was startled. Just who was bidding against Li Wudao? When they saw an ordinary-looking young cultivator, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Wasn't this the person who had dared to provoke the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian at the start of the auction? The one who had made the bid was Gu Fei. 25 million? Li Wudao glanced at Gu Fei, who was standing at the back of the crowd. Then he smiled and fell silent. 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was beyond his bottom line. 25 million to buy a stone of unknown value. Does this person have so many supreme-grade immortal crystals that he has nowhere to spend them? 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Can a puny demigod like him take out that much? Everyone was whispering to each other, and some were even pointing at Gu Fei. 25 million immortal crystals. This was definitely not a small treasure trove. No one was willing to spend so much money on something of unknown value. The major powers in the heavenly domain were all hesitating. If they were to win a piece of trash, the immortal crystals were a small matter, but their reputation was more important. In the end, Gu Fei got his wish and won the Black Stone Man. After he won the Black Stone Man, he left the auction house and returned to his room. Not long after, the people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion knocked on Gu Fei's door. The service of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was impeccable. The people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion sent the Black Stone Man that Gu Fei won to Gu Fei's room. Of course, when the item was sent over, it was also the time for Gu Fei to spend a lot of money. 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was not a small amount. It was equivalent to a divine treasury. However, this amount of immortal crystals was nothing to Gu Fei. In a corner of the mountain and river cauldron, a huge fire burned the sky. The fire phoenix divine pearl was floating in the fire. Around the pearl there were countless fire attribute supreme-grade immortal crystals. let alone 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Even if it was 10 times more, Gu Fei would still be able to take it out. Gu Fei put the 25 million kilograms of immortal crystals into the storage bag brought by the servant girl from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Then the servant girl left. After the servant girl left, Gu Fei immediately sealed the entire room. He used the power of heaven and earth to isolate all the auras in the room. In a secret chamber of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the two mysterious women were dumbfounded again. Gu Fei had disappeared from the divine mirror once again. They could not see what was happening in the room that Gu Fei was in. What kind of technique did this guy use? He actually hoodwinked the heavens twice. Damn it! One of the women said fiercely. This person is not simple. Until now we still can't figure out the truth about him. I'm afraid he really is a disciple of some great power who came out to gain experience. The other woman said thoughtfully. The great era was coming. The disciples of all the great powers would come out to gain experience. A turbulent but blood-boiling era was coming. All the heroes would rise up and fight in all directions. No one could stay out of it. Who cares which power he is? If he falls into my hands, he. The sweet and melodious voice of a woman sounded in the secret chamber. At this time, Gu Fei was already carefully playing with the Blackstone Man in his hand. The Blackstone Man was covered with traces of the corrosion of time. However, it was basically in good condition. It was not like the broken stone man that Gu Fei obtained, which was missing an arm or a leg. Playing. Gu Fei took out the 9 Heaven Stars sword and directly slashed at the Blackstone Man. The sword slashed down, but not even a mark could be seen on the Blackstone Man. Gu Fei was taken aback. This Blackstone Golem that was in perfect condition seemed to be far tougher than the broken Blackstone Golem that he had cut apart. The 9 Heaven Stars sword had not grown into an extreme holy weapon, but the power of this sword was not to be underestimated. However, not even a mark was left on the Blackstone Man. It seemed like he still had to use an extreme holy weapon. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He put away the 9 Heaven Stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. Then he carefully cut up the Blackstone Man. With his previous experience, Gu Fei thought that it would be very smooth this time. However, to his surprise, this intact Blackstone Man was very difficult to dissect. Even with the purple gold divine sword in hand, it was still a little difficult to dissect this Blackstone Man. Gu Fei found it extremely taxing. The Blackstone Man contained lines that seemed to be an ancient divine pattern of the Great Tao. There seemed to be something sealed inside the Blackstone Man. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised and happy. Chapter 1105. The Great Tao divine markings within the Blackstone Man shocked Gu Fei. These Great Tao divine markings were layered on top of one another. Even with the divine weapon, the purple gold divine sword, dissecting this Blackstone Man was extremely taxing. Every divine inscription was like a law of the Great Tao. Without the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei would definitely not be able to dissect this Blackstone Golem. Other than an extreme divine weapon, nothing else could shake this Blackstone Golem. 6 hours passed and Gu Fei had only dissected less than half of it. The entire Blackstone Man had been imprinted with countless Great Tao divine markings by someone's supreme power. Just what was sealed inside this nearly complete Blackstone Man? Gu Fei could not help but feel a little fearful. Something sealed inside such an ancient object might really be something heaven-defying. He had to be careful. A broken Blackstone Man had dissected a holy egg left behind by a holy beast. Now this Blackstone Man's inner seal was intact. It might also contain something heaven-defying. Gu Fei focused and carefully operated the purple gold divine sword. Bit by bit he slowly dissected the Blackstone Man, grinding away the Great Tao divine markings within it. The Great Tao divine markings within the Blackstone Man were not complete. Against an extreme divine weapon like the purple gold divine sword that contained complete Great Tao divine markings, it was immediately clear who was stronger. An incomplete Great Tao could not be compared to a flawless Great Tao. The Blackstone Man became smaller and smaller in Gu Fei's hands. He slowly ground away the Blackstone Man. Another 14 to 16 hours passed, and Gu Fei had already dissected more than half of the Blackstone Man. At this time, golden Great Tao divine markings began to appear on the Blackstone Man's body. This really surprised Gu Fei. The markings were like thin golden lines that passed through the Blackstone Man's body. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly used the extreme divine sword to grind away the golden markings. Gradually, a fist-sized golden divine pearl appeared. After the golden great Tao divine markings were broken by Gu Fei, a powerful aura of life spread out from the divine pearl. Even Gu Fei's expression changed. This was a divine pearl that contained endless metal elemental power. Inside the divine pearl, there was a white-bearded old man sitting cross-legged as if he was sleeping soundly. This was a divine pearl that contained endless metal elemental power. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was immediately dumbfounded. A fist-sized metal element divine pearl actually had a little old man sealed inside. Furthermore, this little old man was completely naked without a single piece of clothing. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. It was as if Gu Fei was holding a golden sun in his hand, illuminating the entire room with golden light, making it seem like a golden world. Streaks of golden light curled about. It was the extremely pure essence of metal. Someone had gathered an endless amount of metal elemental power and sealed a small old man in the divine bead. Divine markings of the Great Tao appeared on the divine pearl. The aura of the Great Tao surrounded it. This was definitely a supreme technique that only a sage could use. An obscure aura emanated from the divine pearl. This aura was different from the metal elemental divine power. It originated from the aura of the old man that was sealed in the divine pearl. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This old man was too heaven-defying. After being sealed by a sage, his aura could already pass through the layers of seals. This was really hard to imagine. This old man was most likely a sage. Only the aura of an expert of the same level could have such might to be able to pass through the seals laid down by a sage. It had to be said that the result of dissecting the Blackstone man was really shocking to Gu Fei. He never thought that this would be the result. He actually cut open a divine pearl, and inside the divine pearl there was an old man sealed. The divine pearl was only the size of an adult's fist, but Gu Fei knew that the inside of the divine pearl was definitely comparable to a small world. The means of a sage was unimaginable. There were countless divine markings of the Great Tao imprinted on the divine pearl. The old man just sat cross-legged inside as if he was meditating. There was still a trace of life coming from him. The old man that was sealed in the divine pearl was still alive. This old man was definitely a super antique. His origin was probably even more ancient than old tortoises. He was probably a character from the beginning of the world. If the seal was broken, the old man inside would most likely escape. Gu Fei did not act rashly. He did not know the origin of the old man sealed in the divine pearl. If the old man sealed in the divine pearl was a primordial god of death, then once he was released he would be the first to suffer. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The aura emitted from the divine pearl was definitely the aura of a sage. There were no sages in this world. If such a sage were to come out, he would be an invincible existence. No one could subdue such an existence. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and placed the divine orb into the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme divine weapons could break the divine markings of the Great Tao, but Gu Fei did not plan on doing so to free the old man sealed in the divine pearl. He thought for a long time, but he still did not know what to do with the divine pearl. In the end, he decided to leave Eastern County City immediately. He could not stay here any longer. He believed that someone was already watching him. As the saying went, one should not show one's wealth. At the auction, Gu Fei had spent 25 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. This amount was something that even the great sects would feel pained about. This made many people envious. At this time it was already the evening of the second day. The auction had already ended. Gu Fei left behind a sum of top-grade immortal crystals before leaving the Hidden Moon Pavilion alone. Gu Fei was very careful. He once again changed his appearance and appeared in Eastern County City with an unfamiliar face and figure. Then, like an ordinary cultivator, he left the city. Following the end of the auction, the countless cultivators gathered in Eastern County City also began to disperse. Many people also left East County City, and Gu Fei was mixed in with these people. His appearance was ordinary and there was nothing about him that could attract people. The aura he emitted was maintained at the Supreme Saint realm. This was a mysterious cultivation state that could step into the immortal god realm at any time. Cultivators at this realm had the power of the immortal god realm. It was very terrifying. Ordinary cultivators were not willing to provoke such characters. Their unstable realms also caused their tempers to be very bad. Therefore, no one took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Gu Fei. After leaving Eastern County City, Gu Fei headed in the direction of the Central Plains. He did not soar into the sky or fly. Instead, he took large strides and ran on the ground. Even so, his speed was still very fast. It was not much slower than flying in the sky. It should be known that he cultivated the 8 desolation steps. This mysterious technique was said to be able to traverse the Great Desolation world in 8 steps, hence its name. Gu Fei displayed the cultivation of the Supreme Saint realm. He did not display his true strength. At this time he could travel dozens of miles with a single step and soon disappeared into the endless mountain range. The ground under Gu Fei's feet rapidly retreated. Some cultivators along the way were left far behind. Some people saw Gu Fei but they did not say anything. Void-controlling realm and even demigod realm cultivators did not dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, immortal god realm cultivators would not casually appear. Soon, Gu Fei was far away from Eastern County City. He arrived at a small town a few thousand miles away from the city. He entered the town and came to a small tavern. He sat down and ordered a few dishes before he poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. There were no customers in the small tavern. At this time the tavern was already lit. The people who went out had also returned from the outside of the town. At night there was no one walking around outside. In the small town the doors and windows of every household were tightly shut. There was not a single person on the streets. The small town was not big. There were only a few hundred households. Among them there was a large family that emitted the unique aura of a cultivator. There was a small cultivator sitting in the family. This small cultivator only had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. In the eyes of Gu Fei, this kind of cultivation was no different from an ordinary mortal. A casual blow from him could destroy that person's body and soul. However, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, even a transcending mortality realm cultivator was in existence similar to an earth immortal. Gu Fei did not alarm the cultivator. He was waiting for someone. He knew that he was being watched. He was very curious as to how these people targeted him. Soon a few figures walked out from the darkness outside the town. These figures were like specters as they silently floated into the town. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He then picked up the wine cup in front of him and casually threw it. The wine cup directly penetrated the wall of the small tavern and shot out. Pfft! There was a burst of blood in the darkness. A figure fell out from the void and rolled on the ground. There was a wine cup embedded in the center of his eyebrows. The people in the dark couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they saw this scene. This was very troublesome. They had already lost an expert before they even made a move. At this time the owner of the small tavern still didn't know what had happened. He was serving warm wine. However, when the owner of the tavern raised his head he was shocked. The young man who was sitting at the table just now had disappeared without a trace. What the hell? The owner of the tavern was shocked. With a clang, the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground, splashing wine everywhere. At this moment, a massacre was taking place in the small town. Gu Fei was like a phantom, silently appearing and disappearing everywhere in the small town. Rays of bloody light appeared and the black-clothed men were slashed out of the void by him. The people who came were obviously a group of well-trained assassins. Even though they were killed by Gu Fei, they didn't make a single sound or scream. These assassins were not weaklings. There were actually immortal-level assassins among them. However, even immortal-level assassins were like clowns in front of Gu Fei. Without any suspense they were killed by Gu Fei one by one. The small town was still silent. Only the smell of blood lingered in the air. Chapter 1106. Gu Fei was merciless. The assassins hidden in the darkness were killed one by him. No one had the ability to retaliate. They were all killed with a single blow. Although he didn't know how these assassins had targeted him or where they came from, Gu Fei didn't have any scruples. This was a strange scene. There was no one in the silent town. None of the residents sensed that a massacre was taking place. Even the young cultivator in the town didn't sense anything strange. Each of these assassins was at least at the demigod realm. Their stealth techniques were very brilliant. There were even some immortal-level assassins among them. They were silent and traceless. This was the work of an assassin. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't let out a scream. The smell of blood lingered in the sky above the town. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper. Every time he appeared, an assassin would be killed. It was as if these assassins weren't here to kill him, but he was hunting them down one by one. He waved his hands casually, causing more and more corpses to appear on the ground. The people in the dark felt that something was wrong. Some of them started to retreat. However, they couldn't escape from Gu Fei even if they wanted to. The assassins in black kept falling one after another. The immortal level assassins were about to escape. Gu Fei chased them out of the town and killed 2 immortal level assassins in succession. Then he took the head of a Slayer King in a valley and ended the massacre. 39 assassins. Who is targeting me? Gu Fei walked out of the valley and muttered to himself. He had killed 39 assassins, including a Slayer King who was a divine monarch assassin. In a secret chamber of the hidden moon pavilion, there were 39 divine candles. In front of the divine candles was a woman wearing a sinister bronze mask. At this time, the 39 divine candles in front of the woman had already been extinguished. They are all dead. How is this possible? The woman wearing the bronze mask had a very pleasant voice. However, at this time, the mysterious woman's voice was filled with disbelief. Since when were the assassins of the moon pavilion so useless? The mysterious woman muttered to herself. After pondering for a while, she turned around and walked out of the secret chamber. At this time, Gu Fei did not return to the small town. He really did not understand how he had been targeted. This made him feel a little uneasy. The cultivators in the heaven realm really have unfathomable methods. Gu Fei thought for a long time, but he had no clue. He felt that he had been very careful, and it seemed that he had not given himself away. He had changed his appearance by shifting his muscles and bones, so no one would be able to see through his disguise. He had also sealed his aura, so how did these assassins still manage to find him? Furthermore, the primordial spirits of these assassins had been sealed by someone, so it was impossible to directly read their memories with a powerful divine will. Gu Fei had no choice but to completely seal off all of his aura, no longer emitting any fluctuations of a cultivator. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a mortal. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he headed in the direction of the central plains and disappeared under the curtain of night. Not long after Gu Fei left the small town, a graceful woman wearing a sinister bronze mask silently appeared outside the small town. The mysterious woman circled around the small town, but did not alert the residents. That guy really hid his strength. With this kind of method, I'm afraid his cultivation is at least at the mysterious transformation realm. He must be an immortal king or divine king. Outside the small town, the mysterious woman found the corpses of 2 immortal-level assassins. Both of them had a bloody hole between their eyebrows, as if they had been stabbed to death with a finger. Finally, the mysterious woman arrived at the valley where the king of killers had fallen. Even the emperor of the assassins is dead. Behind the bronze mask, 2 cold, lightning-like eyes could be seen. A powerful aura surged out of the mysterious woman's body. It was as if a primordial giant beast was hiding inside the mysterious woman's body. The powerful aura caused the birds and beasts in the surrounding area to roar anxiously. The mysterious woman stood in the valley for a long time before disappearing into the night. The border between the central plains and the eastern plains was extremely vast. There were endless mountain ridges and countless rivers, but there were very few people in this area. There were always immortals in the high mountains and dragons in the deep seas. In the heavenly realm, some experts lived in seclusion in the famous mountains and great rivers. However, most of the creatures in the mountains were ferocious beasts, and there were also many demons that had matured. By daybreak, Gu Fei was already thousands of miles away. After determining the direction, he immediately headed in that direction. This way he did not have to worry about getting lost in the vast mountains. He had completely sealed his own aura, so no one could sense his presence. Gu Fei passed by many mountains. From time to time he could sense demonic aura or the ferocious killing intent of ferocious beasts from the top of these towering mountains. He did not provoke these existences as he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. His only goal now was to head to the dragon domain of the Nanling Mountains and find Old Tortoise. Gu Fei believed that He Tian Shaoqing and the others were also heading to the Nanling Mountains. However, at noon when Gu Fei was passing by a mountain, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. Leave everything on you and scram. Without saying anything else, the person looked coldly at Gu Fei with a disdainful expression. He did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. Gu Fei also looked coldly at the person in front of him. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked very arrogant and his body was surrounded by immortal light. Who do you think you are? A good dog doesn't block the way. You are the one who should scram. Gu Fei did not show any weakness. Judging from the aura emitted by the person, this person was merely an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, it was no wonder that this guy was so arrogant. An immortal emperor in the celestial being realm was considered an expert in the heavenly realm. He was the target of recruitment by the major powers. What did you say? The person's voice trembled. It was not because he was afraid but because he was angry. A mere demigod realm cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner. He must be courting death. I'm very curious, how did you catch up to me? Gu Fei was puzzled. Didn't I completely seal my aura when I left the town? How could this guy still catch up to me? Curious my ass. Those who dare to offend me, the Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani, will definitely not live. Go to hell. The middle-aged man attacked. Bam. He stretched out his hand and his primordial spirit manifested a green hand, grabbing forward. A vast wave of celestial power emanated from the hand, tearing through the void. Gu Fei casually threw a punch forward. That seemingly casual punch actually shattered the huge green hand that was grabbing at him, and even smashed into Wang Xuani's outstretched right hand. Wang Xuani's right hand immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Roar. Wang Xuani roared and immediately retreated. The opponent's punch was so powerful that it was unbelievable. It actually blew up his right hand. This shocked and angered Wang Xuani. How could a demigod realm cultivator have such terrifying strength? Wang Xuani felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat. His opponent's physical body was too strong and rarely seen. It was probably comparable to the legendary supreme warriors. The Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani was a loner. He was a famous expert among the Heaven Realm rogue immortals. Many big forces wanted to rope him in but were all rejected by him. This person was very conceited and loner. He did not want to be bound by anything. Gu Fei knew that this Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani must have noticed him during the auction. Otherwise, why would such a person appear in the wilderness? Who are you? Wang Xuani stared at Gu Fei in shock. His right hand, which had been smashed by Gu Fei's punch, quickly grew back flesh and bones. In just an instant his palm was as good as new. At this stage of cultivation, flesh and blood regeneration was just a small matter. You don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei had the intention to kill. This guy wanted to kill him without saying a word. If he was really a demigod realm cultivator, wouldn't he be in trouble? Want to kill me? The Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani sneered. He was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. No one in the same realm as him could kill him unless it was a powerful expert. Wang Xuani was very confident. Do I have to pick a day to kill you? Gu Fei took a step forward. Bang. The whole ground trembled as if a giant was taking a step forward. A powerful aura surged out from Gu Fei's body. His qi and blood rushed out from the top of his head like a huge dragon. Gu Fei's qi and blood were as vigorous as a real dragon. The birds and beasts in the surrounding area trembled in fear. Some of the stronger beasts fled directly. What? Wang Xuani was shocked. He quickly turned around and fled. The strength of the other party had exceeded his estimation. If he didn't flee, the other party could really kill him. He felt a great threat from Gu Fei. Trying to leave? Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and directly crossed the void, catching up to Wang Xuani. He then blasted out another punch. The powerful force shook the void. Moon reflection. As Wang Xuani shouted, the space around him suddenly rippled like water. Gu Fei punched out only to feel as if he had punched thin air. Chapter 1107. Taishu unfettered, Wang Xuani cultivated an unfathomable secret art. He actually took a punch from Gu Fei without being killed, which surprised Gu Fei. To be able to move freely in the heavenly realm, Wang Xuani must have some ability. You're an almighty? Wang Xuani spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was covered in spots of blood. Even though he cultivated an esoteric secret art, he was still seriously injured. Humph. Gu Fei sneered but did not say anything. He directly pressed forward, his qi and blood flourishing like a true dragon, the true yuan in his body surging like the waves of the sea. The yin and yang essence of heaven and earth were attracted by him, the 5 elements turning into yin and yang. Gu Fei's true qi had already turned into yin and yang essence, the power of yin and yang intertwining in his body. This was not immortal force nor divine force, but the true force of a martial artist. It was a kind of power that originated from the corporeal martial body. It was different from others, and this kind of power had to be used in conjunction with the martial body. The corporeal body of immortal and divine path cultivators was but a lonely boat floating on the sea. The primordial spirit was the passenger on the boat, and the boat carried the primordial spirit to the other shore. This was the immortal Tao. As for martial artists, both the corporeal body and the divine soul reached the other shore together. This was the supreme method of becoming a sage. Since ancient times, only the martial ancestor could create such a method. Flying flowers fill the sky, kill, kill, kill. Wang Shuani attacked with all his strength using his strongest immortal Tao divine art. An extremely powerful wave of immortal force spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into countless colorful flowers. Each flower was blooming, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a sea of flowers. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was instantly trapped by this immortal Tao phenomenon. Each flower was a life-taking divine weapon, flying towards Gu Fei from all directions. This guy actually cultivated an immortal Tao phenomenon. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help being shaken. He felt a powerful force binding him in the void. He couldn't sense the aura of the outside world. This was a terrifying domain power. When an immortal Tao domain reached the grand completion stage, an immortal Tao phenomenon would appear. This Wang Shuani was definitely a grand completion immortal emperor. Bam! As Gu Fei's body moved, the divine flowers around him were shattered by a violent force that surged out of his body. Impossible. This time Wang Shuani was completely shocked. The other party was trapped by his immortal Tao phenomenon, yet he still had the strength to fight back. Could this guy really be a great emperor? But it didn't seem like it. If this person was an emperor at the great power level, then he would probably be able to squash him to death with a single finger. Wang Shuani was both shocked and angry. He concealed himself in the immortal Tao phenomenon and attacked Gu Fei. This was his final killing move. If this move couldn't kill the other party, then he would be in danger. However, Gu Fei moved freely in the sea of flowers. The power of the immortal Tao domain couldn't suppress him. He threw one punch after another, causing the entire void to tremble. Thousands of divine flowers were destroyed by Gu Fei's fists. Falling moon from the heavens. Wang Shuani's voice rang out in the endless sea of flowers. Gu Fei only felt a terrifying wave coming down from above his head. Countless divine flowers were dissipating, and a brilliant divine moon appeared high up in the sky. The bright moon hung in the blue sky, and a destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Rumble. The divine moon in the blue sky was descending, and the blue sky was descending as well. The entire void was filled with killing intent, and the terrifying immortal power shattered everything. The blue sky and the divine moon pressed down together, and Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were pressing down together. Good. Now this is more interesting. Gu Fei looked up and his eyes flickered with divine light. Yin and yang true force surged in his body, and streams of qi and blood rushed out of Gu Fei's body like dragons. His long hair danced wildly and he looked like an ancient god of death. Cracks appeared in the void around him like spiderwebs, and the vast power coming from his body almost shattered the void around him. Flawless fist of the 5 elements. Gu Fei didn't retreat. Moreover, he was trapped by Wang Shuani's immortal Tao phenomenon and couldn't retreat. However, he became stronger and stronger and he punched upwards. Boom. Endless true force of the 5 elements rushed out of Gu Fei's fist. His entire fist seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine sun, and it formed a sharp contrast with the bright moon in the sky. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's punch. Wang Shuani's immortal Tao phenomenon almost collapsed, and the descending blue sky and bright moon were also blocked by Gu Fei. This was an extremely shocking scene. A 5-colored fist blocked a divine moon, and the 5-colored divine sun clashed with a resplendent divine moon. Gu Fei's true force could freely switch between the 5 elements and yin and yang, and the flawless fist of the 5 elements displayed great power that shook the heavens and earth. Rumble. It was as if 2 heavens and earth were colliding. A part of the blue sky was collapsing and cracks appeared on a divine moon. Cracks also appeared on Gu Fei's fist and blood seeped out of it. How is this possible? Wang Xuani roared. He never expected his opponent's physical body to be so strong. Even a sovereign stage immortal Dao phenomenon couldn't kill him. One should know that Great Void Unfettered Wang Xianyi's immortal Dao phenomenon was very famous in the heaven realm. Once his immortal Dao phenomenon appeared, other emperors of the same level would have to suffer a grievance. Unless it was an almighty emperor, no one of the same level could break his immortal Dao phenomenon. Roar. Flawless fist of the 5 elements, 100% true force. Gu Fei roared. Wang Xuani's immortal Dao phenomenon was truly terrifying. He had no choice but to use his full strength. The divine light on his right fist that had dimmed grew stronger again. A 5-colored divine sun illuminated the blue sky. The divine moon in the blue sky finally collapsed, turning into a sky full of divine light that dissipated into the void. Bam! There was a huge tremor as if the heavens and earth had been destroyed. After Gu Fei shattered the bright moon, he punched a hole in the blue sky. All the phenomena disappeared in an instant. The blue sky was gone, and the power of the immortal Dao domain dissipated. Gu Fei immediately sensed the aura of the outside world. He saw Wang Xuani sitting on a boulder not far away. His head drooped in front of his chest and fresh blood dripped down. There was no longer any vitality in his body. The moment Gu Fei broke his immortal Dao phenomenon, Great Void Unfettered's life force was extinguished at the same time. He could not be any more dead. Chapter 1108. 10,000 fans were online at the same time. Great Void Wanderer Wang Xianyi had fallen, killed by Gu Fei in a nameless mountain range. This was the cruel world of cultivation. If you provoked someone you shouldn't provoke, the only outcome would be death. Gu Fei had bid 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction house. Thus, many people had their eyes on him and chased after him. This Great Void Unfettered Wang Xuani was one of them. Wang Xuani was no weakling. He wasn't interested in the supreme-grade immortal crystals on Gu Fei, but the black stone man that Gu Fei had won at the auction. Wang Xuani's corpse was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. Scarlet blood seeped out of his body. That was the blood of an emperor, and it had a demonic glow to it. The blood of an immortal god was no longer ordinary blood, let alone the blood of an immortal emperor in the celestial realm. You're quite a character. Gu Fei was very calm. There was nothing much to say in a battle of life and death. Life and death were up to fate. This was the fate of cultivators. A breeze blew past. Wang Xuani's corpse let out a soft sound and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the void. Bam! In the instant that Wang Xuani's corpse turned into a mist of blood, the space he was in suddenly collapsed. The space collapsed and a small world within it was destroyed. Rumble! Earth, water, fire and wind all surged out, turning back into primal chaos and nothingness. A large pile of things fell out from inside. Hualala, mountains of immortal crystals poured out from the collapsing void. Colorful lights lit up the entire area. Spiritual chi soared into the sky and even the wind and clouds changed color. The sky has also cultivated an inner world. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This Great Void Unfettered was very impressive. One should know that not everyone could open up their own inner world, even for celestial realm emperors. Divine objects continuously fell out from the collapsing void, and many of them were rare divine materials. This was simply a divine treasury, and it was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy. The void was shrinking and in the end, it turned into a point of primal chaos before disappearing from the world. Gu Fei witnessed the destruction of an inner world. The inner world that Wang Xuani had opened up wasn't stable enough. After Wang Xuani died, the inner world that he had opened up also collapsed. All the things stored in the inner world were either shattered by the terrifying power released when the inner world was destroyed, or fell out of the inner world. No wonder some people would become bandits. Killing an emperor at the heaven realm is equivalent to obtaining a divine treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he gazed at the mountain of immortal crystals and various divine materials. The number of supreme-grade immortal crystals before him definitely exceeded 5 million caddies. Furthermore, there were also countless god materials that Wang Xuani had collected. Not only did this offset the 25 million caddies of supreme-grade immortal crystals that he had spent on the Black Rock being, he even made a profit. There were also a lot of first-grade, second-grade and third-grade immortal crystals, but they had all turned into dust when the inner world collapsed. Only the supreme-grade immortal crystals remained. Although Wang Xuani was a loner in the heaven realm, he was very wealthy. The spiritual qi here soared into the sky, and all kinds of divine objects shone with spiritual light. The spiritual qi fluctuations here could be sensed from afar. Without hesitation, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stored all the supreme-grade immortal crystals into it. Gu Fei didn't let go of the various god materials that were scattered on the ground either. He also stored them into his inner world. Immortal crystals and god materials were indispensable in the heaven realm. These things still had a certain value to Gu Fei. After all, this was the heaven realm. Gu Fei suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching quickly. He knew that the spiritual qi here had already alerted others. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei left, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He saw the blood stains on the ground and the spiritual qi lingering in the surrounding void. What's going on? The middle-aged man looked suspicious. When he passed by and saw the spiritual qi soaring into the sky, he thought that some spiritual treasure had been born. It seemed that not only was there no spiritual treasure here, but someone had also fought here. The middle-aged man didn't stay for long and left quickly. After the middle-aged man left, a ghost-like figure appeared silently. This person was graceful and wore a ferocious bronze mask. What's going on? Is there someone else who has their eyes on that guy? The woman wearing the bronze mask muttered to herself. Her voice was melodious and she seemed to be young. Behind the mask, a pair of sparkling eyes revealed a sense of spirituality. The mysterious woman also saw the blood stains on the ground. The blood of an immortal god. The blood stains on the ground hadn't solidified. There was still immortal qi lingering in the air, giving off a hazy blood-red light. This was the blood of an immortal god. Swoosh! A beam of divine light flew out of the mysterious woman's hand and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. This was a kind of communication spell. The mysterious woman sent out the news of this place. She was calling for help. The opponent's strength had exceeded her imagination. The mysterious woman wearing the bronze mask also disappeared. Gu Fei didn't know that there were people following him. It was very difficult to shake them off. These people seemed to have some kind of secret technique that allowed them to track Gu Fei. For 24 hours, Gu Fei didn't stop and continued on his way. After a day and a night of non-stop travel, Gu Fei passed through endless mountain ridges, crossed endless grasslands and crossed countless rivers. Finally, he left the eastern lands and entered the Middle Lands. The Middle Lands was known as the center of the heavenly realm. It was the most flourishing region of the heavenly realm. This was the world of the human race. Xianxia City was an ancient city in the eastern part of the Middle Earth. This city had already existed since ancient times, and there was even a saint who lived here. However, in the face of the merciless passage of time, even a sage would fall. Although Divine Moon City had a sage, the master of this city was not a descendant of that sage. This was still the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. Divine Moon City was once ruled by the descendants of that sage for a very long time. However, the sage's clan eventually declined and was annexed by the profound Heaven Holy Land. The profound Heaven Holy Land was a super sect in the Middle Lands. There were unparalleled half-sages in the sect. They dominated the millions of kilometers of territory in the Middle Lands. No one dared to offend them. When Gu Fei arrived at Divine Moon City, he planned to use the transportation formation here to directly teleport to the Southern Mountains range. Not long after Gu Fei entered Divine Moon City, a woman wearing a bronze mask arrived near Divine Moon City and entered. Chapter 1109. Mystic Moon City was extremely ancient. There was an ancient teleportation formation in the city that could allow people to teleport across regions. Gu Fei had only walked around the city once, and he had already inquired about the location of the ancient transfer array in the city. The ancient transfer array in Mystic Moon City did not prohibit cultivators from using it. Mystic Moon City's ancient transmission formation was open to the public and anyone could use it. However, not many people were willing to use it because the amount of immortal crystals needed to activate the ancient transmission formation was a vast amount. This kind of teleportation array could only be used by those with great power. Ordinary cultivators in the city wouldn't even consider using the ancient teleportation array in the city. The ancient teleportation array was located in the city square. In front of the square was a palace, which was the residence of the Mystic Moon City Lord. It was the Mystic Moon City Lord's residence. Outside the Mystic Moon City's City Lord mansion, there were black-armored immortal soldiers wearing cold iron armor guarding it. Ordinary cultivators were not allowed to approach that place casually. The profound Heaven Holy Land nurtured a huge army of immortal soldiers. These immortal soldiers wore black armor forged from 10,000-year frost iron. Thus they were called Black Armor Immortal Soldiers. Gu Fei did not plan to stay in the Xinyu city. He found out from some of the cultivators in the city that in order to activate the ancient transmission formation on the plaza, he would need about 1,000 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals. 500 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals was a huge sum that ordinary cultivators would find hard to come up with. Gu Fei wandered around the square for nearly an hour. The ancient teleportation array was right in the middle of the square, but he didn't see a single person walk up. There were many shops around the square. Most of these shops were opened by cultivators. They didn't sell ordinary items but items related to cultivators. There were human-shaped 1,000-year-old ginsengs, 3,000-year-old snow lotuses, and 10,000-year-old cold iron stones mined from the bottom of the Netherworld Sea. All kinds of spirit medicines and divine materials could be found here. However, the price of these things was also frighteningly high. 1,000-year-old humanoid immortal ginseng would cost 250 kilograms of grade 1 immortal crystals. The Nethersea 10,000-year cold iron stone would cost 1,500 kilograms of grade 1 immortal crystals. Some things could even be exchanged with supreme-grade immortal crystals. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't interested in these so-called spirit herbs and divine materials. He wanted as many spirit herbs as he had. He even had an immortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. As for divine materials, only immortal divine materials could enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes. It couldn't be helped. The things that Gu Fei had come into contact with were either extreme saint artifacts or eternal divine artifacts. How could he be interested in anything else? Gu Fei wandered around the plaza of Moon God City. Not long after he entered Moon God City, he felt that something was wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes secretly staring at him. He was not in a hurry to leave. It was noon and there were people coming and going in the square in front of the City Lord Mansion. If he used the ancient teleportation array and activated it, it would definitely alarm all the cultivators in the entire ancient city. Gu Fei decided to leave at night. If he used the ancient teleportation array now, it would be too conspicuous. Gu Fei had always kept a low profile. If he came at night, although it would still alarm all the cultivators in the city, by the time these cultivators sensed the fluctuation of the ancient teleportation array, he would have already been teleported out. However, Gu Fei was a little uneasy. It seemed like someone was really watching him in the dark. Could it be that someone had caught up to him? However, Gu Fei didn't catch any abnormalities, nor could he find the person who was spying on him in the dark. It seemed like no one was spying on him. Could it be that he was too suspicious? Whether it was in the human realm or the heavenly realm, as long as it was in the human world, there would be ins. The human race in the heavenly realm was incomparably prosperous, far more prosperous than the other races. Not all of the human race knew how to cultivate. In the heavenly realm, mortals who didn't know how to cultivate still accounted for the majority. For mortals, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, not a single one was lacking. Gu Fei retracted all of his aura. The current him was just a mortal. He walked into an inn next to the square. This inn didn't seem very conspicuous in the surroundings of the square filled with shops. There weren't many people in the inn's lobby. The innkeeper was a small old man. The small old man was leaning on the counter, tapping on his abacus beads, calculating the accounts. There were a few tables in the lobby where people were drinking and chatting. There weren't many people, it was even a little desolate. There weren't many mortals living near the City Lord's mansion. Even if there were mortals, they were the family members of some cultivators. In Mystic Moon City, many people had entered the profound Heaven Holy Land to cultivate the path of immortality. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. If a family or clan had someone who was chosen by the profound Heaven Holy Land and accepted as a disciple, it was an incomparably glorious thing. Clans with disciples that entered the profound Heaven Holy Land had a much higher status than ordinary citizens in Mystic Moon City. Gu Fei found an inconspicuous corner of the inn and sat down. There were no cultivators in the inn's lobby, only mortals. However, from the conversations of these mortals, Xiaoqian learned that these people had relatives or sons or daughters that entered the profound Heaven Holy Land. The innkeeper's son was an outstanding person among the profound Heaven Holy Land's younger generation. Precisely because of this small old man could open a small inn beside the plaza in front of Mystic Moon City's City Lord's mansion and earn some immortal crystals. Just as Gu Fei sat down, the door darkened and a person walked in. The moment this person walked in, Gu Fei felt an extremely weak fluctuation of immortal energy. The person who walked into the inn was a cultivator. Furthermore, it was an immortal. This person wore a sinister bronze mask. Based on her figure, she should be a woman. This mysterious woman was deliberately hiding her identity as a cultivator. This mysterious woman also found a corner and sat down. This person, Gu Fei's pupils constricted slightly. He wanted to use his martial Dao heavenly eye to see through this person, but he discovered that this person was hazy and difficult to see through. This person is not simple. He has a secret treasure. Even the martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't see through this mysterious woman's cultivation. This surprised Gu Fei. The other party couldn't be here for him, right? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Cultivators with secret treasures all had great origins. After all, this kind of secret treasure was a forbidden artifact. Only a great perfection emperor could refine such a forbidden artifact. Otherwise, how could Gu Fei not see through this person's cultivation? The power of a secret forbidden artifact could actually block Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye. This person was probably even more powerful than the great void unfettered Wang Xuani. The mysterious woman didn't look at Gu Fei. It was like she didn't notice him at all. This made Gu Fei feel even more uneasy. If this person is really here for me, then she's too conceited. Being conceited would often cost one's life. The great void unfettered Wang Xuani was a good example. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei killed him instead. Gu Fei did not stay for long. After drinking a few cups of the inn's self-proclaimed immortal wine, he booked a room in the inn and sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his qi to nurture his qi. That mysterious woman also asked for a superior room in this inn and stayed there. Time was insignificant to cultivators and very quickly night arrived. Gu Fei had adjusted his yin and yang true force to its peak state, and his spirit energy and spirit were more vigorous than ever. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two brilliant rays shot out from his eyes, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 11:10. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Gu Fei silently walked out of the inn. The square was completely silent. It was the complete opposite of the bustling scene during the day. There was not a single person in the huge square. In the middle of the square, there was only an ancient array platform. It stood there, exuding an incomparable vicissitude of time. This was an array platform built by the virtuous paragons of ancient times. It could be used to teleport across domains in the heaven realm. A distance of tens of millions of miles could be crossed in an instant. With this ancient teleportation array, cultivators could freely travel between the major domains of the heaven realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the ancient times, there must have been countless cultivators who used this ancient formation platform to travel between the various regions of the heaven realm. But now, not many people were willing to pay a large sum of immortal crystals to activate this ancient formation platform. Gu Fei was hidden in a shadow at the side of the square. He was not in a hurry. First he scanned the surroundings. Except for the two black-armored immortal soldiers in front of the mansion, there wasn't even a ghost in the square. The mysterious woman didn't appear. However, Gu Fei still stood there for a while. Then he took a step forward and crossed the void in an instant, arriving at the ancient teleportation array platform in the middle of the square. The ground of the array platform was engraved with densely packed runes. These were ancient runes. If He Tian was here, he should be able to recognize these runes. There were 9 holes in the 9 directions around the ancient formation platform. Those were the places for immortal crystals to be placed. Gu Fei carefully looked at the ancient runes on the platform. This kind of teleportation array could be controlled. The runes were intact, so there shouldn't be any accidents. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Gu Fei waved his hand and threw out 9 top-grade immortal crystals. The 9 top-grade immortal crystals were embedded in the 9 holes around the ancient array platform. Boom! A powerful aura immediately spread out from the ancient formation platform. A vast amount of spiritual energy was emitted from the 9 depressions, and the formation patterns seemed to come to life as they lit up. Who is it? How dare you activate the teleportation formation without permission? You deserve to die. The 2 black-armored immortal soldiers guarding the City Lord mansion immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the ancient formation platform. One of them even made a move. A black light turned into a black dragon and pounced towards Gu Fei. The power of the immortal Dao was vast. This was an attack of the immortal god level. Although Divine Moon City's ancient transportation formation did not prohibit cultivators from using it, one had to pay a fee to the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people in advance. Only after the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people agreed could one use the transportation formation. After all, this was the Profound Heaven Holy Lands territory. No one was willing to offend the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Hence, the people who wanted to use the formation platforms did not dare to do so. Humph. Gu Fei stood on the platform and sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black dragon in his hand. Read spell arts. Bam. Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand that was grabbing onto the divine spear. The entire divine spear actually shattered. A high-grade immortal artifact was actually shattered by his bare hands. When the 2 black-armored immortal soldiers saw this scene, they immediately turned pale with fright and stopped in the air. Their opponent was too powerful. He could shatter an immortal soldier with his bare hands. Such an existence would only be courting death if they went up. Rumble. At this time, the formation platform under Gu Fei's feet emitted a thunderous sound. After receiving the spiritual chi from the 9 supreme-grade immortal crystals, the entire formation platform lit up. The runes of the formation emitted a dazzling divine light. The void around Gu Fei began to distort as if it had turned into a ripple. The power emitted by the formation platform was about to open a void passage. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly released a powerful divine sense into the ancient transportation formation. 2 ancient words appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Southern Domain. This was the feedback from the ancient teleportation formation. These were 2 ancient divine characters that were commonly used by the deities in ancient times. Although Gu Fei had never seen such ancient divine characters before, he knew the meaning of these 2 ancient characters. The means of the ancient paragons were truly unfathomable. This ancient transportation formation was too mystical. One only needed to use divine sense to control it. This method of operating the ancient transportation formation was learned by Gu Fei from He Tian. He Tian used this method to set up and operate the formation. This was a common knowledge of the ancient formation Dao. Swoosh. Above the formation platform, rays of divine light rushed out. The void began to distort as the ancient transportation formation began to operate. Gu Fei's figure gradually became blurry as if he was going to pass through the void. Bam! At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. The void above the ancient transportation formation suddenly collapsed. A huge black hand grabbed out from the broken void. A terrifying divine force was in the air. A terrifying expert was secretly making a move. Someone did not want Gu Fei to leave like this. Damn it! Gu Fei felt a powerful pressure. The black hand above his head shrouded the entire heaven and earth, sealing this part of the void. An extremely powerful divine force descended from the hand, causing the void to collapse. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched upwards. A terrifying fist energy spread out from his fist, causing the entire ancient transportation formation to tremble. He struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. The fist energy seemed to attract the power of the 5 elements of the heaven and earth. It also shattered the void and collided with the hand coming down from the sky. The 2 extremely powerful forces collided head-on, causing a terrifying energy storm to spread out in all directions. The ancient array platform beneath Gu Fei's feet was almost shattered. The formation patterns dimmed under the impact of the vast force. Poof! 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 The spirit energy of the 9 top-grade immortal crystals was sucked dry by the ancient formation platform. They exploded and turned into 9 balls of dust that scattered on the ground. Swoosh. A ray of green light suddenly appeared outside the city. It shot in from outside the city like a meteor. It was a divine arrow wrapped in green divine light. The arrowhead was aimed at Gu Fei's head. At this time, Gu Fei was confronting the person in the dark. The power coming down from the black hand was too strong. It made it difficult for him to move his body. The divine arrow emitted a destructive aura. In an instant it arrived in front of Gu Fei. Chapter 11:11. When Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient teleportation formation and activated it, the person in the dark finally made his move. A huge black hand appeared above his head and smashed down towards him. At the same time, outside Mystic Moon City, someone shot a green divine arrow at Gu Fei. The divine arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of Gu Fei in an instant. It was extremely fast. Roar. Gu Fei roared. He used the perfect 5 elements fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky. It was impossible for him to move his body and avoid the divine arrow. On the divine arrow there was a soaring murderous aura. This was a terrible arrow that could shoot down immortals and gods. If one was hit by it, his body and soul would be destroyed. Damn it! Gu Fei felt the danger. He stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming arrow without a trace of fear. Clang! When Gu Fei's palm collided with the arrow, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The clear sound of metal clashing soared into the sky and spread throughout the entire Xianxia city in an instant. What's going on? Someone actually dares to fight in Mystic Moon City? This momentum, it's at least a celestial being realm expert fighting. Crazy, this is crazy. This is Mystic Moon City. All the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Many people rushed out and stopped in the distance. They looked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. There was a vast immortal power. Someone was making a move. What? A cry of surprise came from outside the city. Gu Fei actually blocked the arrow with his body and came out unscathed. This really shocked the person who was secretly making a move outside the city. Gu Fei used his right fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky and his left palm to block the terrible arrow that could kill immortals and gods. He stood on the formation platform with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was like an ancient god of war with unparalleled strength. The scene that was happening on the formation platform shocked many people. Using a body made of blood to resist a divine weapon. This person's body was actually strong enough to be comparable to a divine weapon? At this time, standing on the ancient formation platform, Gu Fei only felt that his right palm was about to be pierced by the arrow. A sharp pain came from his palm. Bang! At the same time, the black hand in the sky unleashed an endless power, pressuring Gu Fei so much that he almost bent over. He was attacked from 2 sides and was at an absolute disadvantage. Reverse flow. Reverse flow. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and used the reverse flow secret technique that he got from the Purple Emperor. Once the secret technique was used, the void around Gu Fei immediately rippled like water. Boom! Like a moving ancient divine mountain, the black hand above Gu Fei's head actually moved. Not only did it move, but it also changed its direction and slapped towards the place where the arrow came from outside the city. Terrifying immortal force surged out, and a large area of the void was shattered by the black hand. A few miserable screams were heard, and a few unlucky fellows who were in front of the black hand were directly smashed into a few clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. A cry of surprise came from the void. The person who secretly made a move did not expect that Gu Fei could actually divert his attack. At this time, a blue divine light with a terrible aura of destruction soared into the sky and shot towards the void in the sky. Swish! The divine arrow pierced through the sky. The arrow shot by the person outside the city was also changed by Gu Fei and shot towards the mysterious person hiding in the void. Gu Fei, who had originally been at a complete disadvantage, had actually turned the situation around in an instant. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack others. This was the power of the reverse world secret technique. The mysterious person hiding in the void had no choice but to jump out, but the divine arrow was still chasing after him. This was a divine arrow with a spiritual nature. It would not stop until it hit its target. What kind of technique is this? The mysterious person was shocked. The secret technique Gu Fei used was too abnormal. It could even change the target of the divine arrow. This divine arrow was completely under Gu Fei's control and was out of the control of the person outside the city. Stop for me. The mysterious person dodged a few times, but the blue divine arrow still followed him like a shadow. He had no choice but to take action. He waved his hands in the void in front of him and immediately, a void crack that was dozens of feet long appeared in the void. This void crack was like a huge mouth that opened up in the void, emitting a powerful force that could devour the heavens and earth, swallowing the divine arrow that shot towards it. The person outside the city also rushed out and used a great technique to shatter the black hand that was slapping towards him. Peak Emperor Realm? When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The two people who secretly made a move were actually Emperor Realm Celestial Being Realm Emperor Realm, and they were Great Completion Emperor Realm experts. Who are these people? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that there were many people who had their eyes on him and each one was stronger than the other. These two people were much stronger than Taishu Unfettered and Wang Xianyi. Were these people all here for the Black Stone people? Until now, no one from the profound Heaven Holy Land came out from the City Lord's mansion opposite the square to interfere. Some of the black-armored immortal soldiers had even retreated far away. What's going on? The atmosphere was somewhat strange. It should be known that this was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. Making a move in Mystic Moon City was simply disregarding the existence of the profound Heaven Holy Land. It was said that the City Lord of Mystic Moon City was an expert, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the people from the profound Heaven Holy Land were planning to watch from the sidelines? In the distant sky, a woman with a ferocious bronze mask was watching the scene. Behind the mask, a pair of spirited eyes flickered with a bright light. I didn't expect these two guys to also have their eyes on this kid. This game is going to be interesting. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. She seemed to know the origin of the two Great Completion Emperor Realm experts who attacked Gu Fei. Who are you scoundrels? Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He glanced at the two Great Completion Emperor Realm experts who were rushing towards him and said coldly. These two Great Completion Emperor Realm experts had vast immortal force and divine power. The Great Completion Emperor Realm expert who created the Black Primordial Spirit Hand was a Great Completion Immortal Emperor. This Immortal Emperor Realm expert was surrounded by a black aura. He seemed to be cultivating an immortal Dao cultivation method called the Black Evil Immortal Art. The black aura was the Black Evil Qi. The other Great Completion Emperor Realm expert was much more mysterious. His whole body was shrouded in a green divine light, and his appearance could not be seen at all. This was a deity emperor who had reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. He held a green wooden bow in his hand. Green divine light circled around the bow. This was a divine weapon refined from a spirit root. The aura of the Immortal Emperor and the Shin King was vast in Mystic Moon City. It shocked all the cultivators in the city. Such a scene had not appeared in many years. The profound Heaven Holy Land was extremely powerful. It was a super force in the Middle Earth. Who dared to fight in the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land? No one was willing to provoke the profound Heaven Holy Land. Boy, you have guts. There are not many people who dare to be presumptuous in front of me, the Immortal Emperor surrounded by black aura said in a deep voice. He stopped and was ready to attack again at any time. Black Fiend Emperor, what do you want? He is mine. The Shin King surrounded by green divine light spoke. This Shin King had already regarded Gu Fei as his prey. He would not allow anyone to snatch him away. Old Ghost Mu, don't think that I am afraid of you just because you have Azure Emperors 2A. The Emperor Realm expert called Black Fiend Emperor said coldly. These two Great Completion Emperor Realm experts did not seem to care about Gu Fei at all. You dare to look down on me? Gu Fei laughed in his heart. Although these two guys were Great Completion Emperor Realm experts, even if he was not a Great Completion Emperor Realm expert, he could still fight with them. It was hard to say who would win. The Black Fiend Emperor and Azure Emperor's people? The cultivators in the city were all shocked. No wonder the people from the profound Heaven Holy Land did not come out to say anything. It turned out that these two Emperor Realm experts had a great background. The Black Fiend Emperor was a famous fierce person in the Heaven Realm. He was a fierce general under the Black Emperor and was highly valued by the Black Emperor. Even if someone wanted to kill this fierce person, they were afraid of the Black Emperor and did not make a move. The Azure Emperor was also a hero in the Heaven Realm. He had many experts under him. Some people said that the Azure Emperor had already cut his Tao and stepped on the path of becoming a sage. Even the profound Heaven Holy Land was not willing to provoke such an existence. Do the two of you think that I'm dead? Gu Fei didn't get angry at being ignored. You have guts. If you are willing, you can go back with me and work for the Lord. The Black Fiend Emperor sized up Gu Fei and said, You want to recruit me? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. In the world, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was no one who could make him submit. Even the Black Emperor was not qualified. Humph. There's no need to waste your breath. You and I are both here for that thing. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets it first will get it. After Greenwood Shin King finished speaking, he pulled the Greenwood Bow in his hand. Boom. When Greenwood Shin King pulled the divine bow, the spiritual chi in the world immediately gathered and entered the divine bow. A divine arrow condensed on the divine bow and pointed at Gu Fei. All the heaven and earth spirit chi in the area was stirred up. Beams of divine light shot out from all directions, and a powerful divine power surged out from the Greenwood divine bow. Everyone was shocked. The cultivators in the city rushed into the sky and retreated outside the city. If a divine emperor of the first level launched an attack in the city, the whole city would be destroyed if they were not careful. The cultivators who saw that the situation was not right immediately retreated far away. However, none of the ordinary people in the city dared to walk out of their houses. The great momentum of the divine emperor spread in the city and shocked the ordinary people in the city. Everyone was terrified and felt that the end of the world was coming. They hid in their houses in fear and did not dare to take a step out. The ordinary people were like ants. Their lives were extremely fragile in front of the immortal god. Humph. The Black Fiend Emperor took a step forward. Black chi surged all over his body and a terrifying aura came out from his body. A chi movement had already locked on to Gu Fei. His target was Gu Fei. A battle was about to break out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 11-12. Die. Greenwood Shin King bellowed. He pulled the string of the godly bow to its fullest. His entire being seemed to have become one with the godly bow. His entire body emitted an endless amount of green light. All the spiritual chi in the area was sucked up by the godly bow in Greenwood Shin King's hands. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked. In an instant they could no longer feel a trace of spiritual chi. All the spiritual chi in the area had been sucked dry. Whoosh. Greenwood Shin King let go of the godly arrow. The godly arrow that was formed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth transformed into an azure dragon. It soared for thousands of meters and shot towards Gu Fei. Greenwood Shin King made his move. His first move was his most powerful attack. In the air, the roar of a dragon reverberated in everyone's ears. This was a godly arrow formed from the spirit chi of Wood. It had an immeasurable amount of power. Wherever the azure dragon passed, the void crumbled into nothingness. Gu Fei felt the danger. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward from the ancient array platform and welcomed the godly arrow. Is he crazy? Greenwood Shin King's godly bow is a supreme treasure. It's an almighty imperial weapon. He wants to use his body to resist an imperial weapon? All the cultivators who saw this were shocked to the extreme. Even the woman wearing a sinister bronze mask was shocked. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Gu Fei's fists directly collided with the 1,000-foot-long light arrow that was flying towards him. Boom. After a loud explosion, the entire heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei's fists were unstoppable. They shattered the dragon-like godly arrow and rushed towards Greenwood Shin King. Greenwood Shin King's heart was pounding. His opponent's speed was too fast. He felt a sense of danger. Such speed was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. There seemed to be 5 worlds circling around him. The 5 elements' essence chi was vast and mighty, and the powerful fist force shook the world. This was completely the power of the flesh. Gu Fei had not even used the true power of a martial artist. Even if it was just the power of the flesh, it was definitely not something an emperor of the celestial being realm could contend with. What? An unimaginably powerful aura came from the front. Gu Fei's fist energy felt like it was going to tear him into pieces. Qing Mu and Shin King's expressions changed drastically. This was not the battle strength of a demigod cultivator. This kid had hidden his strength well. Things were going to be troublesome. That fellow is a monarch as well. The Black Evil Emperor was also extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei was also a martial emperor. Moreover, he was a martial emperor with the strongest battle prowess. Is this his real strength? The woman with the bronze mask muttered to herself. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Qing Mu and Shen King were shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei used the desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He chased after them like a shadow. The power that came from Gu Fei's fist almost made Qing Mu and Shen King breathless. All the bones in his body were cracking. Eternal clear sky. Divine Emperor Green would let out a furious roar. A vast wave of Emu divine power emanated from his body, and rays of divine light shot out from his body. A towering divine tree appeared behind Qing Mu and Shen King. Under the blue sky, the divine tree stood between the heaven and the earth, becoming the only thing between the heaven and the earth. The branches of the divine tree swept towards Gu Fei. Each branch was as huge as a giant dragon. A divine Dao phenomenon? Gu Fei was shocked. Qing Mu and Shen King had also cultivated a phenomenon. The branches of the divine tree were like giant dragons that surrounded him from all directions and sealed off the void. Swoosh. Qing Mu and Shen King's figures suddenly disappeared. Bam. The divine tree shook and the entire void shook violently. Gu Fei was sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was the power of the domain. Under the envelopment of Qing Mu and Shen King's divine Dao domain, Gu Fei was suppressed. Roar. Gu Fei roared. The entire clear sky divine tree phenomenon suddenly shook. His body rushed out with a monstrous wave of true power. His qi and blood were vigorous like a real dragon in the ancient times. Qing Mu and Shen King's divine Dao phenomenon could not completely suppress Gu Fei. The clear sky divine tree phenomenon shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend Sovereign. He did not expect his opponent to have cultivated a divine Dao phenomenon. The Black the Arch and the Green the Arch were both overlords of a region and had the strength of a supremacy. They had always had grudges and even attacked each other. The Black Fiend Sovereign did not want to see Qing Mu and Shen King's strength. In the phenomenon, Qing Mu and Green the Arch were omnipotent gods. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The divine tree under the clear sky extended its branches and pierced towards Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void was pierced. It wanted to nail him to death in the phenomenon. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch forward. The powerful fist intent shattered everything in its path. Countless branches that pierced through the tree were reduced to dust and scattered on the ground. A strong physical body was the greatest asset of a martial artist. Even with the strength of his physical body, Gu Fei could fight against cultivators of the same level. This was something that other cultivators could not compare with. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. 5 small worlds appeared around Gu Fei. With just one punch, the entire void was shaken. The flawless 5 elements fist was overbearing and fierce. Gu Fei pressed forward with indomitable will. He punched forward again and again, causing the void to collapse. The violent power seemed to be able to destroy everything. How is this possible? Qing Mu and Shen King were horrified. This kid's physical body was too strong. The human martial body was even stronger than the body of a divine beast. This was not an unfounded legend. At this time, not to mention Qing Mu and Shen King, even the other cultivators of the older generation could already see that Gu Fei was not a person of the immortal Dao or the divine Dao. The cultivation method that Gu Fei cultivated was the martial Dao that had been lost for countless years. Gu Fei continuously bombarded the same position with more than 10 punches. Each punch shattered the void and created a gap. Then he rushed out of Qing Mu and Shen King's phenomenon. Qing Mu and Shen King was seriously injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated far away. The divine Dao phenomenon that he cultivated had a gap created by Gu Fei. This caused his vitality to be injured. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of Qing Mu and Shen King's phenomenon, a large hand suddenly grabbed Gu Fei from the side. The Black Fiend Sovereign seized this rare opportunity and used his primordial spirit to conjure a large hand to capture Gu Fei. Arg! Gu Fei roared. He was caught by the large black hand and was pinched. Endless Black Fiend Qi surged out of the large hand, trying to refine him. Chapter 11:13. The huge hand that the Black Fiend Sovereign conjured with his spirit power possessed unfathomable divine might. He grabbed Gu Fei and squeezed hard, almost crushing all the bones in Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His qi and blood surged into the sky. Endless yin and yang true force burst out of his body, and the huge spirit power shook violently. Good lad. The Black Fiend Sovereign was shocked. The combat prowess of this young cultivator had far exceeded his estimation. This was definitely not a combat prowess that an ordinary celestial being sovereign could possess. No wonder even old geezer Qing Mu suffered a great loss at the hands of this lad. The Black Fiend Sovereign did not dare to be careless. He circulated his celestial magic power with all his might. The spirit power was vast and mighty, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. All the essence qi of heaven and earth was drawn over by him. The pitch-black huge spirit power emitted a horrifying destructive aura. The Black Fiend essence qi was vast and mighty, and its murderous aura soared into the sky, causing heaven and earth to pale in comparison. This was the power of one of the Black Emperor's generals. There was no longer a single cultivator in Xianxia city. All the cultivators had retreated far away. The ordinary people in the city were trembling with fear. Under the pressure of the sovereign, everyone felt as if doomsday had arrived. Their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Flawless five elements fist. Gu Fei bellowed furiously. A horrifying five elements power surged out of the huge pitch-black hand. Gu Fei had executed this martial arts technique. The Extreme Path sacred technique created by the Extreme Path martial saint possessed unimaginable might. Dao rhymes emerged from the huge pitch-black hand, and the aura of the Great Way surged. Bang! A hole appeared in the huge spirit power fist and Gu Fei rushed out from it. His whole body emitted endless five-colored divine light, and rays of five-colored divine rainbows circled around him. This was a qi gang formed by the five elements true force, which only cultivators possessed. The five-colored qi gang scattered the huge spirit power fist like waterfalls. There seemed to be five worlds revolving around Gu Fei's body. This was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared when the flawless five elements fist was fully executed. The Black Demon Emperor's body shook violently, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. After Gu Fei broke free, he immediately soared into the sky and rushed out of the city. With one step he was already 100 miles away. He was extremely fast. So fast, the Black Fiend Emperor Qing Mu and Shin King couldn't help but change their expressions. With such speed, if this person wanted to escape, perhaps no one would be able to stop him. Zhoosh! A green divine arrow tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. Greenwood Shin King made his move again. The divine arrow formed by the Greenwood divine bow shot towards Gu Fei's back in an instant. This almighty divine weapon displayed great power. Even with his 8 steps extreme speed, it was difficult for Gu Fei to shake off the divine arrow shot by this divine bow. However, when the divine arrow was about to hit Gu Fei, it suddenly changed its direction and shot toward the Black Evil Emperor who was chasing after him. The divine arrow shot in front of him in the blink of an eye. The powerful force that emanated from the divine arrow hit the Black Evil Emperor's face so hard that he felt a stinging pain. How is this possible? The one who was the most shocked was none other than Greenwood Shin King. This was the divine arrow shot by him and it had never missed its target. However, it had been moved away twice today. After such a divine arrow was shot, it would not stop until it was stained with the opponent's blood. This was because Greenwood Shin King had already locked onto the opponent's aura. Even if the opponent fled thousands of miles away, the divine arrow would still be able to chase after him. However, today it was difficult for him to lock onto the opponent's aura. This was the first time that Greenwood Shin King had encountered such a thing. It was too strange. Damn it! The Black Evil Emperor roared angrily. He directly spat out a mouthful of black divine flame to burn the divine arrow that was shooting towards him. This was the Black Evil Divine Fire. The void was burned until it was distorted. The green divine arrow was engulfed by the Black Evil Divine Fire. Boom! After the Black Evil Divine Fire broke through the divine arrow shot by Greenwood Shin King, it immediately erupted like a volcano, burning towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The fire burned the sky. A mountain range outside the city silently turned into ashes. Half of the world was enveloped by the Black Evil Divine Fire, and Gu Fei was also engulfed in it. However, just as the Black Evil Divine Fire engulfed Gu Fei, The Black Evil Emperor was alarmed. He suddenly felt that the Black Evil Divine Fire, which was connected to his mind, was suddenly pulled away by a great force. Rumble. The whole world was shaking. The Black Evil Divine Fire, which had enveloped half of the world, was rapidly retreating. This extremely powerful Black Evil Divine Fire was not taken back by the Black Evil Emperor. Instead, it was continuously absorbed into Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, forcibly sucking in all the Black Evil Divine Fire in the sky and then swallowing it into his body. What? When the Black Evil Emperor saw this scene, he was truly shocked. The Black Evil Divine Fire was the natal true fire that he had cultivated. If it was all devoured, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Or, the Black Evil Emperor roared again and again. He desperately circulated his dermic powers, wanting to take back the Black Evil Divine Fire. However, he found that a mighty force that could devour the sky emanated from Gu Fei's body, which had already absorbed the Black Evil Divine Fire. No matter how much the Black Evil Emperor tried to mobilize his Immortal Path Divine Power, it was already too late. Very soon, the Black Evil Divine Fire that filled the sky was completely devoured by Gu Fei. The Black Evil Emperor was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood on the spot. His expression also became weary. His natal true fire had been taken away by someone. It would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate it back again. This almost drove the Black Evil Emperor crazy. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. They were all dumbfounded. That was the Black Evil Divine Fire, but it was actually destroyed by this young cultivator just like that. No one had expected such an ending. The Black Evil Divine Fire that the Black Evil Emperor had breathed had burned countless powerful opponents to death. In the Heaven Realm, this Black Evil True Fire was very famous. How could his physical body possibly withstand the burning of the Black Evil Divine Fire? Could he be a great accomplishment emperor? The Black Evil Divine Fire of the Black Evil Emperor is a terrifying divine fire that even the real mighty cultivators would be shocked by. How could it be destroyed just like that? Some powerful cultivators whispered. They were well aware of the power of the Black Evil Divine Fire, which was why they were even more shocked. How could someone dare to resist this kind of divine fire with their physical body? While everyone was in disbelief, Gu Fei secretly felt lucky. The Black Evil Divine Fire was so overbearing that even his Emperor martial body had almost been unable to withstand it. However, he had secretly used the mountain and river cauldron to absorb the Black Evil Divine Fire that filled the sky into the mountain and river cauldron. The others did not know the reason, and they thought that Gu Fei had refined this divine fire with his physical body. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Gu Fei made his move. Boom! The void suddenly shook and pitch-black flames suddenly rushed out of his body, burning towards Qing Mu and Shen Qing. Wherever the black flames passed, the void collapsed silently. This move again. Chapter 11:14. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path had been lost for countless years. Even in the Heaven Realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, no one had ever seen such a supreme secret technique of the Immortal Path. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, Chaotic Reversal, to reverse the attacks of the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shen King, giving them a taste of their own medicine. This secret technique shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shen King. The techniques that they had used were all reversed. The monstrous Black Fiend fire surged towards Qingmu Shen King. The whole world was shrouded by the Black Fiend fire in an instant, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had no choice but to retreat further away. The Black Fiend fire was too overbearing, and no one was willing to be touched by this kind of divine fire. Everlasting azure sky tree blooms. Qingmu Shen King shouted, an endless azure divine light rushed out of his body, illuminating the whole world. His figure disappeared and a towering divine tree appeared under the azure sky. When the endless Black Fiend fire rushed into the vision that Qingmu Shen King had conjured, it immediately dissipated in the void. This was a divine Dao phenomenon, a great divine ability that only a deity emperor could use. A divine tree swayed under the blue sky, and an unfathomable power surged. There seemed to be a world evolving here, and the azure sky divine tree became the only thing between heaven and earth. The terrifying black fiend divine fire was actually dissolved just like that. This kind of great divine ability was really shocking. This kind of phenomenon was really too frightening. Among those of the same level, perhaps only Gu Fei could be able to break out after being trapped by such a great magic. Even the Black Fiend Emperor was shocked when he saw this. He felt a strong pressure and Qingmu Shen King was already a threat to him. The Black Emperor and the Green Emperor were both overlords, and there were many grudges between them. The Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shen King were old rivals for many years. The fact that the other party had cultivated a great mystic ability of the divine Tao gave the Black Fiend Emperor an immense amount of pressure. Zhoosh. At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his extreme 8-step speed and rushed into the distance. He did not want to display his true strength in front of everyone, so he could only retreat. He had all kinds of methods to fight against these two Emperor stage experts, but he had some misgivings and didn't want to expose his trump cards. Where are you going? The Black Evil Emperor was the first to chase after him. As for the Greenwood Shin King, who had unleashed the ancient clear sky tree blooming divine ability, he also withdrew his divine ability. The clear sky god disappeared as soon as it was erected, and the terrifying pressure also retreated like a receding tide. Zhoosh. Greenwood Shin King turned into a flash of green light, chasing after Gu Fei. He did not want to let Gu Fei escape just like that. In the dark, many people soared into the sky and chased after him. The mysterious woman who had been watching the battle from afar had disappeared without anyone noticing. Gu Fei strode in the void, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant with a single step. He was even faster than the teleportation of the Immortal Tao. His speed was unparalleled in the world. However, Gu Fei deliberately slowed down his pace. He did not intend to shake off the two fellows chasing after him. He wanted to lure them to a place where there was no one around. God knew how many eyes were watching him tonight, so Gu Fei had to be careful. He kept changing his direction, passing over the mountains like a ghost in the dark night. No one knew where he went, and even he himself was lost in the endless mountains. Zhoosh. A divine arrow shot past Gu Fei's side. Boom. With a loud bang, the mountain in front of Gu Fei was hit by the divine arrow and immediately collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky and the entire region shook. Greenwood Shin King chased after Gu Fei and kept shooting divine arrows. However, none of them could really threaten Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the reverse secret art to divert them away. Alright, let's do it here. Gu Fei stopped in the depths of the mountain. At the instant Gu Fei stopped, Divine Emperor Greenwood shot out another arrow. Gu Fei turned around abruptly and no longer dodged. Instead he punched out with his fist. Bam! The ferocious power of the fist pierced through the void and directly shattered the divine arrow that was shot at him. The entire void trembled under his fist. Gu Fei could shake the void with his physical strength. His combat strength was unparalleled and his strength was unparalleled. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he directly faced the two martial emperors who were chasing him. Seeing Gu Fei's action, the Black Evil Emperor and Greenwood Shin King could not help but be surprised. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei directly attacked. The flawless 5 elements fist was thrown out. 5 worlds appeared around him, and the terrifying fist energy shattered the void. The Black Evil Emperor and Greenwood Shin King were secretly shocked. They quickly dodged, not daring to take the attack head-on. Bam! The Black Evil Emperor, like a black meteor, rushed down from the sky and directly rushed into the ground. Then the whole earth began to shake. Bang! 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 The earth chi was vast. Streams of earth chi rushed out from the ground like big dragons, emitting endless evil chi and entangled Gu Fei. The Black Evil Emperor activated the thick earth chi and borrowed the power of the earth. Boom! Gu Fei only punched out and the hundreds of big dragons that rushed out from the ground suddenly collapsed. The fist energy came down and the whole ground shook violently. Shwa! 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 Greenwood Shin King shot 19 arrows in a row and his immortal power was vast. The divine bow in his hand emitted a trace of the Emperor's power. Every divine arrow emitted a divine light that was thousands of feet long, and like a divine rainbow, they pierced towards Gu Fei. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He pushed his hand forward and a vast amount of true power condensed into a dazzling golden divine hand. Then it met the 19 divine arrows that were piercing through the air. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky and sealed off a part of the void. The 19 divine arrows shattered in the void, and even divine Emperor Greenwood was sent flying. How is this possible? Greenwood Shin King was shocked and he had a feeling of fear. The combat strength that Yi Futian had displayed was too frightening. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak before? Even the divine arrows shot by the imperial weapons of the great accomplishment Emperor realm could be easily blocked. The strength of Gu Fei made Greenwood Shin King's heart palpitate. Was this guy pretending to be weak? Rumble. A monstrous true power surged out of Gu Fei's body, and his extremely vigorous qi and blood were surging. The whole world was filled with the 5 elements Yuan qi. The colorful divine light illuminated the whole world. Under the dark night, it seemed that a colorful divine sun had appeared. Chapter 11:15. Gu Fei displayed his invincible might and fought against the black evil emperor and Greenwood Shin King alone. His fist suppressed the 2 famous experts of the heaven realm. Roar. A dull roar came from under the ground and the whole land shook violently. Mountains collapsed one after another and the ground undulated violently. It was as if a terrible ancient demon god had awoken from the ground, and the vast earth essence burst out from the depths of the earth. Endless earth essence rushed out from the depths of the earth, and a huge figure stood up from the ground. It was a Dharma form condensed from the vast earth essence. Dharma form of heaven and earth? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. People who could condense Dharma form of heaven and earth must at least have the cultivation and strength of the peak realm. This was definitely not a skill that an emperor of the celestial being realm could use. Black evil old ghost. Greenwood Shin King was also shocked when he saw this scene. The skill displayed by the black evil emperor was too frightening. It was not something that could be used by those who were not powerful. As soon as the Dharma form of heaven and earth appeared, the weather changed and the heaven and earth trembled. The huge figure stood between the heaven and earth like an ancient demon god, and above his head, there were flashes of lightning. Roar. The giant raised his head and roared and the whole sky seemed to collapse. It was as if an invincible ancient demon god had descended between the heaven and earth, and the whole area was shrouded by a terrible aura. Bang! The 10,000-meter tall giant slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. The huge palm condensed from the essence of the great Earth Empress Earth directly smashed the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and his expression was extremely serious. Although this Dharma form of heaven and earth was extremely powerful, it was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei still blasted out a punch and endless true power burst out from his fist, and a golden sun seemed to appear between the heaven and earth. This was the great metal movement fist of the flawless 5 elements fist. When Gu Fei punched out, he activated the power of the metal element in the sky. On his fist, there seemed to be a golden world surging. At this time, Gu Fei's physical strength had fused with his martial Dao true energy, and his entire body was surrounded by Dao rhymes. This was the invincible fist technique created by the extreme Dao sage, and it was the ultimate sublimation of the 5 elements fist. This set of fist techniques could be said to be flawless. If an extreme Dao saint were to display this set of fist techniques, perhaps even the entire world would be shattered by a pair of fists. Boom! Gu Fei's right fist collided with the right palm of the heaven and earth law idol, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that caused the void to collapse in an instant. Damn it! Gu Fei felt an unstoppable force surging from his fist, causing him to fly backwards involuntarily. His entire right arm felt numb. The heaven and earth Dharma form displayed terrifying divine might, and it actually sent Gu Fei flying. This was the first time Gu Fei was truly suppressed by someone since the start of the battle. He was a heaven being realm martial emperor and he could be said to be invincible in the same realm. His divine strength was unparalleled, and he even cultivated the #1 martial Dao battle skill in the cultivation world. Yet he was still suppressed by the heaven and earth Dharma form. One had to admit that an existence that could condense the heaven and earth Dharma form was truly terrifying. The heaven and earth Dharma form could draw in the power of heaven and earth, and there were even Dao rhymes lingering around it. This was a kind of supreme killing technique that could only be executed by a great perfection emperor at the peak of the almighty realm. The Black Fiend Sovereign was merely an immortal emperor in the heaven being realm. How could he execute such a great technique? Could he be the same as the fallen Violet Sovereign? Could he have cultivated some kind of secret technique that could stimulate the heaven and earth Dharma form? At this moment, there wasn't any time for Gu Fei to think too much, because the heaven and earth Dharma form had already chased over. In just a single step, the heaven and earth Dharma form had arrived in front of Gu Fei. Without any words, the heaven and earth Dharma form immediately made a move, shattering the void. It wanted to devour Gu Fei into the shattered void, and use the destructive force when the heaven and earth was shattering to obliterate Gu Fei. By now, Greenwood Shin King had already retreated far away. Could the black fiend old ghost have already become an emperor? Greenwood Shin King was bewildered. The supreme killing technique that the black fiend sovereign displayed had given him quite a shock. Bang! The heaven and earth Dharma forms strode over and stomped down on Gu Fei. The destructive force was vast and mighty. This stomp had even created a giant hole in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and displayed the 8 extreme steps, rushing out from under the heaven and earth Dharma form's feet. Then an ancient cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient bronze cauldron. There were flowers, birds, insects, and fish engraved on it. It seemed like everything in the world could be found on this cauldron. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly pointed the mouth of the cauldron at the heaven and earth Dharma form, and then patted the bottom of the cauldron. Boom! A great fire immediately rushed out of the cauldron, instantly enveloping the whole world. The sky and the ground turned into a sea of fire, and the heaven and earth Dharma form was also devoured by the sea of fire. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of fire. It was the voice of the Black Fiend Sovereign. He had merged with the heaven and earth Dharma form, borrowing the power of the thick earth to condense the heaven and earth Dharma form. It could be said that the heaven and earth Dharma form was the Black Fiend Sovereign, and the Black Fiend Sovereign was the heaven and earth Dharma form. The great fire that rushed out of the cauldron in Gu Fei's hand burned half the sky red. The places that were enveloped by the great fire were burned to the point that the void was distorted. "I'll burn you to death, you bastard." Gu Fei patted the bottom of the ancient cauldron again, and a rainbow-colored divine flame rushed out from the cauldron. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and collapsed from the heat. It was extremely terrifying. This was the terrifying divine flame emitted by the fire phoenix divine pearl. It was drawn out by Gu Fei and a huge fire burned the sky. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth, and the heat emitted by the divine flame caused the ground to be scorched. Under the shroud of the divine fire, nothing could be preserved. Everything was refined by the divine fire. Even the monstrous earth essence was burned by the divine fire. Greenwood and Shin King, who had already retreated far away, felt a wave of hot air blowing toward him. His whole body felt like it was in a furnace, and the divine power in his body seemed to be ignited. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying. Greatly alarmed, Divine Emperor Qingmu had no choice but to retreat into the distance once more. The flames had incinerated everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even the earth was sinking due to the heat. Roar! The shrill roar of the Black Fiend Sovereign came out of the great fire. This kind of divine fire was too overbearing. Even the heaven and earth Dharma form could not withstand it. The Black Fiend Sovereign was in big trouble. This was really unbelievable. It should be known that the divine fire that came from the Fire Phoenix Divine Pearl could even refine immortal divine materials. This showed how powerful this kind of divine fire was. Bang! A huge silhouette rushed out of the sea of fire. Even the thick earth essence energy was ignited. The vast earth essence energy was quickly being refined. The figure did not rush out for more than 100 miles before he was burned to death by the divine fire that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. An emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. Chapter 11:16. The divine fire emitted from the Fire Phoenix Divine Bead was definitely one of the most powerful flames in the world. It could smelt the best magical materials and was the exclusive divine fire for supreme saints to refine weapons. Although the Black Evil Emperor had used a secret technique to activate the essence of the earth and condense the universal law Laksana that only peak experts could display, he was still burned to death by Gu Fei's fire. So what if he borrowed the power of heaven and earth? This ultimate divine fire could even burn a hole in the heaven and earth, let alone the universal law Laksana. After burning the Black Demon Emperor to death, the monstrous fire retreated like a tide and entered the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Seeing this, Qingmu Shin King was scared out of his wits. He cultivated the wood elemental cultivation method and had the wood elemental divine power. If he was ignited by this divine fire, he would end up like the Black Demon Emperor. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, Qingmu Shin King turned around and fled. His opponent was too powerful. Even Shin King, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the celestial realm, could not compete with him. You still want to leave at this time? Gu Fei sneered. When he used the mountain and river cauldron, he had already decided to kill these two guys. Otherwise, once the news of the mountain and river cauldron's appearance spread in the heaven realm, he would have no place to stay in the heaven realm. A terrifyingly domineering saber light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The saber light turned into a huge dragon and slashed at Divine Emperor Greenwood. Swoosh. The terrifying saber light tore open a 10,000-meter-long hole in the sky. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread across the world. Qingmu Shin King was scared out of his wits. The peerless saber light soared up and the terrifying waves spread in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split in half. Divine Emperor Greenwood felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient, supreme demon. The pores all over his body opened up, and the saber light illuminated the entire world, turning the dark night into day in an instant. What's going on? What is that? Thousands of miles away, there were cultivators who witnessed the peerless blade light. They were all shocked to the extreme. That terrifying aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Everlasting clear sky, one tree blooms. At this critical juncture of life and death, Greenwood Shin King put his life on the line. He immediately used his most powerful life and death technique. When his divine Tao phenomenon appeared, even heaven and earth seemed to change color. Rumble. A towering divine tree rushed out from Greenwood Shin King's body. He had turned into a divine tree, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless azure divine light shone from the divine tree, as if an azure world was evolving. It was a God Tao manifestation that resembled the creation of heaven and earth. A divine tree had carved out a green world, and it was like a world tree. However, there was no suspense. The peerless blade light directly slashed into the green world, splitting the divine tree under the blue sky in half. The domineering blade light crushed the towering divine tree into pieces. The blue sky was collapsing. This was a terrifying tremor. The vast and mighty power of destruction caused this part of the world to turn into nothingness. The earth was sinking and the void was collapsing. It was as if the real world was collapsing. This scene was too frightening. The peerless blade light broke through the void and rushed out from the collapsed world. Swoosh. The peerless blade light flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the distance. In an instant he disappeared under the night sky. At this time some people were alarmed. A few figures soon appeared nearby. At that moment, the world that Divine Emperor Greenwood had conjured had expanded to its limit. Then it began to shrink inwards. When this part of the world completely collapsed, the collapsed void shrank into a chaotic point of origin. Then it completely disappeared between the heaven and the earth. This was something that could only happen when a cultivator opened up a void. The void would collapse and shrink, transforming into a primordial point of chaos. After that, even the primordial point of chaos would dissipate into the void. The mysterious woman with the bronze mask on her face appeared silently on top of a mountain in the distance. Even the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Shin King have fallen? The mysterious woman in black muttered to herself. Behind the bronze mask, a pair of sparkling eyes looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. She did not speak for a long time. Soon some people knew that the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Shin King had been killed in this barren mountain. Several powerful cultivators from Xianxia City had also appeared nearby. Some people sensed the aura of the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Shin King. Some people saw some fragments of divine weapons scattered on the ground. Some people recognized that these fragments of divine weapons belonged to the divine bow in Greenwood Shin King's hands. Even the imperial weapons refined by emperors in the mighty realm were destroyed. That person is really terrifying. Who could even destroy an imperial weapon? Could that person be a peak emperor realm expert? Or is he a semi-sage who has already stepped on the road to becoming a sage? Many cultivators from Xianxia City also appeared in this barren mountain. Some people guessed that it was that ordinary-looking cultivator who had killed the 2 martial emperors in the advanced realm. If that person wanted to open the ancient teleportation formation, he must not be an ordinary cultivator. Some people thought that the two martial emperors in the advanced realm had been ambushed by someone else. People from other forces had lured the two Xin kings here and killed them. All kinds of guesses started to spread in the eastern region of the Middle-earth. The fall of the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xin King had shocked the entire cultivation world of the Middle-earth. One had to know that the Black Devil Emperor and Greenwood Xin King were fierce generals under the Black Emperor, while the other was a capable war god under the Azure Emperor. The fall of such people in the territory of the Profound Heaven Holy Land was definitely a big matter that would shake the entire Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor were both heroes of a region. The Profound Heaven Holy Land had no choice but to send people to investigate this matter. For a moment, the people in the eastern region of the Middle-earth felt that a storm was brewing. And the culprit who caused this situation had already set off again. Gu Fei did not stop at any place. After he identified the direction, he continued to head for the southern mountains. He could not be bothered with anything else. It had to be said that the Middle-earth was really huge. It was the largest of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This was the center of the heavenly realm, now the world of the human race. No one knew how many people there were in the Middle-earth. There were more than 10 great sects in the entire Middle-earth. Every great sect controlled at least 5 million kilometers of territory. As for a super sect like the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the territory they controlled was even vaster. The ancestral veins of the Middle-earth were all under the control of a few super sections. The human race was extremely prosperous. Naturally, there were many geniuses. Among the younger generation of cultivators, there were a few incredible people. These people could be called demonic geniuses. The other regions were not the world of the human race. The southern mountains was the world of the fiend race and the demons. The human race did not have any strong forces there. Shili was the territory of the 9 tribes of Shili. Strictly speaking, the 9 tribes of Shili had the bloodline of the ancient innate gods. They were not pure humans. The 9 tribes of Shili were called the Shili divine race. Aside from these 2 regions, the other regions were the world of the human race. The human race occupied 3 of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This showed how strong the human race was in the heavenly realm. Along the way, Gu Fei discovered that the Middle-earth was not like the Eastern Earth. There were cities not far from here. Furthermore, these human settlements all had cultivators guarding them. There was no lack of famous mountains and rivers in the Middle-earth, but they all had owners. Gu Fei kept a low profile. He bought a map of the Middle-earth from a traveling merchant. The traveling merchants of the heavenly realm traveled extensively. Naturally, they had prepared maps of the various regions of the heavenly realm. On the map of the Middle-earth, there were 3 mountain ridges that crisscrossed the Middle-earth. Those were the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle-earth. Above the ancestral veins were countless earth veins that passed through the Middle-earth. The origins of the 3 ancestral veins were marked. The ancestral vein in the east was marked with the Profound Heaven Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the south was marked with the Grand Clear Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the southwest was marked with the word Li. Gu Fei had been studying this map for the past few days. The Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Grand Clear Holy Land, and the Li family. Are these the 3 super factions of the Middle-earth? Gu Fei had been in the heavenly realm for some time now. He had gained a certain understanding of the heavenly realm. This was especially so after he refined the memories of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. He already knew the current situation of the heavenly realm. The Violet Emperor was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He knew many secrets of the heavenly realm. The factions that could control the ancestral veins were all powerful and never declined. The heavenly realm's Li family was rumored to be the main family of the supreme Dao ancestor. They had existed since the Great Desolate Eon. Even today, the Li family still occupied one of the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle-earth. No one could shake the Li family's position in the Middle-earth. There were even rumors that the heavenly realm's Li family had an extreme Dao sacred weapon left behind by the supreme Dao ancestor. The Profound Heaven Holy Land and the Grand Clear Holy Land were factions that had produced sages before. They had incredibly deep foundations. There was a reason why these factions could stand tall in the heavenly realm for so many years. After understanding all this, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. He already had a lot of enemies. The Eastern Earth's primordial Emperor Xian had killed his son. Not long ago he had killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor. Although no one knew that he was the one who killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor, Gu Fei still had to be careful. After all, the heavenly realm was a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Fei continued on his journey. After half a month he finally crossed the Middle Earth and arrived at the border between the Middle Earth and the Southern Mountains. The border between the Southern Mountains and the Middle Earth was a scarlet land. This was the famous Scarlet Plains of the heavenly realm. It was a scarlet plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some people said that the Scarlet Plains was a battlefield in the ancient era. The reason why the land here was scarlet was because it was dyed red by the blood of the Immortals. Chapter 11:17. The Scarlet Plains lay between Middle Earth and Southern Mountains. It was a strange and evil place. An unfathomable force shrouded the entire Scarlet Plains, making it difficult for cultivators to fly. Any cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains would have their cultivation suppressed. No one knew what was going on. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. No cultivator was willing to enter the Scarlet Plains. It was a barren land that stretched for thousands of miles. Not even a ghost could be seen. Gu Fei lingered outside the Scarlet Plains for a long time. He tried to fly into the sky after entering the Scarlet Plains, but he found that he couldn't fly at all. There was a force that imprisoned him on the ground. He could only walk. In the Scarlet Plains, the cultivator's cultivation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei even lost the ability to fly. This is really an evil place. Gu Fei felt a trace of uneasiness. The Scarlet Plains evil was not unfamiliar to the cultivators in the Heaven Realm. During the day, cultivators could freely enter and exit the Scarlet Plains, but once night fell, no one would enter the Scarlet Plains. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. Demonic ghosts and devils wandered around. No cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains at night could come out again. Some people said that it was an evil thing formed by the undying divine sense of a supreme existence in ancient times. Unless the ancient Buddha Lord personally came, no one would be able to transcend this evil thing. Gu Fei looked at the sky and saw that the sun had already set. Night would soon come. He had missed the best opportunity to enter the endless blood-red land. I can only wait until tomorrow. Gu Fei had to retreat first. Entering the Scarlet Plains at this time was tantamount to suicide. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. When night fell, even Emperor-level characters wouldn't be willing to enter the Scarlet Plains easily. Gu Fei didn't want to take this risk. He retreated to a mountain peak 100 miles away from the Scarlet Plains. He sat cross-legged on the peak, then closed his eyes to meditate and circulated his qi. After crossing the Scarlet Plains, the opposite side would be the Southern Mountains. The Southern Mountains was the world of the demon race and the demons. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was located in the Southern Mountains, and the Southern Mountains God Emperor, Xianxia, was a demon emperor. There were countless legends in the Southern Mountains. It was said that there was a devil's nest in the Heaven Realm. It was the origin of all evil in the world. There were countless secrets of the world there. Even the ancestral court of the Dragon Clan was located in the Southern Mountains. Legend had it that the supreme demonic Saint Grand Emperor had once sat cross-legged on a divine mountain in the Southern Mountains for nearly 10,000 years. It was said that the current Dragon Realm was a holy land created by the Grand Sovereign with his supreme divine power. It was the holy land of the demon race and had a supreme status among the demon race. The situation in the Southern Mountains was very complicated. The demon race and the demons fought against each other. This was the most turbulent region in the Heaven Realm. Sometimes, a great war between emperors would even break out. In recent years, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had been restless. The pressure faced by the demon race in the Southern Mountains was unimaginable. The demon race blocked the demons. Otherwise, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains would have killed their way into the Middle Earth long ago. The human race had also sent experts to the Southern Mountains. Every move of the demons was under the human race's surveillance. Once there was any sign of trouble, the major sects of the human race would immediately know about the unusual movements of the demons. Gu Fei had a certain understanding of the current situation in the Southern Mountains. Time passed. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the mountains. The sky was dark and night was coming. In the mountains there was only silence. On the peak of the mountain a gentle breeze blew. Gu Fei's mind gradually became ethereal, as if he had fused with the world and entered a very mysterious state. At Gu Fei's level he could already sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could touch the edge of the Tao. One more step and he could cut the Tao and become a mighty figure. That being said, cutting the Tao was still a little too early for Gu Fei. The heavens Tao is merciless and the grand Tao is indefinite. Everyone's fortuitous encounters are different, and the Tao they comprehend is different as well. It's extremely difficult to sever the Tao of others to complete the Tao of one's own, and countless extraordinary figures have been stuck at this barrier. All cultivators cultivated the Tao created by their predecessors. Someone else's Tao would always be someone else's. Even if one cultivated it to the highest level, it would still be impossible to defeat the sage who created the Tao. In order to break free from the shackles of the predecessors and become an undefeatable saint, one had to cut the other Tao. Therefore, in the world of cultivation there was a saying of cutting the Tao. If Gu Fei wanted to surpass the martial progenitor realm, he had to cut the Tao and comprehend his own Tao. Even if it was the same martial, he could comprehend a different martial Tao. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, seemed to have come into contact with something on a deeper level. However, he was unable to grasp it. It was like a clump of air, shapeless, invisible and untouchable. Could this be the Tao? It was too profound, Gu Fei couldn't comprehend it at all. His mind was immersed in this wondrous state, and he didn't want to leave this mysterious state. Gu Fei's body was silent, and his aura was completely concealed. He was like a statue sitting motionlessly on the mountain peak. There were no roars of beasts coming from the nearby mountains. There seemed to be no beasts in the area outside the Scarlet Plain. At midnight, a ghostly howl came from the depths of the Scarlet Plain, as if there were countless wandering ghosts rushing out from the ground and wandering in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and an evil and terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plains, causing him to immediately awaken from that mysterious state. What's going on? This aura made Gu Fei's heart skip a beat. There seemed to be an ancient demon god awakening in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak and then soared into the sky. He came to the sky and looked at the Scarlet Plain. He saw that on the boundless Scarlet Plain in front of him, there were traces of blood-colored evil aura surging out from the ground. The Scarlet Plain had been shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist. In the blood mist, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Could it be that a terrible existence has been born in the depths of this Scarlet Plain? The aura that surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain was very evil. It didn't seem to be the immortal spirit left behind by a supreme demon or a primordial demon god. This made Gu Fei think of the evil spirit of the saint in the palace of the moon deities. The evil spirit formed by the resentment of the saint was the evilest thing in the world. This kind of thing had jumped out of the 5 elements and was not outside of the 3 realms. A supreme saint of the great path died here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of this. The evil spirit of the saint was extremely evil and terrifying. He'd kill humans, gods, immortals, demons, and Buddhas. Anyone who encountered it would only end up with one end, and that was to have their soul destroyed. It was no wonder that no cultivator who broke into the Scarlet Plain at night could come out again. The Scarlet Plain was filled with evil spirit. From time to time, there were blood-colored evil lights rushing out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain. The blood mist was surging, and it was a sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. Day and night were the same Scarlet Plain, but they were 2 completely opposite scenes. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. At this time the Scarlet Plain had turned into a dangerous place. The evil spirit was vast and the blood light flickered. In the blood mist that shrouded the blood-colored land, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Those were the remnant thoughts of the cultivators who fell on the blood-colored land. This kind of remnant thoughts was magnified many times by some kind of force, so the remnant thoughts could condense into a human form. There was no doubt that it was a dangerous place. Gu Fei descended from the sky and continued to sit on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to the blood-colored world in front of him. He wanted to re-enter the mysterious state just now. However, he found that at this time, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to touch that realm. This made Gu Fei feel a little lost. The strange phenomenon in the Scarlet Plain lasted for a whole night. It gradually calmed down when the next day was about to dawn. The mighty and terrifying aura above the scarlet plane also receded and finally disappeared into the depths of the scarlet plane. When the eastern sky turned white, the endless blood-colored land finally calmed down completely. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He stood up from the top of the mountain and flew forward. When he arrived in front of the scarlet plane, he landed on the ground from the sky. He directly walked into the blood-red land in front of him. As soon as he set foot on the land, an evil power immediately enveloped him. Gu Fei's cultivation suddenly dropped sharply. His cultivation and strength were weakened to the immortal spirit realm before stopping and no longer continuing to decline. He couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei had never seen such a place before. It could actually weaken a cultivator's cultivation and strength. What kind of place was this? Although his cultivation was weakened, Gu Fei's physical strength was not affected at all. Although he couldn't fly, he could cross dozens of miles with one step, which was even faster than teleportation. All cultivators who entered the Scarlet Plane would have their cultivation suppressed, but Gu Fei was different. His physical strength was so strong that it was difficult to suppress it even in this evil place. What was suppressed was only the warrior's true force cultivated in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei had to cross the entire Scarlet Plane before nightfall, reach the other side, enter the Nanling boundary and then find Old Tortoise and Shaoqing. Otherwise, once the night came, he would be trapped in the Scarlet Plane and it would be difficult for him to get out. What's going on? Why is the Scarlet Plane so vast? Half an hour later, Gu Fei, who was running wildly on the Scarlet Plane, still couldn't see the other side. He had already run for tens of thousands of miles, but the Scarlet Plane seemed to have no end. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was too evil. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He couldn't use all kinds of methods, so he could only run on his feet. Chapter 11:18. The Scarlet Plane during the day and the Scarlet Plane at night were simply two extremes. As Gu Fei walked on this red land, he couldn't sense any evil aura at all. It was hard to imagine that last night's evil aura was soaring to the sky, the demonic roars were bursting out, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and the terrifying scene of demons crawling out from hell happened right under his feet. Scarlet red soil, scarlet red stones, there was no sign of life. This was a lifeless area, no vegetation could survive. On this red land, there was not even the shadow of an animal, not even a living thing. Where did that evil aura come from? Gu Fei traveled 100 miles with a single step, moving rapidly on the red land. He thought of the terrifying scene he saw last night, the evil aura that stirred up the heaven and earth. That power was enough to turn the heaven and earth upside down. Even a powerful emperor would be shocked if they came, and even a half-saint wouldn't dare to set foot on this evil land at night. When the Scarlet Plane turned into an evil land at night, Gu Fei felt that this endless evil land seemed to be alive, as if it was nurturing a terrifying life. This made Gu Fei very uneasy. If this evil land really nurtured a life, it would most likely be an invincible existence comparable to the extreme ancient saints. Soon Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. 2 hours had passed, but the scenery in front of him hadn't changed at all. Moreover, the sun in the sky had disappeared without him noticing. This feeling, Gu Fei was very surprised. He stopped and swept his eyes in all directions. The divine eyes of Martial Path pierced through the void, looking through the nothingness. With one look he was shocked. Under the divine eyes of Martial Path, there were actually strands of blood floating in the void. This scene was hard to see with the naked eye. Only someone with a physique like Gu Fei could see such a strange scene. He saw that the strands of blood were connected to the ground, and the whole land looked like it was covered with long blood-colored fur. Gu Fei was dumbfounded on the spot. How could this be? There was no way such a huge life form could exist in this world. The blood-colored threads that emanated from the blood-colored ground seemed to be a kind of great path divine law. There was no energy fluctuation, not even any aura, but this made Gu Fei even more shocked. This was a kind of order power that was above any other power. Only saints who had comprehended the Tao could cultivate this kind of order power. This was a type of Tao power, the Tao law of the heaven and earth. Didn't all cultivators spend their entire lives trying to prove their Tao? The sages who had proven their Tao were the main characters of the world. Everyone else below the sages were ants. Could there have been a great battle between sages here? Gu Fei pondered for a long time before he came to this conclusion. The Tao law that the sage had obtained had not dissipated even after countless years. If that wasn't the case, then it meant that a terrifying life was being nurtured beneath this blood-red land. This life could already condense the order of the Great Path. This was an existence comparable to a sage. Once it was born in this era where sages were extinct, this evil spirit would be invincible in the 3 realms and 6 Dao. No one would be its opponent. Gu Fei discovered that there were countless evil blood-colored strands around him as well. However, the vigorous life energy radiating from his body repelled all the evil strands around him. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that he was surrounded by endless blood-colored evil threads. Such a scene would make one's scalp tingle. A chill ran from the bottom of Gu Fei's feet to the top of his head. Under the divine eyes of Martial Path, there was nothing that could be hidden, not even the power of the Great Path. Evil, it was too evil. How could there be such a scene? Gu Fei tried to retract the divine eyes of Martial Path, and the extremely strange scene in front of him immediately disappeared. There was nothing in the void, but when he activated the divine eyes of Martial Path, this strange scene immediately appeared in front of him. The Scarlet Plains, what kind of place is this? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He thought of the evil corpses covered with red hair that he had seen in some evil lands. Weren't the blood-colored threads emitted from the ground the same as the red hair on the evil corpses? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. Boom! Gu Fei's blood and qi soared to the sky. His life force was vigorous to the extreme, and his vast life force repelled the surrounding blood-colored threads. Soon, within 1,000 miles of where Gu Fei was, there was no longer a trace of the strange blood-colored threads. The vigorous life force seemed to be the nemesis of these strange threads. These strange threads seemed to be a kind of Dao law that belonged to the power of death. This was a kind of order power formed from the power of death. The strange blood-colored threads represented death, while Gu Fei, who had entered the Scarlet Plains, represented life force. These 2 kinds of extreme forces were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. However, just as Gu Fei's life force surged to the sky, a roar came from the front. A powerful death qi erupted like a volcano, surging towards Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. How could there be other cultivators in the Scarlet Plains? The terrifying death qi swept across the heaven and earth, causing the wind and clouds to change color. It was as if a terrifying emperor of death had been startled, and a dark aura shrouded the entire heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth immediately darkened, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In the darkness, a cold wind blew, and faint ghostly howls lingered in the air. Gu Fei felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold aura assaulted his body. In the midst of the surging dark aura, a lantern-sized blood-colored light shone. An undead creature? When Gu Fei glanced at the 2 blood-colored lights with his divine eyes of Martial Path, he was surprised to find that the 2 blood-colored lights in the dark aura were actually a pair of eyes. The owner of this pair of eyes was hidden in the dark aura. It was hundreds of meters tall, covered in bone armor, and had 12 bone spikes that were more than 10 meters long on its back. This was a frightening undead creature. Within its malevolent skull, there was a resplendent soul fire that looked like a blood-red divine sunday. It was emitting an extremely powerful soul fluctuation. Damn it, you lowly insect, how dare you ruin my plans? A voice directly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication between souls. The soul waves directly affected Gu Fei's mind, allowing Gu Fei to know what the undead creature wanted to express. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. This undead creature's death qi soared to the sky, and its power was unparalleled. However, its strength was only equivalent to a celestial being realm human emperor. Such an existence could hardly threaten Gu Fei. Bang! The undead creature directly slapped its palm at Gu Fei. The skeletal hand spread out, covering the void above Gu Fei's head. The skeletal hand emitted a powerful force, imprisoning the void, blocking all of Gu Fei's escape routes, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. In fact, Gu Fei had no intention of retreating. He also directly punched upwards. Vigorous qi and blood rushed out from Gu Fei's fist like a huge dragon. Boom! The invincible fist energy shook the void. With a loud sound, the skeletal hand that was slapping towards Gu Fei was actually smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Roar! The undead creature roared. Gu Fei's fist energy shook the powerful undead creature away. The black qi that filled the sky was almost dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. This was only the power of his body. Gu Fei didn't use his martial path true power. Gu Fei directly chased after the undead creature with his 8 desolate steps. With just one step he arrived in front of the rapidly retreating undead creature. Swish! Gu Fei's right leg swept out like a divine whip. His movement was fast to the extreme, and he directly swept the incomparably huge undead creature in two. The Emperor's bone body couldn't withstand Gu Fei's power. One could imagine how strong Gu Fei's body was. He was simply a humanoid saint weapon. The undead Emperor, who was majestic and full of death chi a moment ago, was now scared out of his wits. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. This person's vitality was as vigorous as a real dragon. How could he be an ordinary celestial being realm emperor? But it was too late to regret. Gu Fei didn't give the undead emperor too much time to regret. With a flawless 5 elements fist, the undead emperor's body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Why did this guy take the risk to enter the Scarlet Plains? Gu Fei knew that even if it was an undead creature, if it entered the Scarlet Plains after nightfall, it would still be very dangerous. After nightfall one could only enter the Scarlet Plains but not leave. After nightfall the Scarlet Plains was a terrifying and dangerous place for any existence. It was a forbidden place in the Heaven Realm and no one was willing to set foot in it. Even during the day no one was willing to enter the Scarlet Plains. However, the Scarlet Plains lay between the Central Plains and the Nanling Mountains. If the cultivators of the Central Plains wanted to enter the Nanling Mountains, they would have to pass through this blood-red land. Moreover, the Nanling Mountains was a turbulent region. For countless years, demons and monsters had been constantly attacking each other. Therefore, all the teleportation formations that led to the Nanling Mountains were under the control of the major forces of the Central Plains. Gu Fei originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to go to the Nanling Mountains, but he discovered that the places where the teleportation formations were located were guarded by the experts of the major sections. It was absolutely impossible to operate such a teleportation formation without alerting anyone. The experts of the major sects were not to be trifled with. Such an ancient teleportation formation was tightly guarded. Gu Fei really didn't have the confidence to activate it without alerting anyone. As a last resort he could only cross the Scarlet Plains. This is Chapter 11-19. The Scarlet Plains was not a forbidden place for cultivators as Gu Fei had imagined. He had already encountered an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm before he even went deep into the Scarlet Plains. After killing the immortal emperor, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the immortal emperor was located. He was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in front of him. The blood-colored land in front of him had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black land. The entire land had collapsed and there was an endless evil aura lingering below. What's going on? Did something happen in the Scarlet Plains? Gu Fei was bewildered. In front of him was a bottomless abyss that he couldn't see the end of. This abyss was not marked on the map at all. Gu Fei didn't sense any evil aura in the general area, but when he scanned the abyss with his divine sense, an extremely terrifying aura immediately appeared in his senses. Gu Fei sensed that there seemed to be a sealing force in this part of the world. This force seemed to be sealing something under the blood-colored land. Could it be that this endless blood-red land was actually a seal? The Scarlet Plains was too mysterious and evil. It was the most mysterious place in the Heaven Realm. Because it was located between the Nanling Mountains and the Middle Earth, it caused a lot of trouble for countless cultivators. Apart from the disciples of the great sects that controlled the ancient teleportation formations, there were very few cultivators that traveled between the Nanling Mountains and the Middle Earth. No one was willing to set foot in the Scarlet Plains. Even when it was daytime, cultivators that entered the Scarlet Plains would die mysteriously. Entering the Scarlet Plains during the day would also be risking their lives. How do I get there? Gu Fei stood in front of the abyss and couldn't help but feel troubled. In the Scarlet Plains, ordinary cultivators couldn't fly in the air, unless they had a forbidden weapon or cultivated some kind of forbidden technique. Moreover, the evil aura at the bottom of the abyss was so strong that it was impossible to know what was down there. Before figuring out the situation, Gu Fei didn't want to take risks. I wonder if Xianxia and the rest have arrived at the southern mountains. There was actually a bottomless abyss in the Red Plains, which was something that Gu Fei had never thought of. If Xianxia and the others also entered the Red Plains, it was absolutely impossible for them to cross this abyss. Gu Fei thought about it and decided to make a plan before taking action. He was not an impulsive person. In an extremely evil place like the Scarlet Plains, he had to be even more cautious. Only then could he minimize the danger. In the end, Gu Fei retreated. He was not confident. Heaven Connect City was an ancient city that had existed for as long as the history of the human race. It was a very famous city in the southern region of the Central Plains. In the evening, Gu Fei arrived at this ancient city with a long history. This was a big city. Gu Fei could already feel the soaring human population from afar. In the ancient city there were at least 1 million people. From the ancient city there were countless small towns and villages. Within a radius of thousands of miles around Heaven Connect City, there were human settlements. This was the area controlled by the Tai Ching Sacred Realm. In Heaven Connect City there were experts of the Tai Ching Sacred Realm. There were many cultivators in Heaven Connect City. As soon as Gu Fei entered the city, he felt at least 7 or 8 powerful auras. These were the auras of the Celestial Realm Emperor. Although these Emperor's auras had been deliberately restrained, Gu Fei still felt them. There are so many experts in this ancient city? There were actually 7 or 8 Celestial Realm Emperor in a city, which really shocked Gu Fei. It should be known that Celestial Realm Emperor was an expert in the Heaven Realm. It was already very good to see 1 or 2 Celestial Realm Emperor in a city. This ancient city was not simple. There were so many Emperor gathered here. Heaven Connect City was very lively. People came and went on the streets. Most of the shops in the city were selling all kinds of things related to cultivators. Gu Fei walked aimlessly in the city. Suddenly, a pavilion attracted his attention. Jubao Pavilion? On the door plaque of the pavilion's entrance, there were 3 ancient characters written in golden lacquer. Mortals would never be able to recognize this kind of characters. Only cultivators would come into contact with this kind of characters. This kind of characters was a kind of godly script in ancient times. Although it was not extinct in the current Heaven Realm, there were very few people who used this kind of ancient godly script. Using ancient godly script to write a plaque, this pavilion is interesting. Gu Fei paused for a moment, then directly walked into the Jubao Pavilion. When Gu Fei stepped into the Jubao Pavilion, he immediately saw rays of light flashing. There was a huge space inside and all kinds of treasures were placed. Inside there were divine weapons with mighty divine power, celestial treasures with surging celestial force, and spiritual medicines that emitted bursts of medicinal fragrance. At a glance there were too many things to take in. Of course, these things on the first floor could not enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes at all. There are a lot of things, Gu Fei said to himself. Although he said so, there was a trace of disdain on his face. What Jubao Pavilion? It didn't seem to live up to its name. At this time, an old man in the Jubao Pavilion noticed the expression on Gu Fei's face. Then he rolled his eyes and quickly walked over. Sir, do you need to buy some very rare godly material? The old man said with a smile. Gu Fei shook his head, then planned to turn around and leave. What kind of godly material had he not seen? He had even forged the 9 heaven star iron, an immortal material, into a long sword. Could it be that this Jubao Pavilion had something even more precious than an immortal material? Gu Fei did not believe that there could be something better than an immortal material here. The trace of interest that arose in his heart just now had vanished completely. Haha. Sir, it's not that I'm boasting, but if there are godly material that even our Jubao Pavilion can't take out, then it's useless even if you run around the entire Sky Connect City. In Sky Connect City there's no better place than our Jubao Pavilion. This old man was very good at observing people's expressions. From the subtle changes on Gu Fei's face, he knew that this customer did not want the treasures here. Oh, is that so? Gu Fei said casually. Haha. Sir, please follow me to the 3rd floor. As the old man spoke, he made an inviting gesture and led the way to a teleportation array in front. This was a small teleportation array. Gu Fei discovered that this kind of teleportation array could teleport a cultivator a very short distance. The furthest it could teleport was only 1,000 feet away. This kind of teleportation array was not very useful. The old man led Gu Fei into the teleportation array and then activated the array. The void immediately distorted, and with a swoosh the figures of Gu Fei and the old man disappeared into the void. They were gone. Very quickly, in just an instant, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He found that he had come to another space that was even more vast and spacious. The glowing runes on the ground under his feet were quickly fading away. "Sir, how is this place?" the old man said with some pride. The third floor of the Jubao Pavilion had always been a place that only experts with profound cultivation could enter. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately scanned his surroundings. He saw that this space was almost 10 times larger than the space on the first floor. It was very spacious. This Jubao Pavilion is really generous. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just going down to the third floor, but they had to use the teleportation array. This was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, making a big fuss over a minor issue. Ordinary people would definitely not do this. Could it be that this Jubao Pavilion had some kind of background? Gu Fei could not be bothered to think about it. The other party's background had nothing to do with him, and he did not care what kind of powerful background the other party had. He even dared to provoke the Emperor Xian of the eastern land Yuan Gu, let alone others. The divine materials placed in this space were really different from the divine materials on the first floor. There was a 10,000-year-old fire dragon flower, an 8,000-year-old purple gold ginseng, and the legendary ginseng fruit that bloomed in 3,000 years, bore fruit in 3,000 years, and ripened in 3,000 years. These divine medicines were definitely rare divine items in the outside world. Any one of them could cause quite a commotion, and there would definitely be people who would try to snatch them. However, with so many divine medicines here, no one dared to touch the Jubao Pavilion. This Jubao Pavilion must have a powerful backer in Sky Connect City. The Jubao Pavilion must have a powerful background. Gu Fei was not stupid. He understood all this after thinking for a while. In the world of cultivation where the weak were strong, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Gu Fei himself had experienced all kinds of calamities to reach this stage. If there was no powerful backer behind the Jubao Pavilion, how could they have a foothold in Sky Connect City? This was a very simple reason. This powerful backer was probably the Tai Ching Sacred Ground. The Tai Ching Sacred Ground was a human sect that could compete with the Profound Heaven Sacred Ground. It was one of the 3 super forces in Middle-earth, and it had an extremely deep foundation. Legend had it that the founder of the Tai Ching Sacred Ground was a saint, and he was called the Tai Ching Saint. The Tai Ching Sacred Ground was the orthodoxy passed down by the saints. Such a background was enough to compete with all the other forces that had not produced a saint. The forces that had produced saints all had unimaginable means. Although the Tai Ching Saint had disappeared for countless years, before the untainted world collapsed, the Tai Ching Saint had already disappeared. Some said that it was a battle between saints that destroyed the untainted world, while others said that it was a battle between gods and demons that caused the untainted world to sink. No one knew such a great secret of the world. Other than the saints who had already disappeared, no one knew what terrifying thing happened in the later stages of the untainted world that caused the untainted world to sink. Suddenly, something attracted Gu Fei's attention. It was a skeletal hand sealed in a piece of divine jade. The skeletal hand looked very ordinary, like a skeleton, but this made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. Chapter 11:20. On the third floor of the Jubao Pavilion in Tongtian City, something piqued Gu Fei's interest. It was a skeletal hand that was sealed in a piece of divine jade. If it was not sealed in the divine jade, no one would pay attention to this skeletal hand even if it was thrown on the ground, much less look at it. Haha, you have a good eye, this skeletal hand is not ordinary. The little old man was paying attention to Gu Fei's every move, and naturally saw that he was very interested in the skeletal hand. What do you mean? Gu Fei did not feel any movement. The skeletal hand that was sealed in the divine jade was like an ordinary bone, and there was nothing eye-catching about it. This is a sacred bone, the little old man said solemnly. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This skeletal hand was actually a sacred bone? Was it formed from the palm of a saint? No way, how could it be? One must know that saints were the most powerful existence in the world, standing at the peak of all races, overlooking the world. Their sacred bodies were extremely powerful, and even in death they were definitely not something that anyone could approach. The aura released by the corpse of a saint could even kill mighty figures, and ordinary immortals would find it even more difficult to approach such an existence. Before they could even approach, they would most likely be destroyed in body and soul. Gu Fei had once collected 2 dragon corpses in the mortal world's sky market. If he were to throw these 2 dragon corpses out of the mountain and river cauldron now, all the living beings in the city would probably be exterminated by the aura released by these 2 dragon corpses. Even the emperor of the celestial realm would not be spared. How could this be a sacred bone? Gu Fei did not believe that in today's world, in the heavenly realm and the mortal realm, saints were extinct. Even in ancient times, the number of saints could be counted on one hand. Most importantly, even if a saint had fallen, who would be able to chop off one of the saint's hands? And it was even sealed in a piece of divine jade. Haha, don't doubt me. You must know that this piece of divine jade that contains the sacred bone came from the saint burial ground. The little old man analyzed. Saint burial ground? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Just by hearing this name, he already knew that this saint burial ground was probably the place where saints were buried. Seeing that Gu Fei was not surprised, the old man could not help but be surprised. This person was indeed not an ordinary cultivator. Could it be that he was an expert who came for the saint burial ground? Sir, you must know that the saint burial ground only appears once every 10,000 years. The things inside are exclusive to the saints. This hand bone came from the saint burial ground. Is it not a saint's bone? When Gu Fei heard this, he was not moved. However, the little old man's words had piqued his interest. Just as the little old man had said, anything that came from the saint burial ground was not ordinary. Am I that unlucky? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change his expression. Wasn't the place where the holy burial ground was located in the Scarlet Plains? So that was how it was. Thinking of this, even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire his luck. He actually encountered the day when the saint burial ground appeared once every 10,000 years. No wonder there were divine laws of the great path rising above the Scarlet Plains. This was the aura released by the saints. It contained the truth of heaven and earth and could interweave Tao patterns. With his martial path heavenly eye, Gu Fei saw countless blood-like threads rising from the Scarlet Plains. They should be formed after the fall of the saints. Under the Scarlet Plains, is there really the corpse of a saint? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In today's world, saints could not be seen, but in the Scarlet Plains such a thing had happened. The ground had sunk, forming a bottomless abyss. Was there really a saint buried under the bottomless abyss? Maybe there is. Someone once saw it with their own eyes. The little old man said. The holy burial ground was the most dangerous place in the world. No one was willing to set foot in it easily. However, inside the holy burial ground, there was a sacred object exclusive to the saints that made the cultivators of the world go crazy. Every time, countless experts would gather in the southern part of the Central Plains. These people all wanted to take the risk and enter the holy burial ground. If they could obtain the sacred object exclusive to the saints, it would be a great fortune. Even the half-saint would come. No wonder there are 7 or 8 emperors of the celestial being realm in Sky Connect City. So that's how it is. Gu Fei suddenly understood. The holy burial ground had already appeared. Next, there would be more experts coming. I want this thing. The entire 3rd floor of the Jubao Pavilion was filled with all kinds of divine materials. However, the only thing that caught Gu Fei's attention was the skeletal hand sealed in the divine jade. Although he could not sense any strange movements from the divine jade that sealed the skeletal hand, Gu Fei instinctively told him that this thing must be extraordinary. Seeing that Gu Fei wanted to buy the skeletal hand, the little old man was immediately overjoyed. This thing had been placed on the 3rd floor of the Jubao Pavilion for a full 100 years. Now that it was being sold, how could he not be happy? In the little old man's eyes, this thing was of little value. It was tasteless to eat it, but it would be a pity to throw it away. After all, it was something unearthed from the holy burial ground. No one was willing to throw it away. The little old man offered a sky-high price for this skeletal hand. It should be known that this was the sacred bone that the little old man spoke of. Gu Fei wanted the sacred bone, so he paid the price of 5 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. For Gu Fei, top-grade immortal crystals could be said to be as many as he wanted. He had killed Great Void Wanderer Wang Xuani and obtained a large number of top-grade immortal crystals. The top-grade immortal crystals that exploded from Great Void Wanderer Wang Xuani's body were piled up like a mountain, at least tens of millions of kilograms. That Wang Xuani was definitely a fat sheep. After paying the immortal crystals, Gu Fei put away the piece of divine jade with the sacred bone, sealed on it, and then asked the little old man about a place for cultivators to stay. Who knew that the Jubao Pavilion had a special place for cultivators to stay? It was a room that was like a small cave. Gu Fei had already seen this kind of room in the eastern county city of the Eastern Lands. Thus, Gu Fei stayed in the Jubao Pavilion. The appearance of the holy burial ground caused the eyes of the entire heaven realm to focus on the Scarlet Plains. Many great sects had already begun to take action, sending experts into the Scarlet Plains to investigate. The important figures of the other regions all used the teleportation ancient formations that could teleport across regions to rush to the southern part of the Middle Lands. From time to time, powerful auras would appear and disappear in Heaven Connect City. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his room. He didn't go out for a walk. He knew that if He Tian, Shaoqing and the others hadn't arrived at the southern mountains, they would definitely rush over here. One had to know that He Tian was someone who would find treasures wherever there was. The appearance of the holy burial ground was a major event that could shake the entire heaven realm. How could He Tian be willing to miss it? Not to mention He Tian, even Gu Fei wasn't willing to leave. Is this the sacred bone or not? For the next few days, Gu Fei stayed in his room to study the piece of divine jade with the bone hand sealed on it. After careful observation, Gu Fei was shocked to find that there were runes that were almost invisible to the naked eye on the divine jade. It really isn't simple. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and happy to find that there were runes imprinted on the divine jade. But then he thought since he could find the runes on the divine jade, then other people could also find them. But why would this item be placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion? Why would people want to buy it? Items brought out from the holy burial ground were enough to make cultivators fight to the death for them. Since this bone hand came from the holy burial ground, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Gu Fei tried to send a strand of martial Dao true power into the divine jade. He was shocked to find that his true power was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was actually devoured by the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. How can this be? Gu Fei's heart immediately shook. This seemingly ordinary bone hand could actually devour martial Dao true power. This truly shocked him. This bone hand was indeed strange. One had to know that this bone hand sealed in the divine jade was bought by him using 5 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals. If it was an ordinary item, then it would be a huge loss. Gu Fei continued to send martial Dao true power into the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. Then the bone hand in the divine jade gradually became smooth and bright. Then Gu Fei sensed a faintly discernible aura spreading out from the divine jade. This was an indescribable aura that was hard to grasp. It seemed to contain the heaven and earth Dao. Mysterious runes began to appear on the skeletal hand in the divine jade. The runes actually had Daoist rhymes circulating within them. Is it really a saint bone? Gu Fei was moved. He continued to send martial Dao true power into the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. The bone hand unexpectedly devoured all the true power Gu Fei sent over. It was really hard to imagine that a bone hand sealed in the divine jade actually had a trace of the heaven and earth Dao Qi. This was the aura of a saint. Even if the owner of this bone hand was not a saint, he was most likely a half-saint. In the end, Gu Fei still put away the bone hand sealed in the divine jade. This was because he discovered that no matter how much martial Dao true power he sent over, the bone hand continued to devour like a bottomless pit. He was secretly shocked. Even if he passed all his martial Dao divine power to the bone hand, it would not be enough to fill this bottomless pit. He couldn't help but believe the little old man's words. Just as Gu Fei put away the divine jade with the bone hand sealed in it, a sudden laughter came from outside the Jubao Pavilion. To be precise, this laughter came from outside the city. As soon as Gu Fei heard this voice, he immediately stood up from the ground. Then, a familiar aura penetrated the array that enveloped the entire Jubao Pavilion and directly spread in. It's him. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He hurriedly rushed out, but when he got out of the city, the aura had already disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. It's good that you're here. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find that person at all. However, since the other party had already appeared in the vicinity, he would definitely meet him. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 1121. Gu Fei couldn't find that person. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a silhouette in the distance. He couldn't help but be startled. It's him. Gu Fei was startled. He recognized that person, so he immediately used the 8 desolation steps to chase after him. The 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world in terms of speed. It was even faster than teleportation. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei had already caught up to that person and was following him from afar. The person in front had a pair of golden wings on his back. The power of the metal element flowed through them. Golden divine lights were faintly discernible. Gu Fei sensed a tyrannical and fierce divine power from that person. This was a terrifying god of war with great battle prowess. The little Pink Emperor? The person with golden wings was the one who had been defeated by the Violet Emperor in the Eastern Territory. He had been chased by the Violet Emperor for thousands of miles and was expelled from the Eastern Territory. The speed of a heavenly Peng couldn't be underestimated. Every time the little Pink Emperor flapped his golden wings, he would instantly fly hundreds of miles away. His speed was unimaginable. Among martial emperors of the same level, perhaps only Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps could catch up to the little rock emperor. The other martial emperors could only follow behind and eat dust. Legend had it that a grand completion heavenly Pink Emperor could fly 10,000 miles with a flap of its wings. This little Pink Emperor wasn't flying at full speed, but he was already so fast. Once the little Pink Emperor flew at full speed, even Gu Fei would have a hard time catching up to him. Other people wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. Where is this guy going? Gu Fei looked at the sky and saw that it was almost night. A cool breeze was blowing in the surroundings. The mountain seemed to be flourishing with life. However, it was strange that aside from flowers and trees, there were no other signs of life. Not even a bird could be seen. Gu Fei concealed his aura. The little Pink Emperor didn't know that someone was chasing after him. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. All the way to the south, could it be that Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the little Peng flying south. It had to be known that the Scarlet Plains was located to the south, and it was almost nightfall. Could it be that the little Peng dared to enter the Scarlet Plains at night? The golden-winged little Peng Emperor's strength was even stronger than when he had been defeated by the Violet Emperor. His golden qi and blood were exuberant, and his celestial rock body seemed to have transformed even more valiant. He was defeated by the Purple Emperor, and then he went back to work hard and cultivate with all his might to seek revenge on the Purple Emperor? Gu Fei thought that this little Peng Emperor was incomparably arrogant. It was definitely a great humiliation for him to be defeated by the Violet Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Violet Emperor had already died at the hands of Gu Fei. He was destined to never be able to take revenge. Heaven Connect City was not close to the Scarlet Plains. It was 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers away. For mortals, this was a distance that would take them several months to travel. However, for cultivators, especially powerful ones, such a distance was nothing. Soon, Gu Fei felt the aura of the Scarlet Plains. Then the flowers and trees on the ground began to show signs of withering. An unimaginable aura of death emanated from the Scarlet Plains, as if it was stripping away the vitality of the creatures in the vicinity. Gu Fei could feel that the aura of death emanating from the Scarlet Plains was many times stronger than before. Before nightfall, the Scarlet Plains had already begun to transform into a land of death. But what truly surprised Gu Fei was that the little Peng Emperor didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to head towards the Scarlet Plains. What is he doing? Gu Fei was puzzled because the Scarlet Plains would become a land of death at night. Even a saint would have a headache if he came here. Could it be that this little Peng Emperor was tired of living? As he got closer and closer to the Scarlet Plains, Gu Fei saw that the mountains were covered in yellow. The trees had withered and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the front. After hearing this sound, the little Peng Emperor immediately flapped his wings and turned into a golden lightning as he rushed forward. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He felt an unimaginably powerful force suddenly appear in front of him. But in an instant this force disappeared. He quickly used the 8 desolate steps to travel several hundred li in a single step. When he was several hundred li away from the Scarlet Plains, Gu Fei saw the little Peng Emperor rushing down from the sky and disappearing into a valley ahead. Gu Fei landed on top of a mountain in the distance. He was very careful because if he followed the little Peng Emperor, there was a high chance that he would be discovered. Sure enough, after a while, a silhouette silently came out of the valley and scanned the surroundings with his divine gaze. Gu Fei had already restrained his aura, so it was impossible for the other party to discover him. With his current cultivation, unless a saint came, no one would be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. It was a middle-aged man with bronze skin and a tall stature. He looked incomparably mighty. He was an expert of the Tianping race. The middle-aged man carefully scanned the surroundings before turning around and walking into the valley. Then an extremely dim golden light rose from the valley. One after another, runes flew out from the valley and branded themselves in all directions. Just what are the Tianping race planning? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this scene. There was definitely an expert from the Tianping race standing guard in the valley. Someone must have used a formation to envelop the entire valley. The grand formation was hidden in the void, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Even cultivators with the divine gaze wouldn't be able to discover it unless they deliberately scanned it. After the grand formation was laid down, the strange aura that leaked out of the valley was isolated by the formation's power. Since they were being so cautious, the Tianping race must have made a big move. Could it be that they wanted to attack the Saint Burial Ground? If that was the case, then it would truly be a big move. The Saint Burial Ground was very mysterious. It appeared once every 10,000 years. Normally it was hidden under the earth, hiding in the veins of the earth. It was constantly moving. Even a half-step saint would find it difficult to calculate where it was. This great tomb with a saint buried would only appear in the Scarlet Plain. At this time, the Heavenly Realm cultivators would definitely rush to enter the Scarlet Plain to try their luck. However, no one dared to set foot in the Scarlet Plain after nightfall. After nightfall, the Scarlet Plain would become extremely dangerous. The Saint Burial Ground would become a dangerous place. Anyone who entered would die. No one would be able to escape. The best time to enter the Saint Burial Ground was between noon and 2 hours after noon. At this time, the righteous energy of the world was the most vigorous. It was the nemesis of death energy and evil energy. At noon, the death energy in the Saint Burial Ground would be at its lowest. Entering the Saint Burial Ground at this time was the least dangerous. However, it was already nightfall. The death energy in the Scarlet Plain was gradually becoming stronger. No one was willing to take the risk of entering the Scarlet Plain at night. Chapter 11:22. As night fell, the Scarlet Plain's baleful aura soared to the sky. The entire heaven and earth had turned into a mournful blood-red color. The void seemed to have been soaked in blood as if it was about to drip blood. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. Mournful ghost howls were constantly coming from the Scarlet Plain, as if there were countless ghosts roaming around. It was too evil. All kinds of strange and horrifying sounds made one's scalp tingle. Death aura filled the Scarlet Plain and permeated in all directions. Even with the seal, it was difficult to completely seal the death aura that erupted from the Scarlet Plain. The Scarlet Plain was originally green and full of vitality, but now it was yellow and withered. All the plants had died, some had even turned into ashes. This phenomenon had only happened in the past few days. The valley ahead was silent. However, Gu Fei knew that this was only on the surface. The power of the spirit array had sealed off all disturbances. Gu Fei stood on a distant mountain peak. He didn't plan to go forward, instead he wanted to observe the situation. He was afraid that there was a heavenly rock clan overseeing the valley. There were no strange movements coming from the valley. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak for 6 hours, but there was still no movement from the valley. No one knew what was going on inside. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Gu Fei suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake. The entire earth shook and a lot of rocks rolled down from the mountain peak. Swish! A beam of moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. This was a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This beam of light directly entered the valley below. Silhouettes flew out from the light pillars formed by the moonlight. Bathed in the moonlight, they rushed out of the valley and towards Qi Yuan, who was filled with murderous aura. This is... Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He saw the figure of the little Peng. The little Peng was surrounded by moonlight, and there was a mysterious Yin energy attached to his body. The Heavenly Rock Clan's methods were too frightening. They actually used a secret technique to attract the Yin energy of the divine moon in the sky and attach this Yin energy to a person's body. This way, the person attached to the Yin energy would be refined into a Yin spirit. He wouldn't be a living being and there would be no signs of life. The Scarlet Plain was originally a land of death. It was filled with Yin energy and death energy. Especially at night, the Yin energy would soar to the sky and the earth would be filled with killing intent. Only dead beings and Yin spirits could walk inside. If a living person went inside, they would be stripped of their vitality and turned into a corpse. Gu Fei did not approach the Qi Yuan, but he could still feel his life force slowly draining away. He had no choice but to use the internal world energy to isolate the death aura coming from the Qi Yuan. Only then did the signs of his life force draining away stop. The Scarlet Plane's energy could devour vitality, but the Heavenly Rock clan seemed to have a way to deal with it. A total of 13 Heavenly Rock experts charged out of the valley. The little Peng was among them, and the one leading them was the old Peng Emperor. Enveloped by the Yin energy, Gu Fei couldn't sense anyone's aura. He couldn't judge their cultivation base. However, the old Peng Emperor was probably an almighty existence. The old Peng Emperor's wings shone with a resplendent golden light. They were as bright as a divine sun. The old Peng Emperor charged into the Scarlet Plane. With the protection of the Yin energy, the old Peng Emperor's vitality wasn't stripped away. This method of drawing the Yin energy from the divine moon to protect him seemed to have succeeded. The Heavenly Rock clan's experts were delighted to see this. In the entire Heaven realm, perhaps only the Heavenly Rock clan could freely walk through the Scarlet Plane at night. If this matter spread, the entire Heaven realm would be shaken. The 13 Heavenly Rock clan's experts entered the Scarlet Plane. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. What kind of secret art was this? It could actually resist the Scarlet Plane's power. It was truly unimaginable. He didn't hesitate and silently followed them. He used his inner world energy to resist Scarlet Plane's death energy and the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Only then did he follow them into the Scarlet Plane. Gu Fei also entered the Scarlet Plane. Boundless death energy surged towards him from all directions. It even seeped into the range of Gu Fei's inner world energy. Buzz. When that terrifying death energy surged towards Gu Fei's body, an ancient cauldron image appeared on Gu Fei's body, blocking the surging death energy. That was close. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even his inner world energy couldn't completely isolate the death energy emitted by Scarlet Plane. This was something he never expected. No wonder those almighty experts who cultivated the inner world didn't dare to enter the Scarlet Plane. It turned out that the power of the Scarlet Plane could seep into the inner world. Fortunately, Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been attacked by the death energy and lost a part of his vitality. The mountain and river cauldron was worthy of being an extreme sacred weapon. The terrifying death energy couldn't even get close to Gu Fei. It was completely repelled. This made Gu Fei's heart calm. The conditions to enter the Scarlet Plane at night were too harsh. It should be known that not everyone could have an extreme sacred weapon. Even some super forces might not have an extreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei silently followed behind the little Peng Emperor and the others. The bloody mist pervaded the air. From time to time, terrifying figures could be seen looming in the bloody mist. In front of him, 13 clear lights were moving quickly. It was as if 13 moons had appeared in the bloody world. The clear lights melted and swallowed the surrounding Yin energy and death energy. The layer of mysterious Yin divine light around the little Peng Emperor and the others wasn't corroded by the surrounding Yin energy and death energy. Instead, it became even brighter. There was no sign of life coming from the 13 experts of the heavenly Peng race. The mysterious Yin divine light completely isolated their auras. At the same time, it also isolated the omnipresent death energy outside. The little Peng Emperor and the others arrived in front of the bottomless abyss that Gu Fei had seen before. Along the way, they encountered a terrifying evil creature. However, that evil creature didn't attack the little Peng Emperor and the others. The evil creature probably thought that the little Peng Emperor and the others were Yin spirits. Otherwise, the little Peng Emperor and the others would be in deep trouble. Gu Fei saw the little Peng Emperor and the others talking for a while next to the abyss. The old Emperor Rock walked out again. Then he jumped into the bottomless abyss in front of him. What? Chapter 11:23. 13 resplendent moonlight fell from the bottomless abyss like 13 divine moons. The 13 experts of the Tianping race had jumped into the abyss just like that. Baleful aura soared and ghostly howls resounded. This was a demonic abyss that seemed capable of devouring even the heavens and earth. No one knew what was at the bottom. According to legend, this was just a crack that had appeared in the Saint Burial Ground. Only at this time could outsiders enter the Saint Burial Ground. The methods of the Tianping race were truly too powerful. They were actually able to draw out the divine moon's profound Yin energy. allowing the 13 experts of the Tianping race to safely enter the Scarlet Plane. If it were any other cultivator, even if their life force was as vigorous as an ancient true dragon's, they would have been stripped of all their life force by the demonic energy of the Scarlet Plane and turned into a pile of bones. Jumping down like this, aren't you afraid of falling to your death? When Gu Fei rushed to the edge of the abyss and looked down, he just happened to see the 13 moon-like divine lights disappearing into the boundless darkness. At the bottom of the abyss, a boundless baleful aura surged and terrifying demonic howls could be vaguely heard, causing Gu Fei's hair to stand on end. The bottom of the abyss was definitely an unimaginably ominous place. The bottom of the abyss was very different from the Scarlet Plane. The Scarlet Plane was blood red, while the bottom of the abyss was pitch black. There seemed to be an unfathomable power lingering there that even Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye found it difficult to see through. Should I go down or not? Gu Fei couldn't help but hesitate. Going down was easy, but going up would be very difficult. The Saint Burial Ground was the most sinister and dangerous place in the Heaven Realm. No one knew how this place was formed, but all cultivators knew that this Saint Burial Ground had an incomparably long history. It had existed since the Great Desolate Era. Some people had seen the lifelike corpse of a saint that seemed to be asleep. Some people had also obtained a sacred artifact that belonged to a saint. Some people had even found a few fragments of a saint's weapon. An expert proficient in geomancy and formations had once said that this was the tomb of a saint. Such words truly shocked many people. The Duanmu clan, a famous feng shui clan in the Middle Earth, once had an extremely talented person. That person's cultivation was comparable to a half-step saint, and he could draw the dragon vein for his own use. The burial place of ancient major characters was very particular. The Duanmu clan's specialty was to look at feng shui, point out dragon veins and locate dragon caves. Many ancient tombs had the shadow of the Duanmu clan behind them. That genius of the Duanmu family relied on his special technique to lock down the Saint Burial Ground. However, after that genius entered the Saint Burial Ground, he never came out again. Such an ending was expected but also unexpected. No one would have thought that the Duanmu clan, which was very good at digging graves, would also be buried in a large tomb. It could be seen that the saint's tomb was indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of the holy city in the eastern lands. In order to attack that holy city, countless cultivators had fallen. Below the holy city, corpses were piled up like mountains, and the area had turned into a ghost domain. The saint's tomb was definitely not any less dangerous than the holy city that was suspected to be the moon deity's palace. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Gu Fei pondered for a while and made up his mind. He then leaped and jumped into the abyss. He could only hear the wind whistling in his ears as his body fell rapidly. Boundless murderous aura surged from below, and even the inner heaven and earth energy could not completely isolate it. If it wasn't for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei might not have been able to withstand the murderous aura. Buzz. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron appeared behind Gu Fei and blocked all the surging murderous aura. However, under such circumstances, Gu Fei had lost the ability to fly. After falling for thousands of feet, Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a pitch-black iron sword appeared in his hand. It was the Ninth Heaven Star's sword that had not been sharpened yet. The Ninth Heaven Star's sword that Gu Fei refined using the martial arts refining method had only taken shape and was in its embryonic form. However, it was a divine sword refined from the immortal material, the Ninth Heaven Star's iron, and had unlimited potential for growth. He inserted the divine sword in his hand into the rock wall next to him to slow down the speed of his descent. Although the Ninth Heaven Star's sword had not been sharpened yet, it was still a divine weapon refined from the immortal material. The rock wall was broken by the divine sword like tofu. Swoosh! Stone chips flew everywhere, and a sword mark that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the pitch-black rock wall. The speed of Gu Fei's descent was immediately greatly reduced. Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword that was inserted into the rock wall, and his body sank again. Very soon he had sunk tens of thousands of feet deep. Could it be deeper than the crack in the earth in the mortal world? Gu Fei was inwardly startled. At this moment, the Yin Qi and Death Qi formed a black mist that lingered in the surroundings. The Death Qi was vast and mighty. This was a forbidden zone for life. Any living thing that entered this place would become a dead thing. From time to time, Black shadows could be seen looming in the surroundings, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. In the holy burial ground, a terrible undead existence had probably been bred. This kind of undead creature that was born from death was a kind of abnormality between heaven and earth. Such an existence did not belong to the three realms and the five elements. It had escaped the judgment of heaven. The undead creature was another kind of rebirth. No one knew why the undead creatures appeared between heaven and earth. This was a big mystery between heaven and earth. If a sage was really buried in the holy burial ground, there would probably be a terrible evil spirit formed by the undying evil thoughts of the sage after his death. Such an existence would be unlucky even if a half-sage came. The evil thoughts of the sage were hard to destroy. If the evil spirit formed by the evil spirit really grew up, it would be an invincible existence equivalent to the rebirth of a sage. The holy burial ground was not a secret in the heaven realm. In Heaven Connect City, Gu Fei had heard many people talking about the holy burial ground and learned a lot about it. The great tomb of the sage had existed since ancient times. It was said that there was more than one sage buried here. After such a long time, no one knew if the great tomb of the sage had really given birth to an invincible existence. The holy burial ground appeared once every 10,000 years. From ancient times until now, no one knew how many cultivators had died in it. However, there were also many people who obtained the exclusive holy items of the sage. Even now, the major forces of the heaven realms still sent experts to the southern part of the Central Plains to enter the Red Plains. They risked their lives to explore the holy burial ground. Just as Gu Fei was thinking, he descended another few thousand feet. Black qi kept rising from the bottom. The death qi and evil qi were vast and mighty, as if there was a terrible existence below that was swallowing the heaven and earth. At this time, Gu Fei still did not see any signs of reaching the bottom. This abyss was really too deep. Could it really be a bottomless abyss? Gu Fei continued to descend. At this time a similar wave came from below. He could not help but be shocked. Then he stopped his descent and stuck his whole body to the rock wall. He isolated all the aura around him. No one could sense his existence. Swoosh! A ball of clear light broke through the layers of black qi and rushed up from below. In the divine light that was like moonlight, there was a figure wrapped in golden light. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. The figure wrapped in the divine moonlight was an expert of the Tianping clan. This was a middle-aged man. His whole body was surging with golden light. A pair of golden wings on his back flapped violently as he soared into the sky. Although their magic power was sealed, flying was an innate talent of the Tianping clan. With a pair of wings, they could soar tens of thousands of miles, unhindered between heaven and earth. Even in the Red Plains, the Tianping clan had not completely lost the ability to fly. This middle-aged man's expression was somewhat panicked. As if he was being chased by something, he desperately flew upwards, wanting to fly out of this abyss. What's going on? Gu Fei was bewildered. The expert of the Tianping clan flew extremely fast. In just an instant he disappeared in the sky. The wind created by his wings caused the black qi to surge violently. At this moment, Gu Fei noticed that a faint and illusory figure that seemed to have no physical body flashed and disappeared in the void. Then a shrill scream came from the sky, followed by drops of golden blood dripping from the sky. That was the golden blood of the Tianping clan. The expert of the Tianping clan was instantly killed by the unknown existence. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. What is that thing? No one could answer Gu Fei. It was a shadow that flashed by. Even Gu Fei could not see what it was. However, although he did not see what it was, he felt a bone-chilling evil aura. The expert of the Tianping clan in the celestial being realm was killed just like that. The unknown existence was too terrifying. It was silent and did not have any energy fluctuations, but it could kill a celestial emperor. One had to know that the experts of the Tianping clan who dared to enter the Scarlet Plains were not weak. There were even mighty figures among them. The evil creature in the saint's tomb seemed to be something else. Gu Fei did not act rashly. He quietly stuck close to the rock wall and activated the martial path canopy to scan the surroundings. However, he found nothing after an hour. The faint and illusory evil shadow did not appear again. After a full 6 hours there was still nothing strange around. Gu Fei then continued to descend. He had to be careful because there was a terrifying unknown existence at the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, Gu Fei did not find any more experts of the Tianping clan. He did not know if the Tianping clan had been wiped out. He saw undead creatures on the rock wall from time to time inhaling and exhaling yin qi. Those undead creatures were very powerful. The closer he got to the saint's tomb, the more undead creatures there were. Those undead creatures probably crawled out of the saint's tomb. Chapter 1124. An expert of the Tianping clan had actually been smashed into the rock wall. This was truly shocking to Gu Fei. Golden blood was still flowing out of the human-shaped pit. This was the unique golden divine blood of the Tianping clan. It carried traces of golden light. This was the essence qi of the expert of the Tianping clan. Below the head, his flesh and blood have been reduced to a pulp. The existence that did this probably has the strength of an almighty realm expert. Gu Fei stared at the human-shaped pit on the rock wall, his eyes flashing. A strong will to fight emanated from his body. Gu Fei had seen this expert of the Tianping clan before. Among the 13 experts, his cultivation base could be said to be above average. However, he had died here. This is an emperor rock and it died just like that. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. An emperor rock at the celestial being realm was far stronger than an ordinary emperor. It must be known that the blood of innate divine beasts flowed in the bodies of the Tianping clan. The bodies of the Tianping clan were incomparably tough, especially after the innate divine beast bloodline had been awakened. The bodies of the Tianping clan were comparable to divine weapons. But now, someone had actually turned the body of an emperor rock into a pulp. This was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. What had the Tianping clan encountered? Gu Fei continued to descend, but his speed had slowed down significantly. Every few hundred meters he would stop. Black qi filled the air below. This was the condensation of yin qi and death qi. It had the terrifying power to corrode all life. Suddenly, Gu Fei faintly heard a few faint shouts coming from below. Because he was too far away, he couldn't hear them clearly. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The Tianping clan seemed to have encountered a big problem. He hurriedly accelerated his descent. The shouts from below gradually grew louder. From time to time, golden light could be seen shooting out from the pitch-black clouds. Below, the death qi was dense. The experts of the Tianping clan were fighting an unknown life form. Roar! The old rock emperor bellowed, causing the entire world to tremble. The endless black mist was dispersed. The old rock emperor's golden hair danced wildly as he tore a two-headed undead in half. The undead looked like a dog, but it also looked like a leopard. The undead was covered in a thick death qi and was torn in half. The ink-like blood splattered everywhere. When the surrounding experts of the Sky Rock race saw this, they immediately fled like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. This old rock. Gu Fei just happened to see this scene and couldn't help feeling shocked. This old rock emperor of the heavenly rock race was extremely powerful, and his combat prowess was overwhelming. He probably already had 1 foot in the half-step sage realm. He didn't show himself. Instead, he hid on the cliff and watched the scene from afar. At this moment, everyone had already arrived at the bottom of the demonic abyss. The pitch-black ground looked as if it had been scorched by fire, and there was a trace of blood red in the blackness. It was extremely strange. In addition to the undead that was killed by the old rock emperor, there were several other terrifying undead that were staring at the heavenly rock race. One of the corpses was the most horrifying and disgusting. Its entire body was oozing yellow pus, and it emitted a nauseating corpse stench. Many parts of its body were exposed to the white bones. A tattered black battle armor landed on the corpse's body. The corpse's hand was still holding a broken black iron spear. A pair of blood-red eyes without pupils were staring at the old rock emperor. Not far in front of them, there was a pitch-black river of the Styx flowing silently. There was a bridge on the river that looked extremely similar to the legendary reincarnation bridge that Gu Fei had seen in the Naraka realm. The reincarnation bridge was very mysterious. Even though Gu Fei had refined the Hell Path's boundary bead and basically controlled this part of the world, he still didn't know how the ancient bridge appeared above the underworld river. The Hell Path was a perfect world refined by the Buddhist Lord for thousands of years. It was the final resting place for the souls of all living beings. After dying, they could reincarnate. However, no one knew how to reincarnate. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly saw something similar to the underworld river and the reincarnation bridge in the Hell Path. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was there a connection between the two? The bridge above the underworld river extended into the darkness ahead. The end couldn't be seen. Even if Gu Fei opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, it would be useless. At this time, there were no less than 5 undead standing in front of the ancient bridge, confronting the experts of the Tianping clan. In order to step onto the ancient bridge, one must first kill these 5 undead. There was no other way. Gu Fei discovered that the heavenly rock race's experts still had a layer of Yin divine light on their bodies. It was this layer of Yin divine light that blocked the corrosive power of the abyss. Otherwise, the heavenly rock race's experts would have already lost all of their vitality and turned into corpses. Bang! 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 The old rock emperor was extremely domineering. His golden battle chi surged, and his entire body was like a golden sun, emitting a blinding golden light. Boundless divine power surged out from the old rock emperor's body. The entire world trembled along with the old rock emperor's footsteps. This was the cultivation and strength of a peak expert. It was terrifying to the extreme. If it wasn't for the old rock emperor, the experts of the heavenly rock race would have already fallen. Or, as if sensing the threat from the old rock emperor, the corpse in front roared. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of pitch-black corpse water. The corpse water gushed out of the corpse's mouth and instantly turned into a pitch-black river. The black corpse water surged forward like 10,000 horses galloping towards the old rock emperor. Corpse chi was overwhelming, and a terrifying death energy was emitted from the corpse's body. This corpse seemed to have turned into a terrifying god of death, its ferocious might overflowing the heavens. Swish! The old rock emperor pointed with a finger. A resplendent golden light immediately rushed out from his right index finger and turned into a golden divine sword that pierced forward. The golden divine sword contained a great amount of divine power. It was like an invincible sword that could cut through anything. It directly split the surging black river into 2 and pointed at the corpse. The corpse seemed to know that it was powerful and immediately retreated. However, the sword light was like lightning and was extremely fast. The golden divine sword instantly pierced through the corpse's chest, creating a large hole. Yellow corpse water splashed everywhere. When the corpse water splashed onto the ground, it immediately corroded the ground and emitted black gas. The old rock emperor's sword nearly split the corpse in 2. When Gu Fei saw the corpse water corroding the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. This corpse's corpse poison was too overbearing. At this time, the other undead also rushed forward. Whoosh! A large bird shrouded in black gas flapped its wings, creating a death whirlwind as it pounced towards the little rock. Swish! The little rock spread its golden wings and soared into the sky, dodging the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clanging didn't stop. Countless golden divine swords flew out from the little rock's golden wings, covering the sky as they slashed towards the large bird below. Tens of thousands of divine swords pierced through the void and split the world, displaying great might. This little rock's strength actually increased so quickly. It's really hard to imagine. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. The little rock was no longer the same as before. During the battle between the little rock and the Violet Emperor, the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, Gu Fei watched from the beginning to the end. The current little rock's strength was enough to compete with the Violet Emperor. If the Violet Emperor didn't die and the two met, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, the little rock's vengeance was destined to be unavenged. This was because the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor, had already fallen. Even his primordial spirit had been refined by Gu Fei. This was the most thorough way to die. Even his life imprint had disappeared. The Violet Emperor, the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, would never appear in this world again. However, the large bird that was fighting the little rock was also extraordinary. Its entire body surged with death energy. Clang! A clanging sound came from the black gas. Then Gu Fei was shocked to see countless black death swords shooting out from the endless black gas. Each of the death swords collided with the golden divine swords descending from the sky. The little rock was shocked. The magical power displayed by the large bird was exactly the same as his. The only difference was that the two used different powers. The Tianping clan was the descendant of the metal element divine beast. They were naturally close to the power of metal. They used the power of metal, one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. However, the large bird in the middle of the death energy used the power of death. This was a confrontation between the 5 elements and the power of death. The golden divine swords and the death swords instantly collided. Countless sword shadows instantly collapsed in the void. The 5 elements were vast and the power of death surged. The little rock and the large bird were evenly matched. In their first clash, no one was able to suppress the other. The little rock has met a formidable opponent. Gu Fei thought to himself. Could that undead creature be an expert of the Tianping clan that had fallen here? The large bird was hidden in the death energy. Gu Fei couldn't see its true appearance. However, his intuition told him that this large bird might really be related to the Tianping clan. The little rock and the large bird moved rapidly in the air as they engaged in a life and death battle. In front of the underworld river, the battle between the old rock emperor and the corpse had already ended. The old rock emperor was a peak almighty after all. He was only one step away from becoming a sage. Such an existence was extremely powerful. The corpse had been killed by the old rock emperor on the ancient bridge, and the old rock emperor had stepped onto the ancient bridge. However, just as the old rock emperor stepped onto the ancient bridge that spanned across the underworld river below the bridge suddenly surged. The pitch-black river water rushed high into the sky. Chapter 11:25. The moment the old rock emperor stepped onto the ancient bridge that spanned across the underworld river, the wind and clouds surged. An endless amount of black chi rushed up from the surface of the river. Voila! The pitch-black river water rushed up high into the sky. One could vaguely see dried bones in the water. The dried bones were also pitch-black like ink. This was a dead river that contained an endless amount of death chi. It emitted a towering killing intent that almost suppressed the golden divine light emitted by the old rock emperor. At this moment, the battle between the little Pring emperor and the huge bird shrouded in black chi had reached a critical juncture that would decide the outcome of the battle. Swish! The little rock emperor's right hand turned into a golden divine saber that directly slashed into the pitch-black death chi, cutting off one of the wings of the huge bird. Black blood splattered in all directions. The huge bird screeched and rushed towards the netherworld river. The little rock emperor didn't chase after it because the blood on the huge bird was very terrifying. It contained pure death chi. If one was stained by it, even if they didn't die, they would be half dead. The little rock emperor quickly retreated and dodged. Even so, the black blood still corroded a few holes on the sleeve of his right hand. The golden-winged little Ping was incomparably shocked. One must know that the clothes he was wearing were not ordinary. They were treasured clothes that had been refined by a powerful expert. Even an emperor divine weapon would not be able to damage them in the slightest. This kind of undead was too terrifying. The death chi in its body could corrode an emperor divine weapon. The huge bird rushed into the underworld river and disappeared into the darkness. The other undead were either killed on the spot by the experts of the heavenly rock race or rushed into the underworld river. The people of the heavenly rock race all heaved a sigh of relief. They had lost 2 experts before entering the Saint Burial Ground. Although they had expected this, it was still shocking. It was impossible to escape unscathed after entering the Saint Burial Ground. This was common knowledge. However, they had already lost members before even entering the Saint Burial Ground. This made the Tianping race feel a great pressure. Emperor Peng, who had stepped onto the ancient bridge, continued walking forward. Golden divine light surged out of his body, repelling the deathly aura that surged in from all directions. The metal elemental powers surged like a golden sun moving in the boundless darkness. Emperor Rock's aura was so powerful that it nearly tore through the layer of mystic Yin divine light around him. The mystic Yin divine light shrouded everyone with a secret technique, isolating them from the outside world's power of death. However, it did not affect everyone's divine power and magic power. Of the 13 heavenly rock race experts that entered the Scarlet Plains, 2 had already died before they even entered the Holy Burial Ground. The remaining 11 continued onward. The old rock emperor led the way while the little rock emperor and company followed behind. They walked across the netherworld river that looked like the reincarnation bridge. After the little rock emperor and company stepped onto the ancient bridge, the entire netherworld river started boiling. The pitch-black river water surged and roared as it soared into the sky. Demonic shadows emitting monstrous killing intent appeared in the river. They wanted to rush out of the river, but they seemed to be bound by some power. No matter how they struggled, they could not soar into the sky. Gu Fei hid himself and watched coldly. It was best if the heavenly rock race took the lead. This way he would be in less danger. Gu Fei also stepped onto the ancient bridge. The experts of the heavenly rock race in front did not know that someone was following them from afar. It should be known that this was under the Scarlet Plains. After nightfall, no one dared to enter the Scarlet Plains. Even half-saints were not willing to take this risk. The people of the heavenly rock race did not think that there was someone behind them. They did not need to check. They just needed to move forward. Any living thing that entered the Scarlet Plains would quickly lose its vitality. No one could escape. However, the Little Rock Emperor and company never expected that Gu Fei had an extreme sage weapon. He was not afraid of the extremely evil death energy of the Scarlet Plains at all. Just as Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient bridge, a black figure stood on a mountain peak outside the Scarlet Plains. This person was graceful and wore a sinister bronze mask. It was the mysterious woman who had followed Gu Fei all the way here. Ahead of them was a vast death energy and a bloody mist. A terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble surged. The mysterious woman stood on the mountain peak and did not move for a long time. After a long time, the mysterious woman said, "That brat actually entered the Scarlet Plains. How is this possible? Is he courting death?" Then, the mysterious woman flipped her right hand and a blue crystal ball the size of a fist appeared in her hand. There were faintly discernible runes on the crystal ball. The mysterious woman poured a strand of divine power into the crystal ball. The blue crystal ball immediately emitted a layer of blue divine light. When the blue light dissipated, a hazy image appeared on the crystal ball. At this time, Gu Fei, who was on the ancient bridge, suddenly sensed something. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It's this feeling again. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was not the first time he had felt this strange feeling. However, he could not find any traces of it. It was as if someone was using force to spy on him. Who is it? How did he do it? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked and angry. The person in the dark had a very frightening method. He felt as if he had been locked on and could not escape. Swish. A beam of violet gold divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. He circulated his martial path heavenly eye with all his might, and a heavenly eye that could see through all 3,000 worlds appeared on his forehead, scanning the void in all directions. What a vigilant brat. On the mountain peak outside the Scarlet Plains, the mysterious woman cursed in a low voice. Then she put away the blue divine pearl in her hand. At the same time, the strange feeling that Gu Fei felt disappeared. This made Gu Fei very uneasy. Even the martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't detect the traces of the person in the dark. There's no trace at all. How is this possible? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The martial path heavenly eye could see through all illusions, and even the traces of the great Dao could be seen through. The person hiding in the dark was not simple. While Gu Fei was distracted, the expert from the Sky Rock tribe in front of him had already disappeared. He could not even sense the ripples of metal elemental energy coming from the Sky Rock tribe's body. Damn it! Gu Fei was infuriated. He wanted to chase after him, but at this time, the illusory figure of the Ji Dao heavenly eye silently appeared around him. The black water below the ancient bridge surged. The water had almost reached the top of the ancient bridge. Black chi pervaded the bottom of the bridge as if there were ghostly hands reaching out from the black chi. This is... All the hair on Gu Fei's body stood on end. A chill ran from the bottom of his feet up his spine to the top of his head. He couldn't help but shiver. An illusory figure suddenly pounced towards Gu Fei. An extremely dangerous aura instantly assaulted his body, causing him to shiver all over. Bam. Chapter 11:26. It's just an evil thought, so I was overthinking. Gu Fei secretly sighed in relief. He thought it was the evil thought, but it was just an evil thought. This was the evil thought of an extremely powerful cultivator who had fallen. If the evil thought didn't disperse, if it pounced on his body, even though it wouldn't be fatal, it would still greatly damage Gu Fei's vitality. If it was an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator who was possessed by this evil thought, their soul would probably be destroyed in an instant. Their physical body would be seized by the evil thought and they would die instantly. The other evil thought sensed Gu Fei's aura and also pounced on him. Gu Fei continuously punched with both of his fists. Balls of fire exploded around his body, burning the evil thoughts into wisps of green smoke. Even the surrounding Yin energy was dispersed. After being obstructed by these evil thoughts, Gu Fei fell even further behind. He used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, and the image of an ancient cauldron appeared indistinctly around him. Then he rushed forward. After rushing for less than a kilometer, Gu Fei suddenly found a person lying in front of him. That is, Gu Fei immediately stopped. In this extremely evil place he had to be careful. If he was not careful, his life would be in danger. He sensed that the person in front of him didn't have any fluctuations of life. It seemed to be a corpse. Moreover, this person wasn't from the Tianping clan. The person lying on the bridge was wearing a black armor. The style of the armor was very ancient. It wasn't the treasure armor worn by the experts of the Tianping clan. An ancient corpse? Gu Fei was bewildered. He directly pointed a finger, and an extremely sharp divine light shot out from the tip of his finger, piercing through the corpse on the ground in front of him. Poof! The divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's finger easily pierced through the corpse in front of him. The corpse didn't move in the slightest. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the corpse in front instantly turned into a pile of dust and dissipated in the void. It turned out that it was really an ancient corpse, and it was an ancient corpse that had already decayed. This was a figure that had died countless years ago. Being able to step onto the ancient bridge already proved that this person wasn't simple, definitely a powerful expert. However, although this ancient powerhouse had stepped onto the ancient bridge, he had fallen on the ancient bridge and had not been able to enter the legendary Saint Burial Ground. Gu Fei continued to move forward. Not long after, he saw another ancient corpse on the bridge. This ancient corpse seemed to be even older than the previous one. However, this person was definitely a half-step saint when he was alive. Although he was dead, his flesh and bones didn't melt, and his body was as stiff as divine iron. Gu Fei's finger wind simply couldn't penetrate this ancient corpse. The clothes on this ancient corpse had completely decayed, but the flesh and blood were preserved. Of course, the essence contained in this ancient corpse had completely dissipated. Although the flesh and blood were immortal, there was no trace of divinity left. Gu Fei carefully looked at this ancient corpse and found that there were 5 round holes on the top of this ancient corpse's skull. It seemed that someone had pierced through this person's skull with 5 fingers. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even if this ancient corpse wasn't a saint when it was alive, it was still a half-step saint. However, its skull was pierced and it was directly killed. Could it be that the person who killed this ancient powerhouse was a saint? The Saint Burial Ground was really too evil. Even an ancient powerhouse had died on this ancient bridge. Moreover, this wasn't the Saint Burial Ground, but only the periphery of the Saint Burial Ground. Voila! The Black River rushed up to the sky and continuously slapped the ancient bridge. This ancient bridge had been washed by the river Styx for many years, but it still remained intact. The water of the river Styx could corrode everything. It contained an unimaginable power of death, but it couldn't corrode this ancient bridge. No matter how Gu Fei looked at it, he felt that this was a reincarnation bridge. It seemed to have some kind of connection with the reincarnation bridge in the Naraka realm. Even the patterns engraved on the bridge were very similar. Could it be that there is another reincarnation bridge in this world? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Then he continued to walk forward. Along the way he had already gone deep into the river Styx. The cold wind whistled all around him and there were faint black shadows in the black fog. It was as if he had entered the underworld. The entire world was pitch black and the black sky seemed to press down on the ground. Gu Fei felt as if he was walking on this side of the world. He felt a great pressure. Gu Fei found that as he went deeper, there were more and more corpses on the ancient bridge. These corpses were probably powerhouses when they were alive. Among these corpses he also found a few pitch-black skeletons. These were demon bones, and they were demon bones that were on the verge of becoming true demons. Some demons had once broken into this place, but these incomparably powerful demons had also fallen on the ancient bridge, unable to set foot on the other side. From this, it could be seen that the Saint Burial Ground had attracted the attention of countless people since ancient times. It was also unknown how many people had risked their lives to enter the Saint Burial Ground. Gu Fei found the corpses of many powerful figures with immortal flesh and blood. These people all had supreme treasures on them, but these treasures had already lost their spirituality. Apart from immortal divine materials, nothing could be eternal. Even divine metal would lose all its essence energy and turn into a piece of scrap metal. Gu Fei quickly moved forward. Soon he sensed waves of powerful metal elemental power coming from ahead. In front of him, golden light shot out. The Sky Rock Race's powerhouses seemed to have encountered great trouble. Roar. The old Rock Emperor's roar was earth-shattering, stirring up the world. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. The old Rock Emperor's display of might was no trifling matter. Gu Fei stealthily approached and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw a group of soldiers with towering Yin energy holding divine spears blocking the way of the experts of the Tianping race. This was a group of Yin soldiers from the infernal realm. The Yin qi on their bodies was so heavy that even Gu Fei had never seen such an existence in the infernal realm. Gu Fei had never encountered such an existence in the infernal realm. These Yin soldiers were blocking the way. Could the other side of the ancient bridge really be the legendary underworld? At this time the old Rock Emperor was fighting a Yin general. The Yin general wielded an iron sword and slashed out terrifying deathly sword lights as he fought the old Rock Emperor endlessly. This group of Yin soldiers was led by a Yin general. Although there were only a few dozen of them, they were extremely powerful. As the Yin general fought the old Rock Emperor, the other Yin soldiers pressed towards the little Rock Emperor's group. This group of Yin soldiers moved in unison as they pointed their divine spears forward. A torrential baleful aura surged forward, causing everyone from the Sky Rock race to pale. Who is controlling these lifeless things? Chapter 1127. Yin soldiers blocking the way was no trivial matter. No one knew how these evil beings were formed, but many people knew that the Yin soldiers were very terrifying and had almost indestructible bodies. Plang. The Yin general shook the iron sword in his hand and unleashed thousands of grey death sword beams. The sword beams pierced through the surroundings and slashed at the old Rock Emperor. The void trembled under the sword. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. Could it be that these evil beings have developed intelligence and grasped cultivation techniques? Damn it! The old Rock Emperor had encountered a powerful opponent. The Yin general's battle prowess was monstrous, and his sword had the terrifying power to destroy everything. The old Rock Emperor had no choice but to retreat. Terrifying sword qi shot out in all directions. A Tianping expert who was closest to it was immediately affected, and half of his body was cut off. Roar. The expert from the Sky Rock race roared furiously and quickly retreated. However, just as he moved, the other half of his body instantly turned into a cloud of black dust and dissipated in the void. A ball of golden divine light wrapped around a golden rock rushed out. However, the power of death had already invaded the primordial spirit, and the golden light instantly dimmed. Bam! With a soft sound, the golden essence soul was completely corroded by the black gas before exploding. Another Tianping expert was destroyed in body and soul. The grey death sword beam was actually so terrifying that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only could the power of death corrode the physical body, but it could also corrode the essence soul. That Tianping expert's body was sliced by the Yin general's sword beam. Even his essence soul couldn't escape. Arg! The old Rock Emperor roared at the sky. He was furious. Since entering the Scarlet Plains, 3 celestial realm sovereigns had fallen. This was definitely a huge loss for the Tianping race. Swish! The old Rock Emperor unfurled the golden wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Beams of golden light flew out from his wings, transforming into golden swords that slashed at the Yin generals that were charging over. This was the full-powered strike of a greater perfection emperor. The old Rock Emperor was definitely a quasi-sage. He was unimaginably powerful. The thousands of golden divine swords had a trace of Dao charm. This attack actually drew a trace of Dao energy. The Yin general brandished the iron sword in his hand, blocking forward. Immediately, golden light shot out in all directions. The iron sword and the golden divine sword continuously clashed, exploding into balls of golden light. Countless golden divine swords were blocked by a rusty iron sword in the Yin general's hand. They were all minced into pieces in the void by the rusty iron sword. The terrifying combat strength that the Yin general displayed caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. At this time, the dozens of ghost soldiers also arrived. Dozens of ghost soldiers gathered together and pressed forward. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of ancient devil mountains moving. Their aura was so imposing that even a half-saint would be shocked. When these dozens of nether soldiers gather together, they seem even more terrifying than the 500 celestial emperor soldiers of the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked when he sensed the vast death energy. These soldiers could definitely fight against half-step saints. Retreat. The old rock emperor immediately ordered when he saw the situation. At this time they absolutely couldn't continue advancing. They could only retreat. Otherwise the sky rock race would all perish here. Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolate steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. However, before he could retreat for more than 5 miles, figures suddenly appeared in front of him. This made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. That is, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the ancient corpses with immortal flesh and blood that he had seen before were actually moving. These ancient corpses actually stood up and walked towards him step by step. Their stiff movements and blood-red pupils made them look extremely evil. Each of these ancient corpses had a thick death aura lingering around them. The sky was dark and black fog filled the air. Under the ancient bridge, black water surged into the sky. This scene was nothing more than the legendary underworld. With the soldiers blocking the way in front and the ancient corpses blocking the way back, even Gu Fei was in danger this time. Gu Fei sensed that the sky rock race behind him was rapidly approaching. He didn't want to meet the little rock emperor face to face. He hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and using his extreme 8 steps to rush forward. Ha! An ancient corpse that was only skin and bones opened its arms to grab Gu Fei's chest. Speed was also extremely fast. Its stiff movements seemed to be trying to confuse people. However, Gu Fei was even faster than this ancient corpse. His extreme 8 steps wasn't an undeserved reputation. Gu Fei's body flashed and he was already able to dodge it. He quickly moved through the ancient corpses, displaying his extreme 8 steps to the peak. The naked eye couldn't even see his figure clearly. Very quickly he passed through hundreds of ancient corpses. However, the clothes on his body were torn to shreds by the ancient corpses. If it was someone else, they would have been poisoned by the corpse poison and died on the spot. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He was a celestial being, martial king, and his physique was comparable to a divine weapon of an almighty existence. Even though these ancient corpses were powerful, they couldn't injure him. The moment Gu Fei rushed out from the encirclement of hundreds of ancient corpses, screams and angry shouts came from behind. It was obvious that the Little Rocks group had encountered the ancient corpses. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind Gu Fei. The entire ancient bridge shook for a moment. A bright golden light burst out from the group of corpses, and hundreds of ancient corpses were all destroyed by the golden light. A terrifying power capable of destroying the heaven and earth was vast and mighty. This is a saint weapon? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He didn't dare to stop and quickly fled. The Sky Rock race had actually brought their saint weapon into the Scarlet Plains. This truly surprised Gu Fei. It was a heavenly war halberd that emitted boundless golden divine light. This war halberd was currently in the hands of an old man with messy golden hair. Run! The old Pring Emperor shouted, startling the shocked little Pring Emperor and the others. He turned around and charged towards the general that was charging over with the soldiers. Bang! The old rock shook the heavenly war halberd in his hand. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. A terrifying power spread out from the heavenly war halberd. The heavenly war halberd emitted a golden divine light that slashed and minced everything. The old rock pressed forward with indomitable might. Roar! The general seemed to feel threatened. He stopped in front of the old rock and roared at the sky. His body emitted a surging death aura. Swish!